Hello, welcome to the Zero Ends channel. Please like and subscribe. Please enjoy our live.
That if we're getting universal basic income and nobody is broke and that child grows up to still have money and a way to take care of themselves and live, then maybe they won't be ushered over to the prison system. And just another thing to throw out there, if it's about free labor, once AI takes over and you have all of these systems doing the work versus human beings, like, do you really need slave labor from the prisons anymore? Do we really need that? Right? Because that's when we were capitalizing on the bodies of people and making them do the work. So that's what I would say about that. I talk to some of the same people a lot. So it's nice to hear from some people I have never seen come up here before. We got our Realized TV and we got Chairman Africa. Y'all go ahead. Speak what's on your mind. How y'all doing tonight?
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm
Hey,
good.
that stream we did and talk about the NWO. And I've heard about it for I think almost 20 years now, maybe close. I think around close to now. And there was videos on this. There were books written on this, especially from the Jewish people wrote this. I think one was called Protocol Zion. Could be wrong. But they've been talking about ways how they want to implement this new society, this new order of things, which is the same order. Because if you remember, Michi, if you remember listening to old lectures from John Henry Clark, and there's one still on YouTube right now when he talks, when people brought this to his, when they brought this to his attention, he said, "Where will the black woman will be in this so-called restructure of the society, which they consider a new order?" You get me? Are we going to be around? Are we going to survive? Or we are going to be a point in this particular century, there are going to be very less of us. And he did not really specify less of us where, but he said that there's going to be a point in our existence, especially in the West, that either we do what's necessary or we slowly fade away. You know what I'm saying? I think one time there was another book, I can't remember. It said, either you do this or you shall perish, one way or the other, I think black people, and there's a good chunk of us, not all, but a chunk of us, I think because how we think and move, we, at this point in our existence here in the West, I can't speak in West outside America, we are choosing, the perish part. You get me? By not doing what's necessary for our own survival.
Can I ask you something, bro?
Unfortunately.
Can I ask you something? I
Yeah.
got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Where you from, bro?
Here in the United States.
Um, can I say something without you getting mad at me? Because I can hear something in your speech and your
I,
voice.
I'm
You
aware of
keep
that.
saying, hold on, wait. Don't get mad at me. I'm speaking to you, bro, as a brother. You keep saying you get me, right? That's UK slang. So I'm asking you
Mhm.
where you from because I can hear the UK flowing through your bone. You dig what I'm talking about? So I don't
Mhm.
want you to come up here and tell us any fibs. You know what I'm saying? Because we real bright up here. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like there's some bright people up here. We not stupid. You dig what I'm talking about? So it's like don't lie to us, bro. Don't lie to us because I already know that you from over across the pond. You know what I'm saying? You're saying all the right. You can even try to talk like you from here, but I know, and
Mhm.
I'm just trying to look. I'm not being mean. I swear to you,
Mhm.
bro. I'm not coming at you sideways. You
Mhm.
just you don't come off. You don't come off as you know kinfolk. You come off as skinfolk,
Mhm.
and we ain't doing nothing over here.
Mhm. Okay. Well, I developed this talk now for how long now? Shit, since end of high school. It's been a long time. So at times, it's something that I question myself, but there's nothing I could do to change it, unfortunately. So, but I'm really born here in the United States, in the East Coast. So, so, and I really don't go too much detail on myself, even on my own channel. And I've been doing this now for 6 years now on YouTube and almost a decade on the podcast side. So, I've been doing this for a while now.
Somebody said either he ADOS or he not. Well, I would say, let me say this as on the channel. I really care about that as far as this is my thing. If when we talk about the new world order, especially in that vein, you guys, the new world order is getting ready to affect the world. It's not called the United States order, right? It is
Mhm.
something that the world will be taking place in. So this will affect everybody. And if you are living in the United States of America, even if maybe you not ADOS, it still is going to affect them in the same manner. So I think that for me, let me be clear that when we're talking about issues that affect ADOS, we're talking about reparations, we're talking about things that are about us or for people to have an opinion or tell us how we should feel about reparations or how we feel about even the immigrants being here in that vein and how we should look at that, knowing that we're the ones that fought for all the civil rights, but then people come and shit on us, right? Or they put themselves in these boxes with us and benefit while we get nothing, right? Like even with the DEI situation. To me, that is different. But when we're talking about something that generally affects everybody, I'm definitely not like FBA. I'm not a immigrant hater. I'm not if you're not ADOS, I got an issue with you, even though, because you ain't ADOS, but you black. So for me, it just depends on the topics that we're speaking on, right? If I feel like they have the right to have some say or tell us how we should feel. So that's the only thing for me. But I mean, I don't have a problem with people from other places giving their perspective on the things that are going on, because especially when we're talking about politics, these things are affecting everybody. Even what Trump does here in America, being the country we are, there will be things felt in other countries from the decisions that are even made here. You know what I'm saying? So for me, that doesn't matter.
But Michi,
Hey, Michi, can I holler at you? Oh, my bad, bro. Go ahead. I didn't mean
Michi,
to cut you off. Go
one
ahead.
important thing, because I hear talk about the wars from World War I to World War II and the potential of the third war. You think it will be considered nuclear? Because a lot of people said it might be something else, but if they're gonna go with the one third and so-called alleged final war, it will be have something dramatic to really usher in everybody to say we got unite as one.
I
But if
think
it,
I don't think it'd be nuclear. I actually think it will be what's the word I want to see? I want to
yeah.
say it's not nuclear. I think that technology makes us vulnerable, kind of like you seen that movie Left Behind or something that
I haven't
had.
seen that movie. I haven't seen the movie. I have not.
Okay, so in the movie, you should watch it. It's a pretty good primer, preparing your mind for I think some of the things that are gonna happen. But in the movie, what happens is that America gets hit right with their technology. So like all of the systems that are regulating the planes and they're flying, all of the different stuff like that, they
Mhm.
hit all of our systems. So everything goes down. None of the internet works. The phones do not work. All of the I can't like the
Whoa.
aviation, the planes are falling out the sky. Ships are just coming up on the shore. So everything is locked down. Now we're taking even like our power plants, our water plants, everything that gives us what we need is going into a system of technology. So if a person can hack those systems and destroy those systems, they can hold America, at a standstill if
Mhm.
they have the ability to do that. And I think that that actually is a much easier thing to do, to hack into systems that run our country and take them over or stop them or shut them
Michi,
down than it is to come over and actually start some actual war, right? So I actually think
Mi-
the possibility of that type of a war where they shut us down and show how vulnerable we are, I think that is actually a real possibility.
Michi, can I holler at him real quick? Just
Mhm.
real quick, since cause you said way more than enough, way more. See, and I just want the brother to understand. Dog, do you understand what that sister just said to you? Because she literally just gave you the whole game, bro. And what I'm trying to really understand is why you don't understand, bro. She literally just gave you the game, literally. And this brother's like me, who kind of understand exactly what the fuck she just said. Like, do you get what she just said? As far as doing the work, I just want to. I'm wondering for the people in the back, for the people that's listening, because dog,
Well,
You
I
didn't
don't
get
think
what she
he
just
asked
said.
me a question of what I thought. I don't think it's a matter that he said he didn't get it. I think he's proposing the
But no,
question.
me,
I
you
don't think
just
it's
gave him
nothing wrong with his
everything.
question. I think he was proposing the question of, do you see a World War III coming, and will it be from a nuclear stance? They were actually discussing that in the news the other day about nuclear war. So I think that that's why he said
Right, right.
right. And so
But
I gave him
me,
my perspective, but you ain't
who was
let
the
him.
first people that got?
And think about
I'm
Michi.
sorry, I'm sorry.
These billionaires got bunkers.
They do.
And I'm
Hmm.
thinking, why would you need a bunker unless you're expecting, not now, because we know the time of day when it's going to happen, that we're going to be hit with those type of, objects that disintegrate cities. You get me? The movies talk about this. So I'm thinking, if this is not such a case, and I was thinking behind the people that got the money, say, if this is not so, why are you investing in these type of underground stuff?
Well, I think that whether it is a rather let me say this, whether it is like some radiation, nuclear, anything like that, I still think that people are at an advantage no matter what the cause is to have like underground bunkers to go, because what's going to happen is complete chaos, right? Somebody said an EMP. So if all the power is knocked out, if something is created underground and in a bunker, all of those things are going to be safe from EMPs, from everything else, right? Also, you're going to have your food supply. And one of the things I think that people do not give as much thought to in a time like that, when everything goes down, you can't call the police. You can't go to the grocery store. You can't just flick the switch and your lights come on. Let me tell you what happens. A bunch of mayhem. You're going to find a bunch of people scrounging to survive. They're going to kill, steal, and take from anybody that they can. And they're not going to allow anybody to stop them, because there will be nobody to stop them. So when you can go into an underground bunker, have food, electricity, and these things to survive for months, you get to stay away until the outside world destroys themselves. If that makes sense, then you could come out when everything is safe. So whether it's no matter what it causes, to be away from society when that happens, that's still the best thing to do. And you're right, I don't think all of these wealthy people have this and they're not preparing for something. Also, the government has these things. In Colorado, I said this in the last couple of panels we had, Colorado is a very military state, and they actually have a space for government officials, the president, and people like that. That it is a safe place that is built into the side of a mountain that you go in, it locks off, and nobody can come in there, and it has all the supplies they could ever need for forever. So the government actually has a space like that ready for them too. So yeah, I mean, I think that we should never think it's going to be one or the other. It could be a combination of things, and back to what you said in the beginning, with the New World Order, part of it becomes depopulation, right? And so in that
Yes, I'm aware of
depopulation,
that. I'm aware of
yeah,
that. I'm aware of that.
people got so how is that depopulation going to happen? Is it going to be something like things are going to get all messed up? We're going to have
Like
some type of war.
war
It's a
or
digital
anything.
war, a
Yeah.
civil war, or is it going to be another virus? Because the World Health
Hey,
Organization said,
Michi.
it's not a matter of if but when. So the thing is, something is coming. What I can't tell.
Yeah, we're never gonna know.
Hey,
And the
Michi,
funny
can I,
thing
can
about
I holler at you real quick? Because I swear
Nah, it
I have a
it looked like
theory. I
Michi.
don't know. I don't know if it's right. I don't know if it's right. But hey, Michi, let me get in your brain a little bit. Okay, because I feel like if you want to do uh population control, right?
Mhm.
Um, if you were to make or to try to push an agenda, right, to make everybody who to where they not procreating. Let's just say that because you know what I'm saying. But ain't nobody procreating. If you push that agenda, do you think that is a? Because for me, I'm looking at it and I'm saying that's kind of like population control, bro. Because if ain't nobody making no babies, you feel what I'm saying? Go ahead, Michi. I just want to see what you think about that.
No, I think you're absolutely correct. See, the thing is that people are born every day. You know how they say people die and niggas die every day. Be well, people are born every single day. So this is the thing. Once you depopulate and get rid of a certain portion of the population, the next step is always to control what population comes after that, so you don't find yourself in the same situation. I do believe that the LGBTQ movement is all a part of that. Now, let me say this. If there's anybody out there that's in the LGBTQ movement, much love to you. I don't have any problem with the lifestyle that people have. I know that there are many people that are in that community that rock with me and watch me. So it's not really against them, but the government actually took that movement and then co-opted it to turn it into something to their benefit. So if you ask a lot of people in that community, they will tell you they don't agree with what they're doing to children. They don't agree with putting this in the school. They don't agree with all of this, hormone blocking and stuff. Majority of them will tell you they don't agree with that either, right? But they've used it to push it into this way of the transgender movement and giving hormone blockers to children like never before in these public schools, and pushing onto these children, you could be what you want to be. So now these children are destroying their reproductive systems before they're even old enough to have children, and it stops them from ever reproducing. And I think that was a big part of their plan. And if you're not in that community or you don't keep updates on what's going on, you might not realize that. But if you stop and take a look, there are tons and tons of children who have gotten caught up in this movement, who have taken hormone blockers and have literally fucked up their ability when you're going through puberty. The hormone blockers stop you from fully going through puberty. Puberty in a boy's system is how he is able to then have sperm that creates children, and girls develop their ovaries, they have their menstruation, all the things that allow them to then reproduce. Well, those hormone blockers stops all of that, right? And so that's part of why they're doing that, because once you implement whatever they're going to implement to get rid of a big part of the population, then you want to be able to control the rest of what's left. And I don't know if you watched the show that I did the other day, but I brought it up. There is a facility that is being worked on. It will be open and available in a couple of years, but they have, this is a fact, they've cloned animals and they've cloned human beings. They've cloned a baby. Many years ago, they cloned the first baby.
CRISPR
right.
and stuff. Yeah.
Right. And so
they have that. Yeah, they have it.
So this facility, they say that you can come to them. You could be same sex. It doesn't matter. You probably don't have to even have to be a couple. You could be a single person. But basically, they can take your DNA and they can clone and make a baby from you or your partner, y'all DNA together. And the babies will be created and grow in an artificial womb. And then you come back and get it, like this AI facility that breeds babies. So that is how you then have population control, right? You depopulate and then you have to control what's left. So absolutely, that's a part of the plan. And I don't know if everybody else see it, but I fully see it. I
see it, and that will make sense because they said years ago a sustainable number, if they're going to take out so many people, is 500K. And I'm saying that's severe, because that means you got to nuke or get rid of like almost 96% of the population to get up to that. But you're not get that in like a decade. That's going to take decades on decades to lower the population from 8 billion to whatever they wanted to have accomplished. Do you agree?
Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
And I don't know if you saw the article, and I'm going to put it in the chat here. I don't know if you want to paste it in the chat, Michi. 30 to 35-year-old women are coming up with menopause right now.
See, that's
really.
That's gonna bring us to our next topic, but I think it's in the food and the stuff that they give us. Yeah.
Well, not only that, it's in the gym. The jab has a huge thing as well.
That too.
So, and I know you've discussed this before. The Deagle report. The Deagle report said in 2025, the population was going to go down and dwindle with everything. Now, the way that you're being looked at is. And if you've had this topic before, discussed it, is are the people who have been jabbed, are they considered human? So that could be a part of the population. Are they considered counted as human? That it could be a way to look at it. And or I have friends and I have who have lost family members. Like I can name off like 4 or 5 people who have lost 4 or 5 people within the last 2 months that they know. And if you expound on that, how many people is that dying over and over again? And 99% of them are all jabbed. So like
you got to understand, people don't know about the side effects. That's why people that rush and got it, which instead of this hold back and then take it, you're going to see the effects either that year when they start initiated or almost a decade after, because you're going to see the side effects now. Matter of fact, you're seeing now. If you've seen articles like this, those are the sole effects of getting that vaccine.
Yeah.
Because then I can tell you everything what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to augment your genetics.
Well,
So
that's why there's,
yeah,
and I don't know, and I'll get the articles as well and put them in the chat as well. But now you have Japan and Yale have both put out, and I think there's one other place that's all put out a fact, the articles about and studies about the VAIDS, vaccine-induced AIDS. Now that they're all acknowledging that that has been happening and what has occurred since people have gotten the jab. So I'll grab those articles as well and put them in the chat. But so just wanted to throw that out there because we were talking about, and there was a movie, The Children of Men, and I put that in there. And I don't know if anyone saw that movie before. But
that was a good movie. I saw it. I think that movie's now 20 years old. Let me check when that movie came out.
And it was about them, that they had one woman who was pregnant because no one else could get pregnant anymore. And also, if anyone knows about what was the Will Smith movie that everyone died?
I Am Legend.
I Am Legend. So, and I don't know if you guys know the premise of I Am Legend was the measles vaccine was augmented to become a cancer vaccine, and that's what kills everyone else. And what have they been pushing out right now is measles. So,
well, I think that's a good segue into the other conversation that I wanted to have. So I'll play. I'm going to read these super chats, but then I'm going to play what Robert Kennedy Jr. had to say, because he's talking about the food and how it's poisoning us. But it's not just the food. It is so many things. But even in the food, I don't think people realize everything that's in the food. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed that even starting like a while back, when they started pumping all the hormones and stuff inside of the chickens and the food and stuff, you see our kids today, the girls are developed, they 10 years old wearing, seed bras and all of this, because all of that stuff we eat goes into our bodies, right? And so when it comes to the food, it comes to the deodorant you put on, it's the toothbrush, the toothpaste you brushing your teeth with. It's like everything that around us is poisonous, and it's so very easy for them to just add something else, another ingredient to something, to implement certain things. So even when you bring up the menopause thing, when a woman goes through menopause, you can't have children anymore. So I always believe and agree that the government's not going to do something just one way, right? Because that movement with the LGBTQ of giving children hormone blockers when they're young so they can't reproduce, that's not going to be enough, because everybody's not going to fall under that category, right? But if you start putting things in vaccinations, if you start putting things in certain food, you spraying it in the sky, whatever it is, then you take care of other forms of that. Because again, if a woman goes through menopause, that means she can't have children. And 35, regardless of what anybody said, I know we got a bunch of people out here talking about you done hit the wall if you're a certain age. I will tell you that I come from the era that I know women who have had babies in their 50s. Like, it's not normal to act like once a woman is 30, she can't have children no more. Menopause used to not hit women till they were 50, 60 years old, meaning we could have babies up until that time, So yeah, I think all of that works in tandem together. It's not just one thing, it's many. So let's see. We got somebody else up here. Let me read these super chats, and then I'm gonna play this video. Let's see what Robert Kennedy Jr. has to say. Shout out to Chris again. He says, I don't understand why people should delete they self. Is that what you meant? They should delete themselves because society is changing. So should they perish and go to heaven? Well, I don't know if they go to heaven. I don't think people die and be up in heaven. I don't think it's a heaven. I don't. I was talking to some passed away loved ones the other night. They wasn't in heaven. They was right here with me. So I don't know. Diane,
I just want to tell you, I've been dropping this stuff in this chat here. So just
okay. I did put the link in the chat, you guys, for the article about menopause, and I will drop the other links in 1 second while we watch this video. Diane, thank you for the super chat. Says, this is what came in my vision March 7th. Tor Air 10, look it up. I don't know what that is. I guess that's why she said, look it up. Shout out to Chris again. Says, why do we need the job when they got Amtrak's? I know we haven't forgot about the anthrax that keep people from going to the mailbox. Well, they always got something, Chris. It's always something they can implement. If it ain't one thing, it's another. But that's the thing. Once you figure out what they're doing, they don't ever stick with the same thing they did. They just gonna come along and do something else. They don't ever stick with the same thing. You never know what the new thing on the horizon is about to be. So y'all, I'm gonna play this clip of what Robert Kennedy Jr. had to say. I think that you guys have brought up some great stuff. Let me ask Chairman that was here and Raw motherfucking whatever the rest of y'all, I can't see the whole name. Did y'all, before I play this clip and get into the topic of, you know, poisoning and what they're doing to us and the foods and all that stuff, did you want to add anything to this conversation? That
Oh, most definitely. What's up, me?
Go ahead. Okay.
I'm back. It's raw talk.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me make something clear about the New World Order. There's different systems they produce and they implement, and it's been implemented since Bush Senior. He's the one who really initiated and kickstarted it faster than what it was. But what it is, it's like it's also a test to see who's the smartest out of the population. So they go off of survival of the fittest. In order to be the fittest to survive, you must know the tricks and evade the tricks. You know what I'm saying? You have to survive. That's what their mentality is. The best shall survive and the weak shall perish. That's in their documents. And if you fall for their whatever schemes or whatever population they control, they view you as weak. So you must die. You must go. That's in their books. That's in their teachings. So when people get coerced by fear and they fear loss of job, they fear, this is why they take these jabs and all that, because they fear. If you don't fear, you'll truly see the BS. Like my immediate friend, my kids, none of us got that jab because I told them straight off, it's BS. I know this from years of watching and understanding and learning these people, you know, and to have fear, I have no fear of loss except for my family members. That's it. I don't care about a job. I lose a job, oh well, I can get money elsewhere. You know what I mean? That you got to release that. Black folks have been preyed upon through fear. And that's the main thing that holds us back from doing what we must do. It's fear. You know, you can say, hey, but you know, I need this to survive. You can always survive as long as you have an understanding with your family. And that's where the true meaning of get on code is with your family. Your immediate family. First, you start by reconciling and healing within your family. Get all that bullshit out the way, whatever hatred or whatever misunderstandings. Sit down with your family and remember, this is us. This is our bloodline. This is our family. This is what's supposed to be tight. Then you could survive anything. You could break it down. You look at all these other communities, that's what they truly had to survive. Their family. We talk about the illegals coming into this country. They do it because of family. They build families. You know how they get in? It's not really they get trafficked in, but they have family members on the other end that can house them.
Yeah.
That's their main thing. They don't really care about what you perceive of them, what they have or what they don't have. But one thing they know they do have is family. And that's how they get through. You understand what I'm saying? So when you do that and you understand how these systems are implemented, as long as you got family and the understanding and y'all on agreements and one accord, y'all can pass through anything. And if you look at these rich oligarchs, what do they all have in common? Large families. Why they pushing that, oh, don't have these many kids. They're having as much kids as possible. Many kids. Look at Elon on his 14th. He's actually going for 100. Off top, look at these oil barons over in the Middle East. They got hundreds of kids because that's your true wealth. That's the real secret. Everybody think dollar, the money. No, your bloodline, your family. That's the true wealth. That's the power.
What would you say to people though? I mean, if you say that to people, then what about the people who be like, well, dang, I don't really have no family. I'm not close to my family, or I don't come from a large family. What would you say then to those people?
Well, if you have close friends and confidants that you trust in, you get to know them more, and then you immerse yourself into that family.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
I agree. I agree. That's what I wanted to hear from you for the people to kind of say, because I have found in my life, somebody said find your tribe. I found in my life, I'm pretty much a loner from my family. Now, don't get me wrong. If shit hit the fan and they need me, I'll be there. Like my brother's getting married soon, and he like, you gonna come to my wedding? But I ain't talking to my brother in like 3 years. But he called me to let me know he's getting married. But we love each other, ain't no problem.
No doubt.
I'm just not close like that. But I will say for people who don't. And some people are not cool with their family. Their family are some assholes and they put them through the most. But I would say find your tribe then. And I still think that agrees to what you're saying. But to give hope to those who are like, well, I ain't got no family. Like you can choose your family. I think sometimes you meet people in life who are the best sister your mother and father never gave to you, and she wasn't born into your family, but this is your sister. And you can meet brothers and men that treat you like their uncles, and and people that will look over you and love you. And so I think that's the dope thing about life too. You do not have to be stuck with the people you were birthed here with, and you can find those and create a family and a group for yourself. And that's what I suggest for people who don't have that. Because I agree with you, sticking together, having a foundation of other people is important, especially when the shit begins to hit the fan. You don't want to be alone.
Exactly. And then to add on, I see people in the chat saying, well, Elon can afford those kids. Remember, our great grandparents and our grandparents had big families, and they made do. And how they made do, they relied on each other. So okay, if we're going to the illegals or we're going to the foreigners, what they would do, I've seen it. I'm over here in Plainfield, New Jersey. They have their own vans where they take all the women to do laundry together. They go shopping together. They buy big for the whole family. So everybody eats and they can afford it. They have their scam with where they're using the resources of the government. Yeah, because they're hustling. But for the family.
Hey, hold up. Hey, you know Jack from Plainfield?
Huh?
You know Jack from Plainfield with Open?
No, I don't know Jack from Plainfield from with Open. No.
From Open. Oh, okay. Nah, because from my perspective, I don't trust these people at all. We shouldn't trust this government. We shouldn't trust these people at all. We should be organizing to build our own institutions. And period. There's nothing else that's added to that. And if we're not doing that, then we just jerking wreck. We just talking. We just bumping gums on social media. I don't trust their food. I don't trust their job. I don't trust nothing that they push out. That's why we build our own institutions. We have our own after-school programs. We have our own food programs. We helping people with housing in the community. I asked you about Jack from Plainfield because he's a Black Panther and he's doing work out in Plainfield. He's doing work out in Plainfield with us in North New Jersey. And we're dealing with all this. Yeah, we're dealing with all these Black politicians, all these intellectuals in our communities that are just leading us to death. They're leading us into the lion's den.
Indeed.
And my thing is, I don't hear enough about us organizing with each other to build these institutions for us to survive. Because most people don't know shit. They don't have no family. They've been educated by the system to be fucking idiots. They're dumb as fuck. They don't know if they're coming or going. And if we don't put things in the communities to serve these people, to serve our people, to help them understand who they are, we just talking in circles. Because I don't have money to go build a motherfucking bunker. I don't have money to go build stuff for me to be able to survive when these sons of bitches do what they do. But if we collectively organize together and pull our resources together, we can have these places to go. We can work on these things. And most of the time, that's not what I hear. I hear people talking about what's going on, but never nothing that we're going to do. And I don't want to hear no fucking electoral politics. Anybody start talking about voting, becoming a congressman, a fucking mayor, I'll smack the shit out of them. I'm tired of that shit. I don't want to hear that shit no more. We need to build our own institutions, period. And that's where I'm coming. I had to say that real quick because I've been holding on, but I got to go. I got to get off real quick because I got to go inside the store. When I come back out, I'll try to join back in. But I got to get off real quick.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Word.
Good evening, panel.
Good evening. I just want to add on to the brother right quick. I mean, I understand where he's coming from, but at the same time, not trusting their food and all that, we had no choice because they run it all. They own it all. We don't have We don't have fields of rice. We don't have fields of grains. We don't own it. There's some of us in pockets that, like I know down in Georgia, some in California, they trying to do their own thing. Even in Colorado, they're trying to do their own thing, and they're getting met with a lot of hostility behind that.
Can
But
I speak to that?
yeah. Once I
I'm
finish
a
my
brother. Go
my
ahead.
point
No,
is
go ahead.
that you got to heal within your family first. That's my main point. You heal once you heal that, then you could begin to build your family up to build with other families. And and sometimes, yeah, our people. The harsh truth is, some of us is gonna have to go because yeah, some of us are hindering the progress. And I'm talking about the gatekeepers. I'm talking about those boule people. They gotta go because they're the main detriment to progression of black folks. If we're talking specifically black folks, okay, we look up to them. We gave them power, and they did nothing but squander it and used it for their own wealth. And I'm talking about most political leaders. I don't care if you're talking about FOI. I don't care if you're talking about anywhere else. I'm being straight up. These people have done nothing specifically for black people in the major way. They used it for their own fame, their own fortune. It's time to take back the power, but first build your family up so you can be powerful and move like that with other families that's building. That's all on that topic. But I'll
Can,
yield, brother.
can I speak to that? Can I speak to that family component?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, panel. Good evening, Michi. I'm a big follower. I'm a huge fan. I think you're the greatest thing since sliced bread, baby.
Thank you.
But to speak to the brother's point about family, 6 years ago I moved from New Jersey in Newark. Was born in North Carolina. I moved back to North Carolina. When I moved back with a specific goal in mind, and that was to build a homestead farm for my entire family to live on and to monetize. So, what I was able to acquire with the help of my mom, my mother in law, my brother in law, my wife, we all got together and we said, what is it that we're doing with our money? And we all could collectively said, we're all paying mortgages. We're all paying car insurance. We're all paying for all the necessities of life. And we're bringing in this money and individually we're handing it back. So we collectively bought 42 acres of land, which had 3 houses on it. There was an old farmer and his sons that were selling it. They initially tried to get close to $500,000 for it. I was able to acquire it for around 300,000. That property now has ballooned up to over $600,000 in value. It has an apple orchard, pear trees, peach trees, plum trees. These people were farmers and they owned orchards. So I bought all of it. We bought the whole thing. My mother lives right next to me and we live communally. Everything is paid for. There's no mortgage on anything. I registered it as a farm. It's I also have about 31, 32 acres of timber. So I registered it with the forestry department in North Carolina. So now I'm in the forestry plan, which abates my tax down to like $1,500 a year. All I have to do is cut that timber, sell it, replant, and harvest again in another 8 to 10 years. So that keeps my tax burden down to almost nothing. So we have to start to do, we often talk about what grandma and grandpa did and how we made do. Those people actually used their own skills to survive. They didn't use systems to survive. I have right now a small flock of chickens, which is basically about 500. And my eggs alone now support my lifestyle. How did I know eggs were going to be a thing? Well, eggs are the number one source of vitamin D. What did they say was going to fight this thing they called COVID-19? Vitamin D. People needed to get sunlight. Second to sunlight is the egg. Now, black folks, we don't absorb sunlight well because we have melanin, but we absorb eggs very well. So now all of a sudden, there's a shortage of eggs worldwide. Well, why? Because they're going to try to run this COVID-19 thing past you again with a new variant, and there's going to be less eggs available. People don't even realize that that was really what was helping them in their recovery from this COVID-19 thing. Because your egg consumption, the average person eats 300-400 eggs a year. And it was fighting. Everybody's taking all these other supplements and they're still eating their breakfast like always. Well, that breakfast was really what was doing it.
And somebody in the chat, there's no shortage of eggs. They lying to us, huh, Jay and Banko?
They have the videos on TikTok.
Because the New York Times just ran an article on how two of the biggest egg manufacturers are purposely culling their birds. There's no shortage. It's control.
Yeah.
They're driving the population of the birds down so that they can drive the price up. As someone who has chickens, it takes you 6 to 8 months before a bird starts to lay. So if you lose 1 million eggs a day times 6 months, that's a backlog that you can't recover from. So now they basically set the new egg price at basically a high level that's never going to go back down. Because even if you hatch all those birds, you still got a 70 million egg hole that you're trying to fill. So you look at like Cargill produces all the eggs for McDonald's, right? They give McDonald's all their eggs for Egg McMuffins. The Egg McMuffin is getting ready to go through the roof.
Well, a brother in the chat, or it might be a sister, I don't know. I believe it's a brother. Alton says, yeah, man, in Harlem, eggs is almost $20 a dozen. Is that true?
That is absolutely true.
For real?
And that's going to be
going to the wrong store. I don't understand that.
Well, I did see something on the news and some on the YouTube where it's like, I guess bodegas out there, whatever, that make breakfast sandwiches, that they were saying they were trying to find an alternative so they didn't have to raise the price on their breakfast sandwiches because it was so high. But they didn't say how much they was. Now, New York and stuff out there is already high as it is. So, but dang, $20.
But
the national average right now is about for commercially grown eggs inside of egg farms is around $6 to $8 a dozen. Now, when you start talking about pasture raised eggs, the eggs that actually have nutrition in them, you're looking anywhere. If you look at like pasture farms or any of those places, like even they have some in Walmart now. Mm-hmm. In the like black packaging, those eggs are $10 a dozen.
Yeah.
Somebody said they 12. They said you was lying. It's the New York. They did. Okay. Somebody else said 12. Okay. We got a couple people said they 12. So they said it ain't 20. That bodega you going to that's charging you 20, they trying to play you.
Yeah.
You're
gonna have gouging.
I need him to go in that store tomorrow and knock all they shit off the shelf because they fucking with you.
Well, see, they know you live in they know you are living. You know you're living in a food desert. They price gouging you. So,
they price gouging
you know they did this though 3 years ago in the UK first, right? There was
yes, they did
in the UK. So
yes,
they
did.
Tested it out there first.
Yep.
And then they brought it here, and it's underneath the same premise of quote unquote bird flu and also the crap that they're selling you the cull and all sorts of stuff that they're doing. And the farmers in the UK were pitching a fit because they were sitting there saying, you're telling us to do all this, because they even have farmers now who are actually moving their chickens to another, the ones that are quote unquote affected. And it's what they use the PCR test, which is a bunch of bullshit anyway, but they're separating the birds. And they even, what is it? E. coli? No, ecologists, they'll tell you, I think it's
Yeah,
ecologists, but the ones that are,
yeah,
they'll tell you need to have the birds, just like with any other thing, you need to have them go through it. So then there would be herd immunity, because after they get it, they'll become immune, right? So that's the only way to get rid of it, because if you keep killing them off, no one's ever going to have the virus at all, and it'll constantly keep
exactly,
popping up. But if you,
exactly.
it's like, everything's ass backwards when it comes to science right now, because it's like, what, who is the science now? Who,
It's not really ass backwards. That's just what they telling everybody else. I mean, wow, I guess we're on that topic. I first want to say shout out to my tribe is in the house, all of the Malakayans in the house. So I want to say this and take it back to when everybody was saying about, their family or finding their tribe. I am definitely a person that comes from a household of 9 children. I am the oldest girl of my mother's children. And I got a lot of aunties and uncles. My grandmother actually has about 11 siblings herself. And so I come from a very big family, but I'm also very much a loner, that I do my own thing. And so I just want to say shout out to my tribe, because I have a family, but it's not necessarily the family that I was born into. And that's my family. So shout out to everybody from the Malachian tribe that is in here. A group of like-minded people, and I love it, because we got smart brothers, we got smart sisters, we building, and we have land. And as that builds up, it makes me feel good, because I know that I have somewhere I can go and build my home, in a place that I can be, where I'm not alone. And there are people with skills that are building gardens. You got men that are doing stuff. We have our own, security, or police, as you would call them. And so we're gonna be ready, and whenever the shit hit the fan, I don't have to be alone. So I love that, because even though I have a big family, that is not something I could build with my family. Because I know some other people in the chat was like saying they got family that's religious. Like, my family don't even understand the severity of the things that are coming. So it's great to be with a group of like-minded people, knowing that when the shit hit the fan, I ain't got to convince a bunch of people just because we related by blood for them to understand how we got to build. So shout out to my tribe that's in the house. I wanted to throw this out there, though, you guys, since we talking about science and stuff. Have y'all noticed, right, that right now the bird flu is everywhere in your mama and your granddaddy and your cousin in them face, but it's nowhere on the news? Now, I want to be clear that Trump said the CDC need to shut the hell up. Now, this is the one thing that I want to point out, and y'all tell me what y'all think. Now, the bird flu, there was a scientist and doctors that said, like with the vaccination, they came forward and said there's a bunch of bullshit. Well, there were already some that came forward and said the bird flu only gets to other animals and humans who are around these birds. It does not jump from human to human. Okay. If that does happen, y'all excuse me. I'm muting people's mics because I don't know who got all that noise going on in the background. But it's a noise. So I'm just muting everybody's mic for a moment. But they said that bird flu does not jump from human to human. And if you begin to see that it jumps from human to human, and they're telling you that that's what it's doing, that is not actually the bird flu. That is something that they have mutated themselves and started giving out to people, because that's not how this works. Now, this is what they started stating. And the next thing you know, 2 months down the road, now they claim that the bird flu is everywhere. One thing that I find interesting, and when I say claim, there are schools in cities that have actually been closed and they've sent the kids home. This has been on the news. So some of these schools have closed down, just like during COVID, which is crazy to me, because until COVID happened, did y'all notice how that was never the norm? Like, we didn't shut down whole schools just because a bunch of kids was sick. I would show up at school, and if it was flu season, dang, a lot of kids got a cold. It would be a lot of kids missing from school, but we didn't close down schools. Now, since COVID came, they use that as a norm now. Oh, just close the whole fucking school. So several schools have closed down and sent kids home for a little bit. 2 young ladies died from the bird flu that go to the same school. 2 girls in the same school ended up passing away from having the bird flu. They're saying that that people dying from bird flu is a much higher rate than what we have seen before, that this is something we should be aware of. Then they're crying about the measles, claiming that people have a bunch of measles. Some people came over here with some measles from the airport. So have you noticed, though, that since Trump told the CDC to shut the hell up and they're not allowed to, we don't give a fuck about them, he did some executive order against them. And do you notice that because the CDC is not involved like they were with COVID, there's not a bunch of fear mongering going on? So even though the bird flu is happening right now, even though people have the measles, have you noticed that it's not the main thing being told to us? So I just want you to know, from where I sit, because it's not in the news. And if you're not living by it, you're not scared of it. But imagine if that shit was all over the news everywhere, making you think, oh my God, we all about to die again. Do you know what they could do with that type of fear mongering to put us in those conditions? But because it's not being talked about like the main thing, because he has shut the CDC the fuck up, you find that if you're not in a district that this is happening, most of y'all don't even know that this is going on. So I just want y'all to realize how like fear mongering works, how the media works, how they condition everybody, how they push all of this shit out to everybody and make it seem like it's worse than what it is. I will also throw this, and then I'm gonna let y'all chime in on this. But when we was growing up, people had the measles. You just stay your ass at home. You might have a slight fever and your ass be polka dotted red, but it wasn't killing you. So why we acting like it kill everybody right now? So I just think that those are very interesting things. What I just said is definitely going on. But if it's not going on in your neighborhood, most of y'all don't even know about it. And that's because the media has not been fear mongering you, nor the CDC, because they've been told to shut the hell up. So I want y'all to see how powerful that fear mongering is. So I don't know. Y'all tell me, have y'all heard about the bird flu? Is it going on in your neighborhood? Have you heard about the school closings and the people that are sick? Or you just been living your life every day and ain't heard nothing about it?
I heard about it in the news when they brought it out about I can't remember if it was the Biden administration. I think it might have been the Biden administration who actually gave the funds to who was it? Who was it? Pfizer to come out with a new vaccine, mRNA technology vaccine for the bird flu. So that is something that's going to be coming out. I don't know. Maybe Trump might have been saying, "Be quiet, shut up," because he don't want anybody to know about that. That's one. Besides the economy, and the second thing is, I live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and when it comes to the measles, I mean, yeah, people are going to get measles because for the most part, we're actually being vaccinated with measles since we were children. And that's one thing people don't understand, especially with that MMR vaccine, very, very dangerous vaccine where people are getting autism and things like that. So, yeah, that's very toxic vaccine. So, yeah, measles is no joke.
About casino though, so let me ask you. When Trump first got in office, he severed our ties to belong to join in with the World Health Organization, so we're no longer a part of them. Which I don't think is a bad thing. We're not the only place that has removed ourselves from them. And remember, they was trying to get that treaty that if a medical issue arises like COVID, that they could then demand what we all need to do, and we need to follow their regulations. They take our sovereign right away in those situations. So I wasn't mad about him removing from them, but everybody was like, oh, I did see a couple news stories and they was like, oh, Trump is not allowing the CDC to report and do their job, and he's doing all of that with them too, and it's people out here getting sick. But my thing is that without the news telling this like it's the top story, how many people are living your life and you're not even thinking a word about this bird flu? Versus like when COVID was out there, it was everywhere. So whether you was experiencing it or seeing it in your community, you were still scared like it was at your doorstep. So I just find it real interesting that when you don't have these organizations that push all of this information to make people be scared. And again, measles ain't killing nobody. And if it is, that ain't measles, baby. We need to have another conversation.
I was never scared. But check this out. Trump actually in on the front end closed down, our negotiations or wherever ties were supposedly had with WHO. But on the back end, he gave millions, dished out millions to Bill Gates Foundation, Gavi. So at the end of the day, that was just nothing but a front. I don't trust that man as far as I can throw him.
I think that two things can be, true at the same time. Again, we have to think that just because everybody that deals with Bill Gates, because we see him a certain way that he is, that everybody that works with him or sees him thinks that he's this, evil entity. Some people, think that this is conspiracy theory and maybe his vaccinations are not about, eliminating people. So, again, you have people in high places who have friends. Maybe that's his friend, so he's doing them a favor. That happens all the time everywhere. So
oh yeah, hit his friend and
so I don't know. I just think it's interesting the difference in it. When everything goes wrong, the CDC has a big part in what's announced on the news and how we should prepare. The CDC was able to report, what y'all will find is the news is what would be reporting. The bird flu is on the rise. People are passing away. Schools have been closing down, and then they would have these stipulations, and they would tell you, we suggest that you stay this many feet away from people. We suggest you stay away from animals. You do this, you do that. We suggest that everybody go and get the flu shot. Then they would have had these recommendations that push people into doing stuff. You don't see that because of what he put in place. So I just think it's interesting. I think it's interesting to see the effect that it's had on society when you watch the CDC report all of these things when there's something going on versus when the CDC is not allowed to do that. There's a big difference. There's because if the CDC was reporting left and right, y'all be running around here talking about COVID back. Y'all would be losing y'all mind if they were reporting all of this shit that's going on right now. Like 2 kids died at school from the bird flu. Everybody in that district is scared. You're not if you don't live there. But the local news that reported that, and everybody who sends their kids to that school, they scared to the motherfucker because 2 kids just died from the flu.
Now,
It's
you could say they died from the bird flu, but did they really die from that or salmonella? Because we all know the damn school foods are poisonous at some point when they have stuff in reserve for so long. Now they bring out
is one of the schools where they were reporting that the bird flu was on the rise and that a lot of kids were getting sick from it at school. So they weren't the only 2 that had it. It was just 2 deaths within that jurisdiction that have happened, and it was 2 kids that went to the same school. They might have passed away while they was at home or something, but the bird flu was on the rise in that place. I should go look up the the video.
That could be the cover up for the school system and their poor nutritional vendors, because you get a lot of bad food that goes through all these school systems, and kids get sick and they go home because they ate something at school. You know what I mean? So they use the bird flu as a good cover to say, hey,
I think the bird flu that's out there, I think that it actually is something that they're giving to people because they said that the mortality rate is higher. Though it was 2 kids that passed away in the same school, but they're not the only people who have gotten sick and have almost passed away from it. And if y'all remember back when the drones were flying around, they was already trying to set us up to make us scared because they called a state of emergency, was it in California before the fires, because they said that they had so many cases of humans coming in with the bird flu. So it's not just in that district, and where they shut down the schools is not in the same place where the girls got it. So whatever's going around is going around everywhere. So, not everywhere, just in them places. Because where I live, I ain't heard shit about it.
The reality is they're pushing this stuff on us because at the end of the day, they want to depopulate. This is mainly the World Economic Forum, companies like APAC, or so say associations like APAC, things like that. They want to push these vaccines out so that everybody can take them, and they're designed to actually kill you, specifically with the new mRNA technology. So when you hear these stories about people dying, more than likely it's from the doctors practicing iatrogenics, which is doctor-induced deaths. Now, when you look at a situation like COVID, many of these doctors were giving people remdesivir along with putting them on a ventilation machine, which was actually burning their lungs out and killing them. Very, very toxic stuff with remdesivir. So that's the reason why they can say, oh, well, they died of this, they died from that, because they're the ones pushing that on purpose to push out these vaccines. And that's not true. And these people are actually getting incentivized to actually put out these false narratives. And many people are dying from it because they trust these doctors, because they believe that that's the end all be all from what these doctors say.
True. And
actually, that's the 3rd leading cause of death is misdiagnosis from doctors. Just throwing out there.
And remember, I think is a good thing to point out. Pharmaceutical companies, they pay the doctors. They pay the doctors millions of dollars. The pharmaceutical.
The health insurance companies collaborate with the pharmaceutical companies, and doctors actually get kickbacks and get more money if they give their patients medication, if they can get them on treatment and things of that nature. Shoot, it's the doctor who just got brought up on charges, and he was telling his patients they had cancer when they did not. So he could give them treatment just so he could receive the kickback from giving all of that medication and that treatment to them. So doctors do get incentives for patients that they can put on medication because they're in cahoots with the pharmaceutical company. You would think that health insurance companies would give you a bonus if you could have healthy patients that didn't need medication and all those things. And the crazy thing is, through most of your health insurance, your doctor can write you a script. You can get your monthly fees to a gym paid, but they don't tell you that. Like, your doctor should be able to come to you and say, hey, look, I need you. You got a little high blood pressure, high cholesterol. I need you to go lose 20 pounds, and I'm going to write you a script to the nearest Planet Fitness, and your insurance company will pay for that. They pay for that, but nobody will tell you that. Some of these insurance companies will pay for healthier food for you to go get some more fruits and vegetables at the store, but everybody think they only pay for scripts. But most doctors will never tell you that because they get a big ass bonus for everybody they can put on some medication, which doesn't make sense because you would think that the medical insurance companies will want to fork out as least the money as possible. And a healthy patient is a person who doesn't spend that much money at the doctor nor on medication. But they don't want you healthy. They don't. So yeah, it's a whole game of all of that that they play. But yeah, a doctor just got brought up on charges. It was like 30 people. Imagine that shit. You go to now that's diabolical. It's one thing for you to be sick and then the doctor to give you a prescription versus giving you a healthier lifestyle alternative. But when you tell 30 people they got cancer, and I don't mean to be laughing because it ain't even funny, it's fucked up. But how you tell 30 people you got cancer and be lying and made them go through chemotherapy and everything? What kind of shit is that?
To the lady in the comments, Joanna Bush or whatever your name is, I'm not lying about Trump giving Bill Gates Gavi money. That's actually true. You can look it up for yourself. I'm not going to sit on the panel and lie to you guys.
Oh, I don't know what somebody said. Bill Gates Foundation was linked up with the U.S. aid, which is part of why Trump took their funding. Bill Gates said last week publicly that Trump's decision will kill millions of people worldwide. I don't know. I ain't hear about that. I told you Trump been doing so much since he been in office. I can't keep up. And I say this jokingly, but I'm serious. Do y'all feel like I feel like Trump has been how long has he been the president? Like 30 days? It ain't even 60 days. How nigga been the president? Because it feels like he been the president already halfway through his term. Like 2 years done went by. He done so damn much. But he only been the president for like 5 minutes. But on some real shit, it feel like he been the president for 2 years. Because every damn day is something else. I can't keep up with the shit.
Yeah, and that's part of the plan, like to push so much stuff out there, so you'll be twisted and turning and not understanding what the real game is. They're not trying to. They're going to collapse the economy so those same rich people can buy it up after it reaches an all-time low in the stock markets.
Well, let me say that when you say so the rich people can buy it up, I do want to be clear though that this is the opportunity. A lot of people who have money and gain wealth, they don't bust their ass to earn that wealth, right? Okay. So they take advantage of things of this nature. And all I want to say is that, the stock market dropping, just like Trump said in the video I played the other day, right? On Thursday, he said, look, this is an opportunity for everybody. So if you're interested in the stock market, do not just go and start willy-nilly buying shit, but you can also get you investor. TD Ameritrade is one of the companies. It's like $35 a month that you can have an investor. You talk to them, you tell them what your goals is you're trying to save up for a house, you want a long-term investment, what it is you want, and you tell them how much you can invest at this time, how much you're going to invest every month. And because they know what they're doing, they go in and invest in the right things. But this is an opportunity. Let me say this, because we're going to be like, the rich people going to go all buy it up, but there's no rule that says your ass can't go buy some up.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of misdirection, but you got to see the plan. The plan, even with crypto, the plan is to bring that to the stock market. Once that hit the stock market, it's going to go crazy.
And I'm happy for all the Black people who got into crypto,
Yeah,
because a lot of Black people did, because they was like, oh, this, and then I know y'all got told like, oh, this ain't going nowhere, and oh man, but then it did. How many of y'all thought y'all got scammed out of that Bitcoin, boy? But Bitcoin blew up, and some of y'all niggas was drinking Moet, like, yeah.
And XRP and XLM is going to be the next short shot. But
and I think Trump actually brought up XRP. Isn't that one he named? That's how you know that's the one you ought to go get.
It's like it's through a company called Ripple, and they're dealing with the exchange rates with when you're dealing in transfer of money. That's what their primary thing is, to do it worldwide, globally, and to transfer all types of funds electronically. So if you invest in a company that's trying to get a solid foothold in something, and the government is backing them on it,
that's always a sign. Well, see, this is the thing. Crypto, now that doesn't mean don't do your research on that either, just run out. But Trump specifically named certain cryptocurrencies. He named them, right? So I would definitely go and be interested in some of those. But I will say this, digital currency, because the government is speaking of it. Again, I'm going to make my point with that again, that Trump's job, right? Because I had somebody come here and tell me I was a MAGA chick. Yeah, the people be getting so upset. Do anybody want to come here and tell me how I support MAGA so much? Like, it is funny because they said that on my video on Thursday, but they obviously got their panties in a bunch for they listen to the whole show, because I'm going to go back to what I said at the end. I don't know if Trump is doing this on purpose or if he's being used. Understand that the government and the CIA is very, very slick at understanding a person's personality and using people in a way that they don't feel they're being used, that they're just being themselves. I don't know if that makes any sense to y'all, but for those of y'all that know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. If you understand how the CIA and mind control and MK Ultra and all them things work and what their plans were, if you've ever read all of the paperwork, right? And so I don't know if Trump knows that he's doing this, or if Trump is being used based off of being the perfect candidate for it, right? But what's happening is we have been awakened to how shitty our government is. There was some of us have always known this. Some of us really was blind to the fact, but then social media came into play and it has opened so many people's eyes. And it is clear that the American people have an ought with the American government. We do not see them as our saving grace. We do see them as the enemy. And that's for all Americans, not just Black people, right? Yep. So what better to do than to usher in a president who is going to look like he is beating down the very government that has been beating down on you. I'm going to shut down the CIA. I'm going to revamp the FBI. Damn this Department of Education. It's all going away, right? He ain't here slapping everybody left and right. Some of us love watching it because our thing is he seems like he's tearing the government down and he is going against these entities that we've always had an issue with. But be mindful. You cannot have the new world order without destroying the systems that exist right now. That is Trump's job, whether he knows it or not. Now, how many of us as Black people have always said that we do not vote because all national votes are, elections are rigged, they not real, and they're going to do what they want to do. So what the fuck make you think that it changed when Trump got in the White House? You think it wasn't rigged, that the whole map was red? You don't think that it was rigged, that Kamala was one of the worst fucking campaigns we've ever seen run? You really thought Kamala was going to beat him? They gave us that weak-ass candidate to go against him on purpose. That was one of the most sorriest campaigns I've ever seen run. It was obvious she was going to lose, and some people were so conditioned, y'all still wanted to cheer her on like she was a really good candidate. She wasn't. She babbled on. Half the time she talked like somebody drunk-ass auntie. She said the dumbest shit. She never answered any question. Her answer to everything was, well, Trump. What about Trump? She never answered nothing, okay? She literally tried to lie about things. We could play clips and see that you actually said it, but now you didn't say it. So all she did was throw concerts and bring some of the most degrading artists to shake their ass and say things at these places. Like, it was actually a disgrace to us. If y'all want to be honest about the situation, okay? Let's be honest. So to me, that was all a setup. I think Trump is the president because he's supposed to be the president right now. I think that since the last term, he's had people in his ear. They have talked to him. They made sure they position him and put his mind. They know he's arrogant. Tell this motherfucker he got the power. Y'all go in there and tell him, you know, you could executive orders, my nigga. You could sign away all of this shit. Yes, you can. He's like, really? I can? And he got a big ass head. So he's like, oh, I'm signing executive orders every single day, every day. And they're like, yeah, none of these other presidents do that shit. Show them you different, Trump. And he bought it. So now he in there acting a fool. But what Trump is really doing, he is tearing down the government that you know it as so that they can implement the new government, which is going to be the new world order. Trump is the president that is taking down a Department of Education. You do not need the Department of Education when it comes to AI, if you know where we're going. We don't need, schooling is about being a worker. AI will be taking all your jobs. We don't need you to go to college or go to school anymore because we don't need you to be a worker. We don't need you to do that. Right? We don't need you to get this education. When he talks about bringing down the FBI, the CIA, you do know that policing is going to be done. You don't need the CIA. You know why? Because algorithms read the way you breathe, the way you talk, the way you move. That shit can control your mind better than anything else. Your damn phone knows when you snoring, when you put it down, where you walk, when you taking a piss, who house you go to, who you cheating on with your wife, because they saw your ass drive there 6 times this week and it's only 7 days in a week. Goddamn, you might as well just get a divorce. It knows everything about you that you don't want nobody to know. It knows you better than you know yourself. It knows your algorithm as a human being. And so it can predict your thoughts. It can predict what you will do. And then it can put shit right in front of you that says, if we just feed them this, it will actually make them do what we want them to do, because we have this person pegged down to a algorithm. They don't need the CIA no more, if you know what the CIA do. So they're getting rid of all of these systems. They're letting Trump tear them down so that we can all think that he's destroying the government. But you can't implement new government, new ways of doing things, new world order without tearing down the other ones. So they're going to let you think that this is what Trump is doing. Trump is the president that mentioned cryptocurrency. Yeah, I know we are happy if we invested, but didn't we already talk about the fact that the new world order comes with a cashless society? Yep. So that means we won't be using cash anymore. What the fuck y'all think that means? So digital currency is part of the new world order.
Yep.
Obama is the president that ushered in LGBTQ. Trump is the president that is ushering in the new world order. I don't know how the fuck y'all don't see it.
Facts. And then always realize this. Every president has been a part of the same club. And we all know who that club is the Masonic Order. Okay? These guys rule the world. They're colorless. It's everybody. Putin's in on it. Zelensky's one. All of them. It's all a big con to keep power. That's how they control people, through power and fear. So as long as they have that, they got the world. As long as they put fear. That's why they're having these nuclear. They're not going to do anything nuclear on a grand scale, because that'll kill their power. They love power more than they love destruction. You'll see minor wars here and there. You'll see minor wars here and there. But to ultimately end the whole world, nah, they're not going to do that, because they lust over control. That's their whole.
They're not destroying it. They're controlling it more. They're putting the world in a position to control it the way they want it. That's all. That's all.
I don't see it. I don't see it that way though.
We look at the nuclear bomb situation too, because if you think about it, they tell you if you use nukes, you can never live there anymore, right? Isn't this the narrative? You can't live there anymore. It's never going to grow back. It'll destroy it for hundreds of years. Isn't that the narrative? Correct? Just correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Okay, what about Nagasaki? What about Hiroshima right now?
It's not forever. It's going to be a period for 30 years, because they said those nuclear effects.
I got to be devil's advocate here. Okay,
hold on one second, Healing Goddess. I done touched the point. This is about to get good. Hold on. And Eden over there, she like, Edna been over there shaking her head like, yes, I want to hear what she got to say. And I'm going to go to you because I like devil advocates. All right, Healing Goddess. But I just want to say in this, and then I'm going to come to her. In what Little Goddess was saying, I think that weapons are too advanced in technology for them to have to. Nuking is old school weapons. There are too many new weapons for them to have to do that. I want to bring this to everybody's mind, and then I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna listen from my phone. I'm gonna go downstairs and make me some coffee because y'all got a lot to say. So I'm gonna shut up for a second, and we're gonna go to Healing Goddess, and then we're gonna go over to Edna and see what she has to say. And I will be listening. I'll be right back. Healing Goddess. But I want y'all to notice how California got burned down. Them was with lasers. Them wasn't regular set fires. Then why the hell was South Carolina on fire like that? And then New York was on fire. Stop the bullshit. Somewhere finna be on fire next. They destroying the land so they can build up these new digital cities. We are in full effect. And if you're alive, it is a hell of a time to be alive because you are experiencing the major shift that's going on right now. But Healing Goddess, go ahead. What's your devil advocate?
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I see it as them bringing back the Constitution. This is why. You can't just look at Trump. You got to look at his whole team he's building. I don't know if y'all know about Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, Tulsi Gabbard. all of them are constitutionalists. If you know who Dan Bongino is alone, he was a CIA for Obama, and I want to say Bush. Don't quote me on that. But he was working for the Secret Service, and then he was um a NYPD, and then he left the NYPD because of the corruption. And he ran for Congress, and they took it from him. And then he started a podcast. They called it the Democrats called it uh the right right wing extremists,
Mhm.
conservative, right? So when you think about conservative and you think about Constitution, see, all the laws come from the Constitution. That's all our rights. And if you understand and you stand on that, this is like a door open for us. If we can really truly see this shit, this is what him and Doge and all his whole little team. If you look at his dream team, he built the best team to bring back constitutional law. I do not see his whole team going along with this globalist shit. I really don't. And I watch this shit every day, all day long. From the time I get up to the time I go to sleep, I see all the corruption. I see every stack that Doge put out. They are finding the waste, fraud, and abuse like for real. These people have already done found over $500 trillion, no $1 billion, 500 billion behind USAD, and he's going through all these agencies, corporations. He's going through all of it, and he's doing a fine tooth. Matter of fact, they're not even doing it. They got AI to do it. This is how much AI can take over a job. Just want to put that out there too. He told them people in them offices that I have an AI that can replace all of y'all in here in 2 hours, and I would only need to leave 5 people here out of all these thousands and thousands of people, and that's exactly what he did. And I'm gonna land my plane right there.
All right.
The next lady's supposed to speak.
Yeah. Okay. But with Doge, yeah, there's certain things you gotta understand. It's a double-edged sword on many levels. Yeah, Doge is exposing the petty corruption of the wasteful spending and things of that nature. But there's more serious corruption that they can't expose to the people, because at that point there's no need for any government, because the people will truly revolt when they find out the bullshit. The real
And
bullshit.
that's no, I'm telling you, he really and truly is. They are not missing a beat. And the only thing that they're keeping out of the public is the stuff that the intelligence agency, that's Tulsi Gabbard, whoever whatever she said that don't need to be out there because it's gonna hurt American people, then that's what they're doing. But she's allowing and then Pam Bondi, she called the fucking headquarters in FBI in New York. Whenever she called for them Epstein files, she made Cash Patel get over there that night, and he fired him, the head of the FBI in New York, that next morning.
I like Tulsi Gabbard.
Well, will they expose the government's involvement with illegal human trafficking and as well as uh, um the organ companies they have with Bill Gates over there in Africa taking black people's organs, because that's what he was doing over there.
The answer of that is
Yeah.
no, no, no.
See, they're not
Even the thing that they came out there with the freaking Epstein thing. If anyone saw anybody who, first of all, the people who they chose to give those quote unquote binders to were all associated with someone within the government, and some of them are
That
really,
and
really,
that
really
was
well.
that's whenever she called him, because they gave her that binder.
But
Did
the
you see
binder
who's in
didn't
the
show
binders?
anything. The
They didn't
binder
have
Nothing was
anything,
in the
everything
everything that
blacked
was in the
out.
binder was everything that was in the public, but it was redacted. Everything was blacked out.
It was
That's
everything was
why
blacked out, and there was nothing new. Nothing new was in there.
she
So
got truckloads of evidence sent to her the next day.
Yep.
I'm
Yeah, but
telling
they're
you.
not going to release it. It's all
Okay.
a dog and pony show. It's a dog and pony show.
Exactly.
All they're doing to tell you is like, look, we're doing this, woo, woo, woo. And you're like, yeah, super excited. And it goes,
No,
guess what?
you don't get
It's a wet
excited
fart in
behind
church.
that. You pay
It goes
attention.
nowhere.
You don't get
It's
excited
a wet
behind it.
fart
You
in
pay
church. It don't go
attention.
anywhere. Trump
Of
said
course
he
you
was
said.
going to arrest Hillary Clinton, who's one of the worst freaking things in there, and he didn't do crap with her.
Him,
He's friends with her. They're all
they
friends together.
setting up chess. They not playing checkers, honey. They setting up chess. They setting up this shit. They
You don't
setting up this to
We
how
all
they
Trump-
win.
forget Trump was in office before.
Trump didn't
knows
know
who
what
the-
he knows now, like
before.
Nietzsche said earlier. Trump don't know what he know now.
Trump knows not to mess with certain people, and
Trump
Hillary
is a
Clinton is a very powerful
businessman.
woman.
That's
And not
what
only
y'all
that,
need to realize.
but not only
Trump
that,
is
but
a businessman overall. And
Hillary
that's who needs
Clinton,
to run a company. The
Hillary
president
Clinton,
is the company.
Hillary Clinton is a murderer, and she
I
should have
know.
been arrested.
Yeah, she's
Well,
one of the
all
worst
of them
ones.
are murderers
You don't
at
want to
some
mess.
point.
You don't want to mess with the Clintons.
They all are, especially
But
the
let me-
Democrats.
Can I ask y'all something? Because I was listening while I was making my coffee.
Go ahead.
What makes y'all think that just because Trump is the president, that he knows everything that's going on?
I was gonna say
Not
that.
everything.
I was gonna say that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so again, Trump may very well be committed to bringing the Constitution back and doing all of these different things. But there's a part of the government that even the president is not allowed to know about. Understand, the New World Order was in place for we ever knew who Donald Trump was. He didn't orchestrate this. No president orchestrated the New World Order. That came from the people that actually run this country. And the government doesn't truly run this country. They just work for the people that do. Okay.
Can we say the word, please?
What word?
Please, Michi, please, I'm begging you, please say the word. You know who they are.
No. Well, let's establish this. I know who you're talking about. We all know them little small hats.
Yeah. Okay. You talk about you're the people who own this platform we on right now, or you don't even be specific names.
We don't want
Nazis.
They love bombing. They love bombing. What's that? Palestine so much.
But look,
Those people.
This is why no matter what president is in the White House, they will never go against Israel. They're not allowed to because they actually run that government, right? And if you want to be more specific, you could talk about families that actually run the United States. Yeah. They don't sit in any, they don't work in the government. So again, the New World Order was implemented not by any president, not by any administration, but by those that are higher. And you must understand that even the president, there are things that are classified that he is not even privy to, that he knows nothing about. And so again, I do believe that, I'm going to be honest, I believe that Trump wholeheartedly believes in everything he's doing. But I believe they placed him there because they knew that he would do exactly what he's doing. And it plays right into what they want. And it looks like it's natural and not coerced. I don't think Trump even realizes what he's playing into, because the information about what he's actually helping them do, that's classified to even him.
Now, let me say this.
Trump is an
I'm not
actor
saying
like that too.
I'm not saying that he's not.
That he's an actor. He's an
y'all know
actor.
how this.
We know
y'all
that.
know how the country was established, right? The country was established by landowners. When you know who the landowners are, you know who rules this country and the world. Who owns the land? Because that's the real owners.
You know who rules you by when you say something about them, you get shut down. That's how you know who owns you.
Well, those people are they're still small pies compared to the landowners. Now, the landowners are a different denomination and races. These people been in power for centuries.
Jesuits.
Remember,
all I'm
power
saying
does not
is that the door is open for us.
The doors are open for us on a limited
on
scale. This is what I'm trying to tell you, on a limited scale, because no one's together.
That is a fuck up right there. That is right.
Okay. But the landowners, they have the power to say, hey, eminent domain on these people if they want to. They can take anybody's land they want. I don't care if you're a sovereign citizen. I don't care whatever. They can come in and take yours because they've been doing that for centuries. This is what I'm trying to tell you. New World Order has been the
Paperwork.
order,
Let
period.
your paperwork precede you. Beat them at their own game. You got to get
Paperwork
into
don't
this
do
law.
shit when they own the land regardless. You're
No, they
just renting.
don't. They
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 don't
own
own the land.
the invisible barrier they put over the land. They don't own the land. That's why they make zip codes and all this other and street
Not
names and all that.
understanding. How do you establish
Stolen
getting
land.
buying a piece of land and from whom?
With
The
they have put a
landowner, the
federal
original.
layer over all of the land.
If you
Y'all
bought a house,
arguing,
if you buy a
y'all
house
arguing,
now,
y'all
you don't own the
arguing
land.
the
You don't own
nuisances
it.
that don't really matter. Y'all arguing over the nuisances that are not really the bigger
Yeah.
issue. Those are
Yeah,
small things that
me
actually in
too,
the
but it
bigger
really
picture,
is
none of
though.
that matters.
If you know that, and you read the laws that pertain to that, and beat them in their own game in their courts, bro, that's the way.
You're not
I'm
getting
telling you, this
ready.
is the
The
way.
new world order, you're not getting ready to beat any of that
Exactly.
at all.
I'm saying
Yeah, they're gonna
I don't
control the
see it that way.
currency
none
through
of that
blockchain,
matters.
so it's gonna be impossible.
Well, y'all give me 1 second. I got to read out
It,
a couple super chats that came while I was
All
gone,
right.
and I want to answer this person's question before we get too far gone because it's about what we're talking about. So I want to address it in this moment. So somebody says, why would the people who already run things need a new order? Well, this is the thing: is that you have to understand the Earth is like the especially for the people who are running America, it's overpopulated and it causes them to have to do things and implement stuff that they probably don't want to do. Understand they're about the dollar and making money. So this is the thing. The New World Order is all about the new society of emerging technology and human beings together. Okay. And so that's part of it. And then once that happens, you must understand that as human beings in this country, we are seen as nothing but a dollar sign, right? Whether you are poor and we're getting paid off of, you having tax dollars being funneled to your Medicaid assistance, whether it's whatever you're dealing with, your Section 8, all that goes back to these bigger corporations who are funneling these money. People get so rich off people being poor. If you understand all the money that is spent on people being poor, who pays $35 overdraft fees in their bank account? It's damn sure not a poor person. Poor people pay that, right? So at the end of the day, when you think about that, we are the things that brings them the money, right? We do the work. We are out there slaving every day. If you listen to the people tell you that when you're born and your birth certificate, that's them getting their collateral on you, saying this person is going to grow up and be to the people who own America, this debt to you, this person going to grow up and this all capital letters, this straw man, they are going to work their ass off. They're going to pay these debts. They're going to pay in taxes. Well, check this out. Well, now that technology is here, okay, because what you got to understand is this is the thing y'all don't understand. Technology is new to you. When I was 17 years old, the government was already fucking around with AI and this technology. It is already perfected for them. They didn't start dabbling with this shit 5 years ago or 10 years ago. They were doing this back then and they knew eventually they would advance it. So once they have, if you understand the purpose that we serve in this country when we wake up every day, now we don't need that. We actually need less people because we have found AI to be able to run everything that we own. And so now, how do we deal with getting rid of the people? How do we hold down the population? We have human beings for whatever purpose they need them for, but it's definitely not to do the work anymore. So now they have to find a way to depopulate because that many people are not necessarily needed, right? And the things that they do need them for, they're going to continue to use them for that. Like somebody said, I bet you Trump ain't going to uncover the list of all of the sex trafficking that go on in politics. He's not going to talk about all of the people that take kids and get the adrenochrome from them and they kidnap kids and then they fear them into being scared and then they take the adrenochrome from them while they're in a state of fear because it's released at its highest height, or when they're taking organs from people, because those things will still be needed for the people that are wealthy. So you still need human beings, but you're going to need it for other things. Majority of people in this country are used as workers. AI is getting ready to replace y'all. They don't need y'all to work no damn more. So for somebody to say, why would they need a new world order? It's because they want to change things a little bit. And so now they have to usher it in a way that the people will receive it, because no matter how much they run this country, if Americans got up and said, this some bullshit, and we all got angry, like the January Sixers, but we all did it at the same time, then they would be in trouble. So they can't just put their foot on your neck and make it obvious. They got to play this fucking game with you to usher you into it, make you think it's your idea, make you think you like it, make you think that Trump is slapping down everybody in the government you don't like. They got to do it in an entertaining way. They don't play chess, as we like to say. I mean, checkers, they like to play chess. They probably didn't even play in chess. These niggas is playing Othello on our ass, okay? They don't even play checkers anymore. How about that? Okay. So at the end of the day, that's why they can change a new world order, because that's what they decide they want to do. That's why they play games with people's lives. Do you know all of the shit that this government experiment on? Be the most filthiest rich person in the world. You get bored. When you have money, you get bored. So you decide to experiment on human beings. Oh, let's get the best scientists together and see if they can rip a hole in the atmosphere and we can go into another dimension. Let's see if we can teleport people. How about if we can cut your head off and put it on a new body and see if a nigga can live longer? Let's see if we can play God and we can birth artificial babies like they bored. So they're going to use your ass as their entertainment and as the lab rats that we've always been. So, I mean, I think that's why you need to understand that part of it. Now, I'm gonna shut up. Let me get to these super chats. Shout out to even Steven. He said, I don't think I read this. Hey, what's up, Sid? He says, if the Democrats were using Stacey Abrams to money launder $2 billion, why didn't Biden give her a presumptive pardon? Because white supremacy always breaks its tools. Absolutely, they do. You know, they don't let the nigga get away with nothing. They be like, yeah, we done using you now. Come here. And shout out to Dr. Tracy. Dr. Tracy is always in here showing love with this beautiful big ass red super chat she always gives. She says the president of the United States of America honestly does not direct, rule, govern, nor control the corporation. She is right. As the 5 extremely wealthy families complete this task, these owners are referred to as the deep state. Thank you, Dr. Tracy. You are a very smart woman, aside from just that doctor being on your name. But she is correct. This is what I'm saying to everybody. The president is he's just the face they put in front of us. Trump don't have as much power as y'all think he do. He have as much power as they let him have, because if they really thought he was destroying their government and they wanted to stop him, they would assassinate his ass and you wouldn't be able to do nothing about it.
It's coming.
Yeah,
he's a manager.
It's coming after he does his job, and then they want to rile up the country for a reason. They'll assassinate him to piss off the people. If they do it, it will be for an emotional response. It won't be because they're upset at what he's doing. Trump is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. Now, the other politicians in the Senate and shit, they might not know that. They're probably genuinely upset too, because the deep state don't inform these people of what their plan is. They being played too in the government. So if he was really doing something wrong, Trump would be dead. They have not killed him because Trump is doing exactly what they want him to do. Shout out to All Gas, No Brakes. All right, let me see. That's all of the super chats for right now.
I agree with you.
The first time AI was ever mentioned was in 1951.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is not an old concept at all. They've been on it. Yeah. They knew it was coming. They prepared for it. They ushered it in. So we also got to know how far AI has progressed. So a lot of the news cycles you see and a lot of the information you may see online or on the news may not be real at all, because they can mimic anything, any body structure, any face, anything. They can do that. They've been doing that. So sometimes it's best to keep the people in the dark, and you don't know what's really going on outside unless you're outside. If you're inside and they give you all these different news feeds, these different streams, and you're thinking that shit is real, it may not be real at all. Shoot, for all we know, the bombings and stuff like that may not even be real. It may be a movie set. You never know.
Oh, that's a good
one. You said they lied to us like Armstrong went to space and he was right here on a balloon jumping up and down.
He was right there in the desert.
It's right. Well, that's where Area 51 is. That's a movie set.
But look at Oklahoma. What happened with Oklahoma? They showed that guy was his apartment and his rental thing was being paid by the FBI. Like they already showed all that stuff. So it's not like it's anything new. But I was also going to say is it's kind of like the whole agenda of when they're trying to push whatever else and say, they always do it usually through movies, correct? So if someone writes a screenplay and their screenplay goes in line with whatever their agenda they're trying to push, the person who wrote the screenplay is not sitting there trying to push the agenda. They're just trying to get their screenplay done, right? They're trying to get their movie published. So they're going to do whatever they're going to do. And the person, the directors and stuff are going to read it. And they're like, okay, we need you to change this. We need you to change that, whatever else like that. And they're getting their messages or their instructions from on high. So it's kind of like all different cogs in a wheel, and you're in a factory. You might not know what the outcome is. Just like you're saying, you're just a player on the stage. You don't know the whole thing that's going to be happening, and this is how they want to keep you separate anyway. And that's the one reason why this whole thing with the lack of humanity and keeping people away from each other, because when people are sitting there talking to each other and there's that communication, it's harder for this stuff to happen. But when it's online, when they can sit there and put out, as he was just saying, put out false information or false narratives or anything else like that, or if they bombard us with the same information over and over again, kind of like you have talked about before, if a song that you don't even like, oh my God, I don't like this song, but you keep hearing it over and over again, and all of a sudden you start humming it. It's the same thing. It's all the same thing. And they just, every time they just keep cranking it up slow. It's always been slow. They are very, 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 very patient with what they're doing. And they've had these ideas and these plans for decades, if not centuries. So yes, I agree with what you're saying.
You know what I heard? I don't know how true it is, but I heard Elon Musk is supposedly wanting to come out with a new religion. Does anybody know if that's true?
Well, Elon Musk, he's one of those transhuman people, and this is one of the tactics that they use to try to bring you.
He transhuman. What is that?
That's him. He wants to merge AI with humans. He wants to chip the computer. He wants you a cyber.
He wants to put it in your brains, in your brain.
Right.
Neuralink.
Neuralink. He has the patent for that. So how better way do you get people to conform to something like that? First, you got to start off slow. How you do it? You get people to acknowledge trans first.
Right.
You understand? So once you get used to people being trans, then you say, okay, these people are not bad. They just confused, but I can understand how they feel. But then here they come with the transhuman. This can extend your life if you put this chip in your head. This is a Neuralink. We can all be one. You can communicate better.
We heal you with this chip in your brain. We can heal parts of your body. It's foolishness.
I think a lot of people are going to feel like a superhero, and it's a lot of people who are run to get all kind of AI stuff implemented in their body and things like that, because it's going to make them feel like they a damn superhero or something. There's a lot of fools who are going to volunteer right away. I do it.
Crack can make you feel like a superhero. That don't mean you take it.
No, you know how many people do?
But look at the people that are using on it first, though. It's those prisoners.
No. Let me tell you who they use it on, and it's going to shock you. You have war veterans who've been.
Well, that's the reason why
they blown away.
Yeah, okay, they test a whole lot on the military and the armed services, and they do it to them unwillingly, unknowingly. When you see these people that are out here blowing up their Tesla out in New Orleans, acting a fool, running people over, and you find out they was both at the same base, they came out of the military, like they did some MK Ultra experiment on those people.
But I'm saying even the people who went to war during the Gulf War and got limbs blown off and stuff like that. They came
back peeing blood and everything else. They've used biological warfare on them soldiers and everything else. You are right.
Down to the regular people who had pacemakers and different things within their bodies. See, they're getting you used to people being operated and putting in robotic instruments into your body. They're getting you used to that.
Yeah,
they've been doing this. So now
they always use that tearjerker thing to pull on your emotions and say the reason why we're coming out with this is because we want to help people. They have not been able to talk. They have not been able to move. So therefore, this is going to help them. And that's how they put it under the radar, because we were like, oh, well, of course that person should be able to talk. Of course that person should be able to move. If they've not been able to do that, then why wouldn't you have? And then they're like, yeah, now you try it. But that's what I was going to say about the prisoners, though.
Yeah, true.
If
And
you
never,
prisoners,
if you got somebody in your family, I'm sorry for cutting you off, but if you have people in your family that's in prison, and yeah, you may not stay in contact with them, because they can disappear as well in their organs. Because who's the most strong and healthiest? Work out all day, their blood pumping great. The prisoners, right? So they take their organs. They have many shows based on this. They take their organs. When you can't find your loved one anymore, I thought they was in this prison. No, they transfer them here, and now they're lost because you ain't stay in contact with them, so they let you know that they've been transferred and stuff. They're gonna take their organs. I'm telling you, this is what they do. This is the business. And whose organs do they take? Black people's, because we're the strongest gene in the whole pool. That's what they do. These white people, you can't get their organs. They can't transplant their organs into you because they're the weaker of us.
We have 9 DNA sequences, so that's the genetic sequences. So that's the reason why we're the only people who have that. By the way,
and that's
black folks on the earth. Everybody else has 6 genetic sequences.
So when brothers start killing each other and they go into the emergency room, I have a sister-in-law who works in the emergency room. They don't look to really revive them and save them. No. They look to say, hey, he's dead on arrival. Let's get these organs.
Yeah, well, and the truth is that organs, people might not want to hear this, but when organs are taken from a body, they need to be taken while the person is still alive. Mm-hmm. So when they take organs from your family member, they're not actually dead. And depending on what's going on with them, they might have been able to bring them back or heal what's wrong with them. But just depending on how the staff feels, they may decide they're just going to use this person for organs. This is why I never put that I'm organ donor on my driver's license, because you can't take an organ and have it still be in good. It has to come from a body while it's still living. A person doesn't die and then you take the organs. You take the organs while they're alive. And this is why you will find that when you talk about organ, black market and organ donating and taking and stealing and all of that stuff, they take these organs from people while they're alive. If not, they would kill them and they'd have to put them through all of that. Like trying to cut stuff out of people is horrible if they're alive. But so keep that in mind. For anybody in the hospital and your loved ones and they're talking about, well, they're an organ donor, we're going to take their organs. They're still alive when they're doing that.
Yeah.
They have to be. So it's not after they die, they're alive. So, I mean, they might tell you sometimes, when they be on the respirator, they tell you that they're kind of brain dead or whatever. Well, they might wake up and then they're trying to rush you after a couple of days. And you're like, this is my family member life. I don't care if we got to wait 30 days. They might wake up. They're trying to rush them to take them off the ventilator so they can get their organs from them.
And
there's a case with that though. There's a case that there was there's been several, but there's a case that there's a guy on the table and he was an organ donor and he started moving because when you have the organ donor, you have they try to do it quote unquote humanely. So you have the anesthesiologist and everybody else will go into the room and then they'll leave because they know that the person's quote unquote brain dead and whatever else like that. But they usually monitor them. But the person was showing signs of life and moving and stuff like that. And they're like, hey, he's moving. And they're like, yeah, no, we still gonna do this. And they're like, but he's moving. We don't feel comfortable with it. And the woman who was doing the coordination calls her boss up and he's like, go get those organs. And she's like, wait, what? He told her, like, go get the organs. We don't care. They signed it. Go get the organs. They didn't care.
I don't think that we pay as much attention. We think about like the police and how devilish they can be in taking people's lives, and they have the authority like to lock people up unjustly and stuff. And we talk about how vicious that is. But I think that as human beings, we don't really want to get into the conversation about how diabolical motherfuckers in the hospital and when it comes to healthcare, the things that they will do to get those organs. You talk about the doctor who told 30 of his patients they had cancer and they did not. just
It's
so he
in the
can get
chat
the
too.
kickback.
I put that drop. I dropped that link in the chat. So if you
How
want
about the visit to the hospital from the paramedic? Some of those paramedics are evil too.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. So these people, let's think about that. We talk about the police, they have so much control over someone's life, right? But the hospital literally has control over your life and your health. And so many people go to the hospital, don't realize that you got some real diabolical paramedics, some doctors, and all of those things as well, you know, that are doing things they're not supposed to do. Whether it's based on them being racist, they might be even prejudiced. It might not even about you being black. They just think a fat person that come in here don't deserve to live. You fat as fuck anyway, girl. I'm about to take your organs since you in this situation. Or you have to understand, anybody on the black market who is getting these procedures done, you do know that is a doctor who is doing this shit. He's just doing it under the table. He's illegally doing his job. So there are doctors out here that work in these hospitals, work in these facilities, but they're the same doctors that work with these other people and make all of this money because they call on them when they have this. Who you think take out them kids that, and the people that get kidnapped and they take their organs? Who taking the organs out?
Exactly.
Then when you come to them,
it's
or
not like a game of operation.
somebody done paid $500,000 for a heart, and then there's a heart that wasn't on the list, it ain't in the hospital, but there's a heart and it needs to be put in somebody's chest. There's a doctor that's doing that, and he's not doing it at the hospital. He's doing it at some facility that he got down in his basement or somewhere in a place that they have put together for him to do it. Those same doctors are working in the hospital.
They have
and
the
some get out type of
looking
stuff.
for the right person to come in through a car accident to not let them live. They're looking for the right person that fits their blood type to say, oh, all right, let me do what I got to do. Yeah. So we don't always focus on healthcare in that way. There are some people in healthcare, just like in the police system, who are really there to do their job. They want to be a servant to the people, and they actually care about their job in the right way and take it serious. But then you always have that entity, and I don't think we talk enough about how that happens in healthcare.
Well, okay.
Think about the sisters who are giving birth. Your placentas are valuable. You do not give consent to give that away at all. They want that. They say, "Oh, do you want the placenta? Can you sign it?" They give you papers to sign.
I was never asked.
Huh?
I was never asked about that.
That has the most vitamins that you need to re-energize your body, because you can have it dry, frozen, so it can be put into a powder, into a vitamin where you can take as you're giving milk to your child, so it's getting more vitamins.
Because it has the highest T cell. Because it has the highest T cells. But according, so I was gonna touch on what Dr. Tracy said. Now, I don't know if anyone remembers, like when Dick Gerger.
Well, what for you? Do you want to read what Dr. Tracy said for you?
Okay,
because I'm gonna read the super chat, and thank you for the super chat. But go ahead and read it, and I don't have to. There you go.
Okay, one last truth: billionaires do not remain on the organ donor list, as these so-called drive-by shootings are not valid. Truth be told. Our organs are the best, therefore billionaires pay the top dollar for them. So I just want to backtrack first and then move up. So number one, I don't know if anyone remembers when Dick Gregory was talking about, now I'm going back to the Rodney King thing.
Yep.
They sat there and said 10,000 people were missing. 10,000 people were unaccounted for that were not in the jails. They said it, and it was on record in the court. And what he said, what happened was they got taken as quote unquote firefighters and marched up, and they had the ships on the side, and they were taking organs. So it was a big organ grab that with that. But as she's saying about the drive-by shooting, that's another thing he talked about. He said, how is it that they're always headshots? Because if there's a headshot, they can't sit, it's a quote unquote federal case. You can't go ask for the body or anything else like that. And then they can take all the organs and they send them back to you, and they got the dowels and stuff inside, and there's stuff on newspapers, and they've got everything, and it's got the Y cut and everything else like that. So why is it always a headshot? These motherfuckers are not that good at shooting. It's always a headshot. And that's
I will say this. Y'all might have seen this on TV. I be watching shows, but I want to say this to y'all, that just like the president does not understand the deep state and the all the things that truly go on beyond this government. He doesn't know all of that. We're not billionaires. But billionaires live a different type of way, and even multi-millionaires that may be worth 500, 600 million dollars. Like these fools really have black market. When we talk about black market organs, none of us poor people even understand what that's like. So there's a whole realm of these people who have money, and she's right. When they're like, I need an organ, they don't go on no list. They go to that event that they have where somebody is telling them we have some organs, or we have a perfect candidate. We're about to have an organ that's this type blood. We're going to go get them. And people go out and do what they do. I know we watch TV and we think that TV is necessarily just, oh, it's entertaining. But there is this society of people who do this stuff. And what you must remember is that when people have so much money, they literally, I'm going to be honest with you, a person that has enough money can do whatever the hell they want. Nothing is off limits to them in life. They don't have to go to prison for nothing they do. They can have everybody on the payroll. They can drop everything that's ever been done around them. If they need an organ, they're going to get an organ. Why these old rich motherfuckers who has 5 heart transplants before they die? I mean, you know how many people waiting on a heart, be lucky if they get one, but this old rich motherfucker done had 4, 5 before he died. Like that should tell you something about these people when you look at the Rockefellers and like that. How the hell he have all these goddamn heart transplants before that old man damn died? Like, so there's a level of darkness that comes with these people that have all this wealth that you have no idea. And I know people talk about, oh, Illuminati and the music industry and all of that. I don't know what the hell they call it, but there is a very dark realm and a very dark group of people that because they have money, they do what they want. They are out there getting adrenochrome, which is produced through the fear of people. So they will kidnap kids, or they will do snuff films. And while they're doing that, they pull out the adrenochrome from them because it makes them stay younger. Like they ain't trying to go get no regular Botox because they've heard this stuff does it. And because I have all this money to throw away, who gives a fuck if I got to pay $500,000 for it? That's nothing. That's like 50 cents to me, right? So they're able to do all of these diabolical things. And these very wealthy people do live some very like dark ass lives and the shit that they will have people do to you, and they don't pay the price for anything. Like even with Diddy was a billionaire. Diddy didn't go to jail for what he did. Diddy went to jail because he pissed off the wrong person, or he did something he wasn't supposed to do. He did something wrong to the wrong wealthy person. He broke a fucking pact. He did something he wasn't supposed to do. And it was not all of the sexual assaulting that he did to those people. That was not the problem at all. Trust and believe me, that was just the thing that they said, well, you know what? We're going to take our protection away from you. He got all of that money, but it's somebody who caused the shots more than him that made sure that the police didn't turn a blind eye, that the judge does not give a fuck, that he was able to be captured up. Because at the end of the day, these people got enough money and they don't get nothing care about.
You talking about Sean Combs?
They came forward and told what he did. Now he did all this stuff, but do you know if they wanted to silence that heifer, she would be dead. All of these people coming forward with these goddamn lawsuits, they be going tomorrow, and so with their attorneys. At the end of the day, Diddy ain't in jail for what he did. Diddy's in jail because he did something to the wrong billionaire or the person that's
he did to the when he was trying to compete about that liquor thing, and that's when they hit him.
I don't know if that's it. I don't know if that's it, because whoever he did something against and broke a pact or did something he wasn't supposed to do, that person is on a much higher list than him. And I don't know if when I look at that company, if their wealth is in the standard of where they have to be to call the shots on something like that.
They said right now they spent over $2 billion. When I looked into like last year when it was buzzing around, so I did some looking, not much, and it looked like he touched the wrong people that fund him. So that's why they put him on the bus.
I think he was the fall guy because of the Biden administration. If you ask me, they messed up a lot. And all of a sudden, here comes Diddy. All of a sudden, in the news, Biden administration messed up a lot, especially with Palestine, because a lot of people were looking in like a hawk on what was going on between Israel and Palestine.
Well, just to know too, when it comes to them politicians, they're not billionaires, but what they are, if I'm a billionaire, I want people like that in my pocket. So they're allowed to mix and mingle and participate in certain things and be at certain standards and get certain privileges to get away with things, because it's just good to have politicians on your team and in your pocket when you want stuff done for you. So this is where, when we talk about the government and Biden and all of them, this is where it comes into play that there are a lot of people in sex trafficking within the government. Those are the people that attend those parties. Those are the people that are buying these children that are missing everywhere. Those are the people that are doing that. And they're never, I don't care what Trump say, that list ain't never going to be released. You never going to see all the people in politics who've been having Diddy parties. You'll never see their Diddy parties.
I mean, because he attended many of them. But
no, but they won't allow that to get out.
It would destroy everything too.
Yeah, I mean, he attended parties. Maybe he knew or didn't know, but he attended parties. I mean, even before they became Diddy parties, there were parties with.
I know people don't want to hear you. But
Kamala
was down with Diddy. That was her homeboy.
And I'm telling you,
I want to say a side note.
Distraction.
I want to say a side note too. The fact that I don't know if anyone heard about maybe a year or two ago, China was doing the same thing with organs, as in I think it was the Uyghurs, if I'm not mistaken. The Uyghurs usually have a very good diet. I think it's like usually vegetarian or vegan and stuff like that. And they were arresting a lot of them. And then they were sitting there saying, well, organ transplants usually take how many years to go? They had them within 2 weeks. And because when they were arresting these people, they took blood samples and everything from them, kept them in there, kept them in the jail cell. And then all of a sudden they were disappearing. And people were signing up for organ.
If a billionaire or somebody wants your organ, they will actually have the person they know at the hospital, and they won't do it directly because there's so many people that do the work for them. But they will literally look, I believe, through people's records and find somebody whose blood has been taken, who
just about to say that
what they can, and then you look up and that person got into a car accident. You look up and that person was in a drive-by. You look up and some crazy shit happened to them that day in the hospital and they did. They will find what they need on medical records and go kill that person on purpose.
We're on the same page, Michi. Yeah,
absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
And Jag the Diva says her only issue with Diddy is that his crimes include having sex with minors. Well, I hate to tell you, Jag the Diva, I want you to know that in the government, a lot of them have crimes involving children. They actually do. Children, when we talk about sex trafficking, children are actually the biggest sellers in that market that are being sold than it is adults. It's children.
Yeah.
What's that little that owl thing that they have, that ceremony out in California? What's that thing called?
Molech.
The Molech, but I mean
the cremation
garden,
of care, I think it's called.
It's something gardens or whatever. But they have ceremonies, dealing with the minors.
Grove.
Bohemian Grove. There we go. Bohemian Grove. So yeah, they have stuff going on with minors out there, ceremonies that they do.
Yeah. Shit, they have ceremonies right under the state capitol.
But that's why you're never going to actually fully see the list for what's his name that they said, the Epstein. The reason you're never going to see the real Epstein list is because of the people that are on that list. And a lot of those people are in government and in positions where their names can never be exposed. You're never going to see the real Epstein list. Never, ever. So hold y'all breath. The news is not showing you any of that. And I don't care what Trump say, the unclassified documents, there's a whole, forget unclassified documents. These people that should be known, their name is not even on a list for it to be classified or unclassified. The only people that know they are there are the people that were there with them. They don't have their name written down on nothing. And so we'll never see that list. Good luck with that. We get to see Diddy's list.
What about John Podesta's laptop, though? All the people who saw that laptop died. The Spade, what's the chef guy? Every last one, I think it was 8 of them. The actor, all of them saw his laptop, and they all died. And that was what.
Do you think Trump is protecting them?
I don't even know if he has a choice.
I don't think he has the authority to know or to expose them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Trump will be done. Look, they want Trump to do his job, and at the end of the day, Trump talk real big, but we know behind closed doors there are people that pat him on the back and be like, "Yo, bro, big dog, calm down. We got this one. We're going to need you to go home for the night. And he shuts the fuck up and he goes home. So he can play that game if he want to, but he knows there are people that are above him in the government. And when they tell him to calm down, he knows when some shit is not his business. And he's not allowed to know that it's his business. I don't think he's protecting him. I think he don't know. You have to understand, classified shit ain't about everybody knowing and just making sure they keep their mouth shut. To keep the liability down, you make sure that only people within the circle know what's going on. Because if you tell on me, you got dirt too. You can't tell on me without telling on everybody, and you part of this circle. So if he's not part of the circle, I don't think he actually knows.
Okay, I'm gonna give y'all the skinny on all that wild stuff. All right. Epstein list is a fake list. I'm gonna tell you that now. Okay, Epstein is not dead. I'm gonna tell you that now. He's a Rothschild. He's a member of their family. Okay. This is all misdirection for people to be thrilled and going in and trying to guess who's doing this and that. No, it's all a big distraction from what they're doing actually. I mean, the population is the main big thing that they want to have, but it's also control over people's minds. How do they control you? They give you these wild goose chases, all this whodunits, when the answer's in front of your face. It's just them. This is what they do. This is, like you said earlier, Michi. They're bored if they're rich, so they got to create some type of drama to feel fulfilled. This is what.
You don't think that they'll sacrifice one of their own, like one of the what was this in the that other family, not Rothschild, but the Rockefellers. They sent their son to an island and he got ate up. You don't think they sacrificed one of their family members?
No, not like that. How do you know that he got ate up? How did you see the body?
I think that
he was gay, bro.
It doesn't matter. That's their culture anyway.
I think that they only sacrifice their own when it's a liability. At the end of the day, they only will sacrifice you if they feel like you being there is a problem. It's going to cause issues for everybody else. No, I don't. I think that rich people, like he said earlier, I'm only hold on. I'm only muting your mic because it's reverb when you're not talking, and when everybody else is talking, it come back. That's why I be muting it. But again, like you were saying, the brother was saying earlier about family. When people have money, they're not trying to kill off their heirs and their children. Like that's what builds their legacy. That's what the fuck they trust and all of their property and stuff is being left to. So the one thing about a rich person is they damn sure don't want to kill off their legacy or where their wealth is supposed to be going. So no, I don't think they do that willy-nilly. Do you see all that Biden has done to cover the crimes of his crackhead ass son? That boy is a liability. If anything, he should have been got rid of him, but he ain't because that's his son.
Exactly. And they will never do that. They'll sacrifice people who are not their family.
And I want to say to Healing Goddess, she says, y'all give them too much power. You was up here. Why you leave? I hate that why you go to the comment section to disagree. Come back up here and disagree. We all right with somebody who disagree. But I will say I disagree with that comment. You say y'all give them too much power. Who's giving people power? We're just stating what things are. What power are we giving people, huh?
They do have the power.
I would like to know what she means by that, because when you say giving power, who are we giving power to? By stating the facts about these things that go on. I don't know what you're talking about because we've talked about so much. So is there not a black market for organs? Like, who the hell do you think buy organs? Definitely not a nigga that work at the truck company that saved up for 7 years to get a heart for his mama. That ain't fucking happening.
Angie Stone couldn't get her organs.
I just want to know. I guess I just want to know what part of what she mean by we giving who too much power.
Okay, can I take a stab at that?
Hold on, she's back, so let her tell us.
Oh, okay, all right.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Healing Goddess. You got to unmute your mic. Go ahead.
Hold on, I got to turn my TV on.
Okay. Go ahead while we waiting for Healing Goddess. Go ahead, Edna. When you done, unmute your mic because it give reverb when you're not talking.
Michi, I just want to say the last time I saw you live was before your birthday. So happy belated and happy birthday.
Thank you.
The reason why I voted for Trump, can I just say that real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Michelle, because I have grandchildren now. I have a 2-year-old and almost a 1-year-old, and I don't need that gay shit in my kids' school. You know what I mean? And also, get these fucking migrants out of here. We got enough going on in our own communities. Why are they coming here and destroying our shit? No, we good. And then these fucking the Democrats, us, I don't even get it. And I've been a Democrat. Is like I can't. I'm done. Like why? They like retarded. I don't get it. Like why the fuck are you still doing fuck shit to the community that you want to support you, but you never come after you get the vote. And we still going on that because our grandma's been doing that. Our mom's been doing that. Like I'm, you know, when I moved from New York to PA, I said no, I'm Republican. No, I ain't doing that. What you mean? Yeah, I ain't doing that. I'm good. Like y'all don't give us shit. Y'all don't do shit for us. But dirty schools, y'all don't do shit for us. So I just wanted to say that, Michi. Love you.
Yeah, the Democrats, Republicans, but mainly the Democrats, they use their constituents, but they found out now that they don't need you. They don't need you no more. That's why you're getting what you're getting. They don't need you because they got rich, they got fat, and I'm talking about the ones who are gerrymandered into their positions, whose family nepotism through their positions. You understand? You got to understand how they organize. They organize through family. You see a lot of politicians, their kids are growing up to be politicians. They're keeping it all in the family. So when you have that situation, they don't need you anymore. They don't, because they got the money, and the corporations are the ones who pay for your vote.
I don't think that the Democrats have ever gave a fuck about the people. And I think that they're not in power right now because it's been orchestrated this way. Because, first of all, if you want to usher in the new way of things and you want all of the current systems to be brought down or broken down, nobody in the Democratic Party would have played that part. Their role has always been to include everybody, to embrace everybody. They're the ones right now crying. And what we have to understand, we got to stop thinking that everybody in the government is in on the jig. They don't all know what's going on. So you watch the Democrats, they're the ones crying. They're the ones protesting every day out there, talking about what Elon is doing. They would have never put in play any of these things you see Trump doing, but these things are necessary to get to the new order and the structure and way of doing things. And so therefore, it had to be Trump because nobody in the Democratic Party would do it. I feel like when it comes to politics, the Democrats gonna always be Democrats, and they would have always played us. I don't think that when they say they don't need us no more, if they've used us, they would have they have this new plan of, transgender, love everybody. Oh, get these abortions, it's self-care. They got their whole agenda they was trying to play and got stopped right dead in the middle of it. And so I think they still have plenty of games and cards they would like to play, and using the American people is just they got checkmated out the way because it's not their time. The Democratic Party couldn't have ushered in the new society. They wouldn't have done it. Not anybody could have done it in the Democratic Party. It had to be a Republican.
I'm just going to rebut on this fact.
Hold on 1 minute, sir. Michi.
Oh, okay. Yes.
My name is Edna.
Oh, Edna. Okay, I was saying. And thank you for the birthday wishes. I love you back, sis. Thank you.
Word.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir.
No doubt. I just want to say you have to. I think the Democrats also played a part in it because you had to have the world feel that everything was all fucked up. They had to fuck up everything to make believe that when this guy get in office, he's fixing shit now because they fucked it up. They had to do that. They had to play that part in order for the people to jump on his side. Because remember, at one point, people after COVID was like, man, all right, fuck this dude. We're moving on. And then they see Biden, oh, this guy's an invalid. He's a vegetable, and he's fucking shit up. So when this guy's the only guy left, that they had to go back to Trump. So now it makes him look like a genius, or he's making the right words, making the right play, saying the right things, even though we know the previous administration fucked up on purpose in order for him to come in as the white knight.
I don't think the previous administration fucked up on purpose. I think the powers that be made sure they gave us a whack-ass candidate on the Democratic side. Again, now I want to get to what Healing Goddess said earlier because she said we give them too much power. I think that we give too much credit to the individual politicians as though they actually know or have a say in the bigger picture that's being orchestrated by the deep state, as Dr. Tracy called them earlier. And so again, I think that Kamala was picked for a reason to fail and look bad. Because to say that there was no candidates they couldn't have brought up there, they could have. And all of this bullshit that Michelle Obama didn't want to run, if the deep state had a bigger plan and they wanted a Democrat in the White House, then they would have put Michelle Obama up there to run. Trump would have never beat her. They would have put somebody that ran a better campaign, and there were people they could have put up there that we would have voted for. They gave us Kamala for a reason. They wanted it to look, because remember, okay, how many people on this panel, let me ask y'all that, how many of y'all think that the national elections are actually vote for vote and they're honest? Y'all don't think they're already picked and rigged? I say they're already picked and rigged.
They've been rigged.
Right. So at the end of the day, we know that they gave us that.
They've been rigged for over 50 years now.
Right. So that candidate,
they've been rigged since the beginning, but
to make it look a certain way so that everybody would go with Trump. They did that on purpose. Mm-hmm. Or no, let me say, not that everybody would go with Trump, so that when they made the whole map red and they told you that everybody agreed with Trump, that we would believe it. Let me say it that way.
No. No, I don't. No, okay. I've been holding back, you know.
Go ahead. Well, don't hold back. Go ahead, Tomato Frog. Go ahead.
Yeah. I've been holding back, and it actually goes along with the comment that we're giving these guys way too much power. They're not that smart. I mean,
who's not that smart? Who is the that?
None of them. None of them.
Who is that? No, you say none of them. Who are you speaking of?
Well, it's the deep state. It's the families.
I would ask, what is the deep state?
It's wherever who we're saying, and that gets to the crux of the whole thing. And so when we talk about and what I wanted to talk about really was the whole concept of the new world order, because we throw around a lot of these terms and stuff, and when we look at history and we look at things that have changed, this whole new world order and things and how things move and how things change, it's very simply explained by a theory called directed evolution, and that is things move and things progress. So if we talk about the new world order and we talked about, you know, the AI and all the stuff that things are moving to, if we look back, you know, way back, we were hunter and gatherers. Then we were agricultural. Then we moved into the industrial age. Then we moved into the information age. All we're doing is we're evolving to different states. It doesn't mean that there's a bunch of folk doing this. It's simply the process of evolution that's taking place right now.
I would disagree with you, because my thing to you is, if it's natural evolution, then why has the New World Order been a plan and a term that, for those of us that speak about it, I didn't come up with this shit off the back of my head yesterday. They've actually been talking about this since I was 16 or 17 years old. And the first time I heard about it was a friend my mother has in the government. He came and brought us a VHS tape, and it was a meeting that was being had, and it was being recorded secretly, and they didn't know that it was being recorded, and we were able to watch the video. So a lot of the things that we heard about in that video and what the New World Order is going to be, we see them taking place today. So if it was natural evolution, why were they talking about this 30 years ago?
Well,
because it's been in place for that long.
But I will.
That's not natural evolution, then.
No, but I will respond to that by saying I can take any point in time in history and say exactly the same thing. I can say exactly when we move from the industrial age to where we are now. You can call it New World Order, you can call it a whole bunch of things, but it's simply how things evolve. And it and when we in order to test our theories, we have to test our theories against what is and also what is not. And oftentimes when we are promoting theories, we're either supporting the is or we're supporting the is not. We don't test our theories on both. And that's the true way to actually test a theory, because a theory actually has to pass both of those tests. In order to pass those tests, it's got to satisfy both conditions, and
But
that's
there's
when
a
you.
difference when you're
I'm
saying
sorry.
theories and there's facts. When there's facts,
Okay, facts support theories. Facts are not individual. They're not absolute. They're combined together to support theories and hypotheses. Okay, now you can debate me on this, but I'm actually an expert in problem solving and theory and the whole 9 yards. So I actually did this for a living, and that's how you get to. And what I'm telling you is how you get to a point where you can have a theory, because first you get the facts, and then what you do is you test your theory against the facts. If your theory doesn't work against all the facts, that means you don't have a valid theory.
My theory
What's the
actually
difference
works with
between
all of the
fact and
facts.
truth?
So instead of all of that jargon, tell me which part of the theory is actually the facts that are not actually lining up with what the fuck you see right now.
exactly.
Tell me which part doesn't line up with the facts right now.
Okay, when we talk about, again, when we talk about the facts, the facts that we're saying is that this deep state, and it's doing this, and it's doing that. What facts don't align up with is that those things were happening before and they were happening after. So in order for us to say that this thing is happening, we have to be able to support that by saying it's only happening now and it actually didn't happen before. So I can say that when we move from the different
People
stages,
that run this
those
country
happened before.
have always run this country before, and they run it right now. And there are tons of facts you can see when you talk about the way that things are being ran in technology. Even the food being genetically modified comes from Israel. It is a fact. You can look it up that they've created algorithms for people. They started the open air prisons in Gaza, and you can also look, and it is a fact that it is Jewish people that have ties to Israel that actually own this country, because you can go look at the fact that America is a corporation, okay? And that when people are birthed in this country, that you owe a debt to those people, right? That actually own this place. And it is a fact that majority of our government is Jews, and it is a fact that even 90-something% of all of our media is owned by the Jews. So it's very easy to see in those facts. We know exactly who the deep state is as far as the origin of where they come from.
Right. So Michi, you're giving me the is portion of it.
Those are facts.
You're giving
And
me
they've always been that way.
But you're giving me the is. Now you got to give me the is not. Okay. If you say it's the Jews, then you got to say it's not something else. If you say it's this one thing, it's got to be
the Jews and not the blacks. How about that?
That's a bunch of talking. I have to give you it's the is not this. If they're not the Jews, it is not them. What the hell? So this is the problem. Wait a minute. This is a problem for me, for people who educate their mind with books, because what you do is recite shit. There's a difference in being smart and being intelligent. And being smart is when you come with all of this big wording. And now, because I told you what it is, I have to tell you what it's not. By intelligence, when I told you what it is, it automatically tells you what it's not.
No, Michi.
The guy's right. It's bullshit right now.
No, hold it, guys. This doesn't come from books. Okay, what I'm telling you comes from experience. What I'm telling you is what comes from solving.
No, your experience would be.
You're babbling, sir. You're babbling.
Wait a minute. Your own experience would be your theory based on what you believe.
No, I'm telling you, this is the theory of how problems are solved throughout.
No, this is the theory of how you believe problems are solved.
No.
Actually, you just said you didn't get it from a book. You got it from your experience. Everybody can have a different theory based on their experience.
No. I'm telling you, I can tell you to go. You can look up global 8 disciplines. You can go. No. I can give you references. But when I'm telling you, my
smarts, you're telling me what somebody else deemed to be true based on their theory.
No, Michi, if you let me finish, I'm telling you what my job was for 10 years in solving problems that could not be solved by anybody else.
For who and what
That's
company?
what I was gonna say. Who did you work for?
I work for Ford Motor Company, and I was the best problem solver pretty much on the planet. They flew me around the world to solve everybody's problem or to help them solve everybody's problem. This is the methodology that I use to solve $1 billion problems and to solve 100 million.
So do you have a
$100 million
solution for the
Wait a
black
minute. Hold on,
problem
though.
in
Hold on.
America?
Wait a minute, though. Because again, when you say you solve problems, there are tons of problems in the world. So your expertise is only in the problems that you solve. And being that you worked for what did you say it was again? Was it the Ford company? So whatever company you work for, it seems like the problems you were solving were business problems and things that have to do with their company and money and things of that nature. So you solve problems in a certain area. Sir, does not make you an expert to be a problem solver or to understand theories about everything outside of that nature of what you were doing.
No, actually, it does, because we're just
No,
talking
it
problem
doesn't.
solvers, because we're talking problem solving, and the methodology and the process for problem solving is
You're
similar.
talking about the principle of the whole
I
problem
understand.
solving.
I understand the principle of it, but then I'll take you back to what I said in the beginning. There's a difference between being smart and being intelligent, and I guarantee you that how he got that problem solving and the method of how to do that, he learned that in a school somewhere out of a motherfucking book from some other man who decided that this was the methodology and who said his methodology was fucking right, other than the fact that he put it in a book and taught it to this nigga and everybody else in his class. There's a difference between book knowledge and being smart and intelligence. There's a difference, and I can tell you the difference in the both. So again, even the methodology he has, either he came up with that on his own, which means that's his theory, or he is teaching you from a theory that somebody else came up with and told him this is the methodology.
But Michi,
So it's all just
I'm not only an expert in this. I have got expertise in a ton of different theories, theories from Russia, theories from this and that. But again, it's not just the theory that we're talking. I'm talking application, and there's a difference. There's a difference between us talking from a point of view where we are talking from a theory base, because that's what we're all talking to, and versus an application base. So I'm telling you the stuff that I've witnessed, that I've seen, and I've looked at many different types of problems. I looked at different types of inventions, different types of patents, different types of all things. And when you look at them all, what you come up with is with basic patterns that they all follow. Okay, so when you see different problems, different things, you can look at them in a way, and you can look at them in a way where you can, again, test what is and what is not. And
so
then
within those patterns, there's a science to that, kind of like statistics, and people always get that wrong because they don't know how to grab these things. Because myself, I have some of that book knowledge you're talking about. So then let me ask you, are there ever outliers within your pattern?
The whole concept of what you're talking about, there are always outliers.
Okay.
There are always
okay.
outliers.
So the standard, wait a minute, the standard of problem solving and the way that you do things with human beings in society, that also means that there can be an outlier that actually doesn't do things the way that normal society does, which may be the deep state, because they are not actually the regular society. They are the ones that actually condition and run and rule society. So they would probably be the outlier, yes or no?
No, because
I knew you were going to say no, but there are outliers. So who's the outlier then?
But I'm going to tell you why they're not the outlier. The outlier only affects a very small percent of the population. And so what they would do,
No. You're talking about the population. I'm talking about the definition of what an outlier is. You are basing your theory on what you know based on patterns. And patterns will usually show you something in the larger perspective of the picture. But within those patterns, there's always an outlier, meaning there is something that no matter how much everything fits in that box, there are some things that will not. I'm not talking about the small percentage of society. I'm just talking about the definition of what an outlier is, period, because you brought in patterns.
Oh, correct. So in order for them to be an outlier, they would have to solve, or they would have to apply to all of the different scenarios that we're talking about. and the probability of that happening is
No, to them
extremely
to be
low,
an
right?
outlier means they would just not fit within what you're talking about for everyone else.
Okay, now I'm trying to understand where we're going, because we just
What I'm saying is you solve
we just
problems for society. You've never analyzed the deep state of the country. So that is not the same as regular society that you've been solving problems for all of your life. Or, I mean, the car industry. Did you help them solve the problem before their ass crashed and went down? How come you couldn't solve that problem? I'm
Guys,
sorry.
you
I'm
asked
sorry.
a question.
I'm being a smart ass. I'm gonna take it back. I don't want to see, because I don't want to be a smart ass. I'm gonna take that back. Shut up. Don't laugh. Take that laugh back. Goddamn it. I want you to know that I have degrees too, and I've done a lot of studies, and statistic works the same way you're in here talking about these patterns. These are scientific things. I understand what theories are and all of that good stuff. So you're not talking to somebody that's not unfamiliar of what you're speaking about in a general sense. Now, specific to what you've done, I don't necessarily know those things, but what I'm telling you is that if you are talking to me about a theory that is based on most of society, the deep state is not most of society. So my question is, if you have never analyzed that part of the deep state and what that is and how things are run on a different level behind the scenes for the government, my question to you is, how can you say that they are not an outlier? But you admit that there are outliers, which means there are flaws within your patterns and your theories, meaning that everybody does not fit into that. And for you not to acknowledge that maybe what we're speaking of is just not a part of that pattern and maybe an outlier is disingenuous of the education that you display for us tonight.
Okay, now what you just done is you just put a whole bunch of things together, okay, in order to come to a point. And those
No,
things
because
may not,
you
may
said
not be
you're a problem
connected.
solver for everything. You haven't even narrowed down what your problem solving is. Is it the structure of society? Is it business planning? Is it marketing? You have talked about everything. When you say you're a problem solver, you have still not narrowed down for me what your problem solving entails. What are you a problem solver of? Because you can't be a problem solver of everybody's problem in the world. You have not tested
No. I'm just telling you the methodology and how it can apply to all the different disciplines and
it
all the different
can. Can
situations.
means that sometimes it won't.
Yep.
Okay. So
The good Lord got your mic going in and out. You don't want to hear it.
Okay, because it's
I'm
like
just playing. Your mic was
we have to
static
get
and
into
we
a.
couldn't hear nothing you said.
Okay, so it's not. We're starting to get into a convoluted discussion, and I'm really just trying to keep it at a very high level. Now, if you want to know as far as if you want to know from a problem
Hold on,
standpoint.
tomato. Wait a minute, tomato frog. Let me say, I don't think it's convoluted. I think that I'm just giving you the same energy you're giving me because you came on here talking in these big spectacles about the expert you were and the knowledge you have. So I decided to talk to you on that book knowledge level. That's all I'm doing. And if you think that the words I'm spewing at you seem to be going round and round and just not getting us anywhere, that's kind of how you sounded in the beginning. So I'm just letting you know that we can talk on any level you want to talk. So now let's bring it back to some common talking for everybody to understand in the comment section. So let's go back to the beginning. You are a problem solver, so you solve all kind of problems. Would you like to display to us what is the pattern of solving problems, and then how does this pertain to the fact that what we're saying about the new world order and things that have actually been spoke about up until now that didn't exist, that nobody talked about, everything down to the cashless society, to a chip, to all of these different things, to the way people would live, even in gated communities, and all of this stuff that was spoken about many, many years ago, but it was spoken about in a secretive way. It wasn't public, right? This was not public knowledge to everybody else. We even have people who spoke out about this and then they went away and you never heard from them again. So at the end of the day, I want you to explain to us, what is your methodology for solving problems so that we can know what that equation looks like, and then we can apply it to what we're talking about. Let's do it all together. We about to have class, y'all.
Okay, so simply put, first thing when you describe the problem, right? In order to get at what the problem is, you always have to have both sides of the equation. You got to have what it is and what it's not. You have to understand the what, when, where, why, the how, and how big of the problem in itself. Okay, so you in and when you develop those facts, and again, when you put all those facts down, so you say it's this, it's this, it's this, it's that, and you say it's not here, it's not here, it's not any other place. Okay, that is what sets up the whole theory discussion. So once you have a complete set of facts, then you test your theories against those facts. The theory has to satisfy every one of those factual conditions. Both, it's got to satisfy both the is side and it's got to satisfy the is not. If it doesn't satisfy one of those things, then that theory is simply thrown out because it simply does not support the the thing that you're after. And so in in the hundreds of problems that I've looked at and the type of problems that I've solved have been technical problems. They've been problems with processes, problems with problems with even problems with handling of things. Okay, different types of problems in different types of industries, and even though I could walk into any room in any industry, and I would always meet this exact same pushback up front because that's exactly how problem solving works. Um, After all that, and after we got through the whole process of actually solving the problem, we would then, after we tested the theories and the whole 9 yards, we would then come up with what the problem what was actually occurring, and the problems that I solved were problems that nobody else could solve. I was the last guy. I saw problems where we called in MIT and MIT couldn't solve it. I had problems where we called in consultants, AT Kearney, they couldn't solve it. Okay, and these are and this one problem. This was not a technical problem. It was a behavioral problem. Okay, it was a behavior had changed. No one recognized that the behavior changed. Everybody went around with a lot of different theories, talking about a lot of different things, and all it took was simply analyzing a piece of information over 10 years to see that the behavior changed. And that's what the problem was. And once we fixed the behavior, the problem went away. So it wasn't just technical and
Well,
like that. It's
there is no problem here. There is all see. I guess the thing is that when people talk about the New World Order being a theory, first of all, a theory is not what this is, because the government themselves are using the term the New World Order. So if we heard about this 30 years ago and all of the things they said were going to take place are now taking place, and now the government is even using the word New World Order, I think it's fair to say that the New World Order is a real thing and it's doing exactly what it said it would do, and even the government is acknowledging it.
well
It's not really a theory.
when you look at the patterns that have happened over time, it's actually not hard to predict what's going to happen, because if you look at the patterns, it happens over and over and over again. And again, there's a whole branch of theory out there that I don't want to get into because I don't want to bog this thing down too much. But it simply allows you to look and you can see where patterns of evolution are going. And when you see that, it becomes pretty clear.
This is not evolution. Part of the New World Order 30 years ago, to be talking about technology when we didn't even have computers that did the AOL dial up and make all that noise. And they started talking about people living in gated communities, and we have them now. They also talked about depopulation. They talked about things that would come with viruses. They talked about the chip that would be in your hand for all of your identity and stuff to be on it. All of those things exist right now. Even talking about a cashless society 30 years ago, like at the end of the day, this is actually something that was spoken about when the way evolution was going. Things did not look that way, and for them to talk about these things and now they're here. That's called not look by problem solving alone. If they spoke about all of these things 30 years ago, that is not natural evolution. That means they talked about it, it was planned, and they actually put these things into place to make them happen. That's not natural evolution and things doing it on their own. That means they're causing it to happen.
Okay, now
That's a
this
fact.
is
That's a fact.
so this is where I think we may have a disconnect. I called it directed evolution. I did not call it natural evolution. I called it's because the concept is directed evolution.
Directed in
Okay, and I don't disagree that it was
Let me ask
directed.
y'all
It's
quick. Let me ask
being
y'all two
done.
questions.
Again, it's being done on purpose. Yeah, it's directed. The government's been planning this for a very long
Let me ask y'all a
time.
question. Let me ask y'all a question. What's the difference between truth and fiction? I mean, fact and fiction.
Fact is truth, and a fiction is not.
Fiction has to make sense. Fiction is truth.
Fiction don't have to make sense, and it's not truth. A fact is a fact, meaning no matter how you feel about it, that's what it is. Like if I tell you right now I got 3 lights on in my studio, I have 3 lights on. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
and there's nothing that can change that fact.
Okay, but and this is where we want to get here. Okay, so when we talk about facts, everybody has facts. Okay, like you may have a fact here, another person may have a fact here, and another person may have a fact there. Oh no, yes.
Facts are facts. And facts are not different. Even if if you're speaking of fact, a person, different people can have their facts, but a fact is a fact. We're not going to sit here and do that. A fact is something that is true, that can be proven.
Your truth can be different than somebody else's truth.
Okay, so
no, that's not a fact,
though.
Hold on, though, Tomato Fry. Let me talk to Healing Goddess. Then she said that no, other people can have what they believe to be true. Just because you believe it to be true, don't make it a damn fact.
And that's an opinion. That's an
opinion. A fact is a fact. It is something that cannot be changed, whether you like it or not. When you say other people have their truth. Look, other people have their truth.
And it's a theory then, right?
That's still their perception and their opinion. The fact is actually the fact.
Yep.
Okay, so let me just ask you a question. Okay?
Undisputable.
Let me ask a question.
The fact is undisputable.
Right, and I totally agree. But I'm going to tell you now. I'm going to show you how you can have the same fact. So, can you have a fact that something is long and something is short?
Now you're talking about width and height.
Length. Length.
Length.
It can be long and it can be short. Can both of those facts exist?
Yeah, just like a person, but you want to play semantics because somebody can be cute.
No. I'm not playing semantics.
It can be ugly. It depends on what you're talking about.
No.
We're going to keep it to the context of what we're talking about because now you're trying to play this game. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not, because what I'm really trying to do
you might be ugly and that might be my truth. You might be fine as fuck to somebody else and that's their truth. We don't know where the truth lies in that because beauty is in the eye of the beholder, okay?
But we're talking length.
It can't be refuted.
No, we're talking long and short. Okay, we're talking long and short. Let me just
time is long and short. Time is long and short.
No, okay.
This is what people do that have too much motherfucking book knowledge. Y'all so smart, you dumb for your own damn good.
No,
I'm trying to You're not finna change that shit up in here tonight.
No. Okay? I'm trying to move. Okay, I'm going to tell you what.
It's not an opinion. It's not something you can change. Can two things be true at the same time? Absolutely. But what you're doing is trying to show off your knowledge of books, and it's not even playing into the conversation we're having. It's you trying to show the knowledge that you hold instead of being real about this damn conversation we're having.
Hey,
no. Actually, let
me say this. Hold on, Tomato.
Okay, wait, hold it.
Hold on. Let me hold on.
Read too many books, and y'all got them
Tomato, hold on. I will alleviate all this. I will alleviate all this. Hold on.
5 seconds.
I want to ask you a question right now. You saw problems, right? So let's use your theory right now. I'm gonna ask you. Can you solve the problem of Black America within America? Give me the solution since you saw a problem.
Yes, I can give you.
Give it now.
I can give you one. You want one right now?
I want the problem solved.
Yes, homeschool your kids. That will solve the problem in one generation.
Homeschooling kids.
Homeschool your kids. It will solve the problem in one generation, and it only will take
That's not
about 20%
I can
or
tell
it
you
will only take about 20% of our population in our community to do it.
Okay, here
Okay,
we go.
next.
That's where it's flawed. That's where it's flawed because people still
What?
have to work and provide, and then they don't have time.
That's
Some
an
people are
excuse.
single parents.
That is an excuse. That
It's
is
not
not.
an excuse. So,
It is.
so what I'm trying to say is, okay, if
Grow your own food. Okay, we don't have
No, no,
time for
no,
that either,
no, no, no,
right?
no,
here
no.
we go,
He asked you for what would solve the problem, and then you said homeschool your own kids.
and
This
that's
is where
not
you're leaving. No, this is where in your solution is very flawed because you're leaving out variables. So let me
I know, I
help you
know,
with
I
your
know,
big words. In
but
those
no. You asked me a
variables,
specific
you have
question.
some
Specific
kids
one.
that can be homeschooled but not get the right education. You can have kids who are not self-motivated, or their parents don't have the ability to teach them the right way, or not have the time to give them what they need. Just because a child is
I only
homeschooled does
said
not mean,
20%.
wait a minute, does not mean that other variables don't play into that. So that cannot simply be the answer.
No,
exactly.
wait a minute. It can, but let me just go back to the
It
point I
cannot
was trying to
simply be
make.
the answer
Let me just go back
because
to the point
as a
that I was trying to
problem
make
solver, what you have
previously.
not done is
It's
is,
all
is
the
left
problem.
room for all the variables of the different homes that will homeschool and what that looks like. Homeschooling is not one way for each child, and you speak it to a homeschool mother.
Right, and that, like I said, it takes 20%. I didn't say absolute for
No, no,
everybody.
you
I
said the
No,
said,
I
answer
I
was
asked
you
you
said
can
you
for
would
a
solve the
homeschool your.
problem,
No, wait a minute.
and I
Wait a
gave
minute.
you the solution.
Wait a minute, because you're
I want
avoiding what I said. No, because he asked you what was the answer. You said to homeschool your kids, and I'm telling you, your answer is flawed because you have. I don't give a damn if 20%
No,
of the goddamn population does it. You have not looked and talked about all the variables that come with homeschooling and all of the different outcomes that can be had from one thing. Every homeschool child does not have the same outcome.
Michi, you know you're a homeschool mom. I know you're arguing against me, but you know what I'm saying is.
And I will tell you that all of my children that have been homeschooled, I have different outcomes with all of them. I have a 16-year-old son, took his SATs. He's getting ready to go to college at 16. I have other children who ain't done shit with their life. And I got a daughter that works at the goddamn phone place, and my son will be delivering groceries for Walmart. So at the end of the day, I don't think that solved the whole problem. I have a ton of kids that have been homeschooled. They all don't have the same outcome from homeschooling. My other son, he really loves it and does it. One of my daughters did what she was supposed to do. My other kids, they hated fucking homeschooling as much as you hate going to the regular school. They couldn't wait till that shit was over.
Okay,
they went and got their GEDs and were satisfied with that so they could be done with schooling. So again, as a homeschool mother of many children, not just one, I'm just telling you, and I have a different household. You don't account for household. You don't account for what goes on in that household. You don't account for the stability of it, the mental of the family or the children. You're leaving out a lot of variables here. So what I'm saying is you cannot say that homeschooling is the answer. As a problem solver, I expect you, especially you understand outliers and everything else, I expect you to then understand variables to those solutions that you just gave, because that is not a blanketed answer. Homeschooling your children will not change the Black community to where it will save us and all of the issues we deal with. That's not true.
Well, if we're homeschooling our kids and we're feeding the information that we talk about the outcomes. Now, you know what? I'm not even going to go there because that's a whole different thing. However, but what's on screen from Dr. Tracy Elizabeth Thomas, something can be true at the moment, and 5 minutes later it can be a lie. Okay, so the point I was trying to make when I asked,
can be a lie in this moment, and in 5 minutes be true. Despite how fast things change, the truth always remains the same.
Okay, so when I asked the question, could two things exist, and I made it a physical statement, okay, I just wanted to have us understand that two things can exist, and that's to support the discussion. So something I can say, the old antennas that there were on vehicles, they could be long and they could be short. Both things are true. And what I'm trying to, again, get everybody to understand is that there can be many truths, okay, and there can be many facts. Now, the difference between that fact of some person can argue that it's long and some person can argue that it's short is something. It's it's the feature that makes it long and short. That's what gets you to the solution. That's what gets
Tomato
you to the
frog. I don't
answer.
mean no. I don't mean no disrespect, but this is the problem with people who always want to speak in book knowledge and say they're smart, because intelligence allows you to take what you have learned and then apply it to all areas of your life where it is pertinent and it is necessary to be used. Instead of telling me about what you have memorized from a book and this method that has been given to you that you have stuck with for so many years, why don't we actually take what you're talking about and apply it to the actual conversation we're having? So where in the fact that I told you, okay, my statement of that the new world order is something that was being spoken about 30 years ago in a hush hush way, where they weren't saying it publicly to everybody, but there were people who were hearing about it. There was also people who spoke out about it, from music artists to other folks, and then after they started talking about it, they went away. We didn't see them no more. Now that's a fact. We don't know why they went away, but they stopped making music. We didn't hear from them anymore. And then here we are now, and the government is actually using the word new world order. They used it many times, and so did the World Health Organization during the COVID pandemic. It was on video, so we know that they actually said it. It's a fact. And now everything that we heard about 30 years ago is actually being implemented now, right before our eyes. We're not guessing. Like, that chip really exists. We are talking about cryptocurrency in the government. I mean, digital currency, which means we will be going to a cashless society like they told us. We actually do have gated communities. We have seen a rise of viruses that seem to be worse than we've ever seen them before. All of these things were said 30 years ago were going to happen, and now they're happening. And the government is even not shying away from the word new world order anymore. They're actually using it and implementing it. So in all of that knowledge you have, can you take it now and apply it to the actual conversation we're having? Because that is intelligence, brother.
And we're not talking about cars and no goddamn antennas. We're talking about people.
No, and you know what? I'm just giving you an example of two things being.
But I want to talk about what we're talking about, because you and Healing Goddess seem to think, y'all start off with saying we give them too much power. You're saying it. I'm assuming. I'm going to use my words real. I'm going to choose my words real wisely when it comes to you, because I want you to use the definition, because I mean exactly every word I'm saying to you, since this is how you want to talk. But I am assuming that the both of you are implying that that we're giving them too much power, meaning that the government or people above that are not behind this new transition we're seeing, that this is just things that are happening and we're acting like they did. You're saying that they didn't implement this and that they're not the ones that have that much power, and this is not why this is taking place. Now, I'm assuming that's what y'all meant. You said that this is just the evolution of things. This was bound to happen. So you're implying that it was not pre-planned. And she's claiming, I guess, that it wasn't pre-planned. I guess she thinks this is an evolution too, and this is not something that the government has been planning all this time to put into play. And all of the things that are now coming to pass are the things that were spoken about that we got told was a theory. But now that the theory is being proven by the facts of it coming true, that makes it no longer a theory. But go ahead. I'm assuming that's what you guys are trying to tell us. So can we discuss it in that perspective? Are you telling me that the government has not planned what has happened here and what we see, and that the new world order and technology coming in, removing the positions of people, all of this poisoning that they do to us, the population control that we heard about, all of these different things, right? With technology, cashless society, using a chip to be put in our hand that some of y'all like to call the mark of the beast and everything. Are you telling me that this is just directed evolution of things, and that this was not planned and then kept from society until the government was ready to kind of start talking about it?
It can actually be both. It can be planned and it can be directed evolution. It can be both. Okay. Because again, moving to and now just, I think maybe we want to be specific on one of the things. So we're talking about people being replaced by machines. Okay. Again, that part of the process, that part of evolution was simply going to happen naturally, and it's going to happen as a result of people who can leverage the technology, have the resources to actually promote it. Just like it happened when we went from a horse to a car. Okay, again, all these
But
things
I think that you downplay technology, because we're not just talking about some robots here or computer phones that make life easier. We're actually talking about technology being so profound that it changes the trajectory of human life, the way children are born, society, social interaction, people's purpose in life, interacting with human beings on a regular basis, motherfuckers, lonely asses, actually having robots as companions, having them as a girlfriend, speaking to a robot when you're going through therapy, not speaking to a real person. It is actually removing all humanness from society and what we actually need to thrive as human beings. So this is not the same thing as going from a horse to a car. This is not evolving society. This is actually destroying society. This is a much different thing.
Okay, now we're talking something different now. My
been talking the same way. You talking evolution, like
no, I'm talking the evolution of processes, evolution of technology itself, the effect on humanity and society. I'm not an expert on that, and I wouldn't claim to be an expert on that or be able to say what was going to happen relative to the effect on society. I'm just saying from a technological standpoint, these things that were going to happen, things are changing all the time. Things are evolving all the time. So we're going to get to this place. We're going to get to people not working. You know, when Trump is talking about and Trump is talking about, you know, hey, I'm bringing all this manufacturing back. Well, guess what, guys? That manufacturing ain't going to have people. It's going to be
evolution.
It's going to be in.
Can we agree that evolution is about the growth of something?
I don't know if that's as precise, but it is.
Evolution is not the growth of something. You know what I'm saying? That's not what evolution is, to evolve into a new state. Like a caterpillar becomes a butterfly. We're evolving into a growth state.
No, no. Actually, evolution, evolution. The one where I'm talking about evolution gets more efficient over time. So actually, it reduces states. Things become more and more efficient. Okay, that's the evolution.
That is the definition of evolution.
Yeah, that is the evolution.
Is that the way you're using the word evolution?
Again,
you said it becomes more efficient, but is that the definition of evolution?
Well, remember, I'm talking directed
to evolve.
Evolution. No, I'm talking directed evolution. Directed evolution is to be more efficient over time. And what directed evolution says is that, quite frankly, everything wants to go to a state of pure energy. Okay, and that means reducing functions, reducing this, reducing that. That's why
destroying humanity while it's at it. Because if it kills off one thing, how is it evolving to anything if it's killing off the very fabric of human nature and human beings?
Well, see, I think there's an assumption that it's going to kill off
It's not an assumption.
Humanity.
That's not an assumption. It's not. Again, I'm going to replay for you what is already happening. These are facts. I am not making this up. They have AI girlfriends. So when a human being is having a companion that is a girlfriend that they sleep with, they eat with, and is programmed to learn their personality and talk to them, and they fall in love with a robot, that's some bullshit as a human being. You're falling in love with the machine. That removes the humanity of two people falling in love. When you make children and the birth of those children, these are all facts, are cloned from your DNA, and then they are incubated in an AI womb for you to then come and pick up your child later. That takes away the humanity of giving birth the natural way. Whenever I go somewhere where I normally would interact with a human being, whether it is my doctor's office, it is a restaurant, or I'm in a car that drives me now. When I used to have a driver that I could have a conversation with, and it takes all of that stuff away, then that takes away the humanity of people being able to be human. It takes away the purpose of why we even exist, and that can never be a good thing. That shit is evil.
Or is it our humanity is simply evolving?
How is your humanity evolving when it is slowly taking away your humanity away from you? How does it evolve a human being when women and men make children together, and now you can go and give them your DNA and your baby can be incubated in a artificial womb? How the fuck is that humanity growing? Humanity, part of that is human. So we're talking about people here. So how is that? Well, my interaction all day is with artificial intelligence, driverless cars. When I go out and get food, I'm not interacting with human beings at all. So I will tell you from my perspective of psychology and socializing in the world, like socializing and interacting with other humans is very important. And you're taking all of that away. That is very detrimental to the growth in the mind and the humanity of human beings. It is very detrimental.
Okay, so let me ask a question. This thing that we're doing right here, that is technologically driven, we're all able to be in the exact same space at the exact same time with this computer screen. Is this taking away humanity or is this adding to humanity?
Excuse me, because now you're trying to conflate two situations. I never said that all technology was bad, but let me explain something to you about this technology. When COVID came into play and people sat in their house and they use this technology right here to interact with people. Do you know that people got catfish? Do you know that people be talking to fat ass 300-pound men online and think that they're a woman named Tamika that's 110 pounds and loves them and be sending them money and fall in love with them and have their heart crushed? Do you know how many people went back to drinking because they were isolated in their damn homes when they had been sober from drinking for all of these years? So for you to say that this social media or technology is good, do you know about the young man who was online and because he could not at the most difficult time in his life learn how to socialize and be accepted at school, he turned to technology. And turning to that technology, he found him an AI girlfriend that he used to go home, lock himself in his room and talk to this fucking robot all day. And this bitch convinced him to kill himself so that they could be together. So I don't know, you tell me. Us talking right now might be a really great thing, but to take this as though this is the technology I'm talking about, I'm not talking about
BGS, wait a second. The boy took his life because a fucking bot told him to kill his life.
Yeah, a bot told him to come home to her and take his life, and the boy killed himself. And the mama is suing the AI company, and it still exists. It's the app you can download for children. So all I'm saying is that this right here, this right here, listen, this right here,
outliers.
This right here, those are not outliers, sir. They're not. They're not. What I'm telling to you,
not doing that.
Those are not outliers, sir. They're not. They're not outliers. Don't cut me off, and maybe you would understand that they're not outliers. There are all kind of apps right now that are on there perverting children, and pedophiles are on them talking to children all day long, and they disguise themselves as other children. So the point I'm making to you is that you bring out this technology here because we're having a conversation on StreamYards, which is streaming on YouTube and on MX Network. You conflate the situation as though just because we are using this for the right thing, that it cannot be used for nefarious reasons when put into the wrong hands. That's the point that I'm making to you. You are trying to give me an absolute for something that is not absolute. Just because this technology is a good thing right now does not mean the technology that I'm talking about is going to be good for everybody in every situation. You're equating StreamYards to what? Them taking away the humanity of a woman giving birth to a child and people taking their DNA and going to pick your baby up because it's been incubated in an artificial womb? They're not the same. So don't give me an absolute for something that is not absolute. You cannot compare this to the other things that I just got finished talking about. I know where it said that technology is not a good thing in one way, and this is why people buy that shit, because they always introduce you to the version that makes life easier. They always introduce you to the version that says, oh, this is cool. Then when they introduce you to the shit that's getting ready to destroy humanity, y'all gonna receive that shit much easier because they gave you the cool shit first. Now, see, that's because you're educated. That you're
Great discussion.
I would like to hear from Healing Goddess because she said that we give them too much power, and I apologize to her because me and you got in this back and forth that she never really. I had her come back up because I want to hear her argument. Yours, you made yours from your perspective. I would like to hear her argument why she says that we give them who is them to her, because I don't want you to speak on her behalf. So I'm not sure if what you're saying is what she's saying, and what power do we give them?
Okay, first things I want to ask is, what is the deep state? Who is the deep state? What consists of the deep state and this new world order, right? Because in my calculations, we've been on one world currency. Everybody takes the American dollar, right? Everybody takes the US dollar or the petrodollars, right? So if you really think about it, we've been in the new world order. the U.S. has been.
How does people taking the American dollar equate to the New World Order, even though the American dollar is falling every day?
What is the New World
There are
Order?
actually
One
some
currency
countries who don't want to take the American dollar anymore.
now.
Right. So
That's
I mean,
now.
I'm
talking about
just
the
not
last. I'm talking
understanding
about the last 20 years though.
how that comment
Just
plays
listen.
into the New World Order. Hold on.
Let me
The
finish.
New World Order is a cashless society, so I'm not sure how that comment even is valid in what we're talking about.
What does New World Order consist of? One world currency, one world government, one world religion, right?
Yeah, digital currency.
What does that matter if it's already been? What does it matter if it's digital or the world has been on one currency already? That's what I'm not understanding. But
Control
let me keep going.
Listen,
because
when you
if I
the
believe, hold on. I'm gonna let you say this, but I want to say the turn and I'll let you respond. But because I can pull cash out my pocket and you can't track every motherfucking thing I do. Digital currency opens up a whole nother world.
Don't that dollar have
especially let me finish my sentence. Especially if the government is offering a universal income and they give you a digital wallet, that means they have all access to that, which comes a lot of other things, like if you break certain rules or you a felon or certain situations or you can't be certain places, or let's say we have a food shortage and they decide to say that every person in each home can only buy so much of each thing, and then your digital wallet doesn't allow you to spend past that because of the rules. The digital currency, and you get your wallet and it's not a regular bank account anymore, actually allows them to track what you're doing a little bit more. That's why it makes a difference. And then it's a universal thing, so you go everywhere and use it around the world, so you can even go out of the country and have your card be blocked or not be used. Take your ass to Pakistan and cuss on the street, and if that shit is against the law, they might turn your shit off, okay? Which means people all over the world are going to have control over what you do now versus just one group. So it does make a difference, because if I got cash under my goddamn mattress, nobody knows what I do with that when I spend it.
But that cash is still you owing a debt to somebody else, because a dollar that you have in your pocket only. Listen to me, Misha, just hear me out. Hear me out. Right? That dollar that you have in your pocket is just evidence that you owe a debt to the Federal Reserve. Because if you it all goes back to the same thing where y'all saying that a few families running all this shit. Who you think runs the money? Who? It doesn't matter if they give you a card or they give you the dollars that they put in the circulation. They still have a serial number on them.
So are you telling me that, no, but I thought we're talking about the difference of digital currency versus it being the American dollar. And I just told you what the difference was. I don't care if it's the serial number on it. They can't stop me from using it before I use it, or shut my wallet down, or keep track of who spent it. They don't know who came in the store and gave that dollar with that.
They still know how many they got in circulation. They still know how many they got in circulation.
Okay, but let me ask you this. What you're not finna tell me is the difference that I just gave you between digital currency and the dollar.
I'm not saying that, Mitch. I'm not saying,
but you asked me a question. I just told you what the difference was. And when you asked me about a few families as though that's ridiculous, does not the royal family in England?
I'm not saying that is ridiculous.
Aren't they one family and they run everything, don't they?
It's really a total of 3 families that spread it out to different families. Yeah,
it's not unheard of, right? It's not
I'm not negating that. I'm not negating that.
Very rich people run the whole entire country. Is that unheard of?
That is not unheard of.
Okay.
For so many, because whenever they put everything in order, whenever they put everything in place, almost 1,000 damn years ago, this is how it's set up. But when you know and you can see that it is now a turning point where we can actually go, because all of those men all those white men that was in positions to hold things down and to make sure they keep a hover over people's head, those old men are dead, and their trust fund babies have now took their spot. Best believe these trust fund babies has not been in the damn office calculating this shit like they fathers and their grandfathers did.
Who said
that's one thing?
Who said that the people in office are the ones that are?
I'm not speaking about the ones in the office. The ones in the office is just the pawns.
Okay, so then who are you talking about?
Pockets
if you really, I'll say this and then somebody can say, but if you really want to understand how wealthy, not rich, but wealthy families that run everything work, for you to act like they don't have long implemented plans, rules or regulations, things written out in a trust, what you will and what you will not do, how things are going to function. Wealthy people don't die and leave shit to happenstance. They have every instruction written out by order, and those heirs will
That's
follow
my
those
point, Michi.
instructions. They will follow those instructions if they want to be a part of that. So for people who don't know anything about wealth, kill me trying to talk about what wealth be doing. Trust fund babies. They're not just trust fund babies. The people that are the children of those that are in the deep state, they have been handed the country. They have not been handed a trust.
What's the
They've
deep
been handed
state?
a country.
So when you came in, you were talking about Federal Reserves and all the rest of this. And what we're saying is the New World Order is going to be digital, right?
I understand that.
Hold on. When you get a chance, go check out the Bretton Woods Agreement and when the U.S. was taking off the gold standard. And you'll
in
see
1933, I know about that.
Okay. So with that being said, the New World Order is going to push away from everything else. You keep pushing.
It's been taken away from that though.
And Michi and I are saying it's going to be digital, right?
I'm not negating that. I'm saying it's irrelevant what it is.
What's irrelevant?
If it's digital or if it's the dollar.
But we didn't make that argument. So what part of what we said is relevant? Because you said that we give them too much power.
And my first question was, I asked you, who is the deep state? Because you asked who are them, right?
The landowners, basically.
What landowners?
The land.
Because
the real land, where even if you buy your own house, it can be taken away from you. It can be eminent
domain. The Bureau of Land Management and look up my great grandfather's land patent.
I don't care what you got. They have a military.
Amazing to me though. But it's amazing how you speak about, the currency and the number on there, the serial number and patents and land and shit. But you act like you don't understand that America is a corporation. So when you
do know America is a corporation.
Then who owns America? Because it ain't the government.
No, it's not. The people own the government if they know that if they get in their right position.
Okay. So no, because now you're playing games. Because on one end you want to talk about who's the deep state, but you damn well know that this is a corporation and that there are people who own this land and they're not the government. They own all of America. So go ahead and talk to me about how on your birth certificate and how you got the straw man and how each one of us are considered to work and pay our taxes to pay off the debt that is owed. Okay, so since you know all of that, because you speak in that language, why are you playing dumb right now, Healing God?
I'm
for
not.
the sake of being argumentative.
Have you read the book Meet the Straw Man?
What book?
Meet Your Straw Man.
Yes, I have. I know about all that.
Right.
And
so
that's my point.
So how don't you understand that there is some people want to call it the deep state, but I think you play these games like you don't know.
No. Whenever I think about it,
the government that is running the way that things go. Do you disagree with that or not?
I do to a point, to a certain extent.
So who is we giving too much power to, and what is the power that they don't have, and what's unrealistic about what we're talking about?
Because if you ask me what I say the deep state is these politicians that have these corporations in their pocket and doing what the government and the lawmakers are doing the bidding of the corporations. That's what that's what deep state is to me. Because I know that the corporations are the ones that's running shit.
The corporations cannot
the deep state is not the
landowners. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
I hear you on that.
It's not the corporations are beholden to other people. You understand? You can't just I can build a corporation up, but I'm still beholden to the landowner who owns the land my corporation sits upon. Now, America is a corporation that sits upon the land that motherfuckers own.
And how is that?
And it's not.
And how did they do that?
By conquering. This is centuries old, is what I'm telling you. These
They
people
didn't
are
conquer
their
anything. They
family
fucking
bloodline is centuries
flagoozied
old.
us into believing and with them rewriting fucking history.
It
And
doesn't
the
matter.
whole thing
What I'm
is
saying is,
we are giving what I'm thinking about we're giving them too much power is because we're saying that they're wealthy, right?
they
Because
are.
they got
They
millions of dollars
are.
in a bank account, right?
No,
And
we're
they
not
can
talking about
control
money.
some
Their
shit
wealth
because
is
they
Wealth
can
and
pay
money is
somebody
two
to
different.
teach them
Wealth
land.
some
and
shit,
money is
right?
two different things. Though. Wealth and money is two different things.
I
Exactly.
know it
Money
is.
is nothing. Money is fiat. They own
Exactly.
land. They own land, which is tangible, what you need to
If you,
live
and
on.
all I said, and I just said, if you can go in the land bureau of the land bureau management,
Management.
and you can see who owns every piece of land. The land patents are still there.
Okay, I would like to bring it back to the actual conversation because just like Tomato Frog, I feel like we're away from the topic. We were talking about the New World Order and what's coming into play. We can clearly see that it is going in the direction for all of us who have heard about the New World Order from many, many years ago, right? Somebody said it's been 50 years. I heard it when 30 years ago for me, but that might not be the first time it was being spoken about. That was just for me. And so we've talked about the New World Order, all the things they said would be implemented, and now we see it happening and coming to fruition today. What I said is that Trump being in the White House, he is actually destroying the old systems, and that's just a way to bring in the new current systems to usher in the New World Order. You said we give them too much power. I would like to keep the conversation to that because, again, I don't understand how we got the land patents, who own the land, and all of that. Like, who is it that we're giving too much power to? And what part of what was said about the New World Order and what is taking place doesn't seem to resonate or be true with you? That's what I want to know. Too quickly, we make these statements and then we go off into these tangents of, and sometimes, I mean, no disrespect to nobody, but y'all got to know me by now. I'm just be honest. I don't sugarcoat shit. It seemed like some of y'all just be wanting to come up here and y'all just be wanting to tell us what you know. It's the thing of let me show you my knowledge because y'all take the conversation in a direction that confuses me. And I'm not a person that's not smart, but I don't understand how the conversation got to where we are right now. We were talking about what I just said we were talking about, just like with the dude up here and his problem solving self. Can we address the current topic that we're talking about? How are we giving them too much power by simply saying the New World Order is being implemented? This is what they've done. Do you think we gave them too much power when we stated that national elections are selected, that people are not really actually voted for, that they actually pick and rig the elections? Is that not real to you? Do you think that's too much power? I need you to be more specific because I'm not sure how we got on the conversation we on because it doesn't seem to be playing into what we was talking about. So I'm confused.
What I mean by we give them too much power, as in saying that they're doing all this. Okay, yeah, they're doing all this, but that takes our power away.
You don't have any power. Let me see you exhort it right now. Turn on the camera. Let me see your power against this government. Go ahead. I love when people say that. Where the fuck is our power at then? Who finna stand up and stop them, boo? Not nobody, not me, or not you. That's why I love when people say, what's the solution? So again, we don't stand up and exhort our power. So please explain to me, what is our power and what should we do? What is the answer to go against the powers that be? What is the power we hold and how should we use that? There is one way
Knowing
that
your
we can go
rights.
against the government, but nobody wants that answer. And aside from that, what power are we not exhorting? You say we give them too much power, but really, as a human being, what you gonna do to fight against the justice system, the corrupt cops? They'll lock your ass up with, they'll put a case on your ass and put you under the jail if they thought that you were that important and they thought your power was gonna shake them. They take your fucking life in your sleep, and everybody would swear you,
If that's
and they
what you
would swear,
believe,
and they wait a minute, and they would swear you died from the bird flu. They'd lock your ass up and nobody'd ever see you again. And if your family had a problem, they'd take their ass out too. Let's be real about the government we're talking about. You're no threat to them, but if you were, you would have no power against them. I promise you. This is why when scientists come out and speak against them, when doctors, when all kind of folks that have done things and they have these secrets, they start to tell the secrets, all of a sudden they end up dead in their bed because they had pneumonia.
and there's
Y'all
plenty
not
of
finna
people
play
that
with
has
me. So
told
when
the
you say
truth
we should
and don't.
exhort our power, now you say we give them too much power. So now I want you to tell me, what power do you think we have that we don't exhort? Tell me. I want to know.
So there's also people, just like you said, there's people that came out and told the truth and died. There's also people that came out and told the truth and still living.
What did it do though? They're living, but they're considered crazy. Nobody's listening. It hasn't changed anything. It's the ability to get up and do something. So what power do you say that we're not using?
Okay. So last time I was on here, you were on with General, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't feel that that tribe has given you ability to move a different way, or teaching you to move a different way?
No. I'm not talking. When we're talking about the government and the deep state and what they're
But it
doing,
all ties together, Michi. If you
it's not.
that
That's not the same thing as you saying we give them too much power. We're stating what it
what
is
I'm saying
they're
is, whenever you give them too
doing.
much power, you're
We're not
taking the
talking
power away
about
from
individual
yourself.
power in our lives. That individual power, you said we stand up and take our power. So you're talking about individual power where small pockets of people do stuff. And let me be real with you. I love my tribe, and yes, they teach me a whole lot of stuff. But if the government decided to say, you know, that land over there with those fucking Malachians, I want you to destroy them all. You know what would happen to us? We'd be fucking dead. Let's be real. Okay?
Do
Let's be
you
real.
really
She keeping
do
it
you feel
real.
that
She keeping
everybody
it
in the
real.
military
She
would
keeping it
actually go
real.
against their people?
If we now look, the power that we build individually. Yes, we can build certain things, but if you're talking to me about going against the powers that be, like I said, if they want to come destroy our whole tribe, ain't nothing gonna stop them. They're gonna come on our land
So
and they're
you
gonna kill us
believe
all.
everybody in
And
that
me and General
military?
gonna be on there looking at each other like the last Mohicans in the movie. We gonna be crying because it's our time to go, and I'm gonna say, brother, I'm gonna see you in the next life,
So
and we gonna be out. Okay, we
so
gonna die.
you believe the people that's in the
Damn,
military that they will bring to
told me.
against you would actually go against their own people?
Yes, they did it with Waco. They did it with Waco. What are you talking about?
What did you say? Who would go against me?
The people that works in the military. Your brothers and sisters, your cousins, your nephews that's in the military right now, or
Killing
anybody that you know
goddess.
that's in the
Killing
military.
goddess. They don't need, hold on. They don't need that. I'm gonna let y'all talk, and I'm about to go find a video. AI will come and beat our ass. They will zap and set our village on fire with a fucking one of them rays. They'll send a 4G microwave and cook all of our insides if they want to do that. They don't even got to come on the land and touch us. We're talking about the government. Why do we think so small? These are weapons that are facts. You can go to the DARPA website, and if they wanted to send any type of troops, I'm about to show you a video of what the fuck, because the army is using AI now. So I want you to tell me if we finna not get our ass pulled by this robot I'm finna show you. But carry on the conversation, y'all. I'm about to go find the robot for y'all.
Yeah. And then they, even if they don't use AI, they did it in Waco, Texas. To the come on,
if you want it.
they did it. So it's they use the government in Philadelphia.
The move, you talking about the move, right? Yep.
Yeah. They've done it everywhere. What you talking about? They even did it
And that was done to put fear in the people. That's the whole point of deep state, is to keep people fearful.
Of course. But at the same time,
more like control, right?
Saying that they have the power. We don't have to give them shit. They already got it.
Hey, Meech, when you get a chance, cue up that Bina 48 video too.
Hold on, I'm about to show y'all my screen, and I want y'all to know that this video is 5 years old. So this is old technology, okay? It is far more advanced now. And even when they put the video 5 years ago, this was something they had created like 3 or 4 years before they made the video, okay? So I want you to know this is old, but I want y'all to watch this video. And so when you say, would our army go against us? They don't need our army, because they're going to have an army of robots. There will be no fighting against the weapons they have. Sorry, y'all. Now, what I want y'all to pay attention to is that he is focused on his target. So let's not lose focus on that, right? His target is those things. So no matter how much he's been pushed or fell down, he is focused on his target. So if they program them to tell you all these niggas in this village is your target, they're not going to miss their shot. Okay, so that's what they're showing to you, that no matter what you do to mix him up, he's going to meet his target. There's going to be a time where he's going to, I think, aim the gun at the guy, but he realizes that's not my target, so he immediately stops and does not attack the man. So I want y'all to know what y'all looking at.
You're looking at the Terminator. That's what you're looking at.
And you can't shoot him. You can't shoot him back. Look at him.
Damn.
I think y'all get the point. Now, again, you asked me, do I think they will use the army on their own people?
Hey, did he shoot the dude, or that was stop right there?
They don't have to. We are in the things. They're not going to bring the army against their own people.
I've seen that many times. I'm somewhat impressed to a degree.
Well, I'm actually not impressed, but again, they don't need that guy. They just made everybody take a COVID death poison. I mean, literally, they don't have to go to those extremes.
Military.
Little goddess, your microphone is all messed up. It's static and really bad.
Is she using AI? Because
no, she was talking earlier. I think it's her microphone. But anyway, when somebody said they wasn't really impressed, again, y'all be going off the topic. The bottom line is, I'm just showing you that her question was, if it's time to destroy us and we had our own power individually as a group of people, all I'm saying is if they wanted to take us, they could, and use it. You're right, our own government. You have your family members who are in the army, in the military. No, they're not going to come out and they're not going to turn around and start tearing up their own people, right? So that's not a problem. The robots don't have no family. They don't care nothing about none of us. So I just want to show y'all the type of weapons they have and the type of military that we're going to have pretty soon. Everything will be AI. And this is what when I say everything, I want to emphasize everything. They do not need you for your military. They don't need you to. So maybe it's showing y'all that. Do you understand now how you don't need police officers anymore? When I keep saying we're not going to have police, can y'all see what I mean now? Right? And so don't get me wrong, as they evolve, these robots might have skin on them. They might look more like a human being.
It's the robot.
They're not going to look like that. But I mean, why the fuck can't somebody police us that's a robot then? So what I'm telling you is every avenue that a human being runs, it would no longer run it. AI will run it for y'all. I don't know why y'all think it's a joke.
But we gotta understand. The robotics really show their head of what is to come 40 years ago, from the Terminator to RoboCop, especially RoboCop. And people forgot how sophisticated RoboCop was, and that made a lot of money. And that is not. It's always got to think. It's what if. You get me? Because if they already show it in movies, that means they already had this technology already decades in advance. Is it the whole already a progression that they already had that said we rolling out now? You get me? Because movies tell a future.
Yes, public notice.
It's
the whole
script.
time while she was playing it, though, I kept on thinking about this damn YouTubeizing that was done back in 1980. It was a video that was done back in 1968 called The Newsbenders by the BBC, and all this shit is propaganda.
Wait, can y'all hear me now? Is it bad?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I just wanted to say about the fact of our military has been getting non-citizens and immigrants, and they've been loading up our military with them because those people don't consider us as quote unquote their neighbors or friends or family, whatever it's like that. So that if it comes down to, because I agree with you, Mishi, it's going to go AI no matter what. But if you're using human beings, you're going to use human beings who don't give a shit about who the hell they're going to go into it. That's why they have all those people in that military, so that when they go into and deploy them, they're not going to think, oh, this is my aunt, this is my mom, whatever. So like, we don't give a shit. Boom. So,
Right.
and I put that information into the chat as well. So like I, just Google that and put that in there, and how much and how many people are in the military who are not citizens.
A whole lot.
They have no that yeah, who don't
There's a
have
lot.
any allegiance.
Police too.
That's
Oh,
it.
yeah.
You become citizens once you get into the military. That's the whole the game. They come in illegally. Look at before the Ukraine war with Russia. A lot of the Ukrainian men came over here and they enlisted in the military here. You know what I mean? A lot of the Chinese men that coming across the illegally, they're enlisting into the military.
And they
Why?
have their own police stations. Don't forget that. New York and was it Texas?
So even when they're illegal, you can get your citizenship if you join the military. That's a fact.
And guess who trains them? Israel. Israel trains a lot of these police.
Mossad. The Mossad.
The facts. Yep. So it all goes hand in hand, right?
Well, they don't need it for the military no more, and that's why they're kicking them out. And they don't really care because they don't have need of the immigrants. All the stuff that they say they're gonna do, they kill me with that. Like, oh well, who's gonna pick the vegetables? They got an AI machine that's gonna pick that shit faster and more efficiently than any damn human being ever would. So that's great. Oh, are the Americans gonna take the job? No, AI is gonna take the fucking job. That's a stupid question.
They already have machines in these big farms already that do that. So that's all a little propaganda game in that illegal realm. That's just what the ploy is, that for those lawmakers that want the illegals here. Oh, who's gonna pick your strawberry? Motherfucker.
Let's not forget about BlackRock and Monsanto.
No, you gotta keep in mind. They bring people in this country is to equate the white numbers. That's it. They bring niggas to bring white people up here to equate because of their birth rates, allegedly.
I dropped the link for the person who made that comment. I think earlier that person asked for the link too, but the link is there. We have room on the panel.
Yeah, it's not full. I'm not moderator. I would post the link, but Nietzsche has control of that.
Yeah. So again, we're talking about the AI and all these things doing away with our jobs, and again, if we want to know what's next, for us as humans, yes, we're not going to be doing manual labor, but what's going to be valuable, we got to understand it. Something about us is still going to be valuable. And you can look at what's currently going on.
Yeah, body part.
Well, what do you do? With a universal basic income, though, how does that come to play with a universal basic income? How does that come to play?
Okay, so we're moving to this digital age. So you got to think about it. What's valuable? And you see it. Our name is valuable. Our image is valuable. Our likeness is valuable. Our usage is valuable. Those are the things that we are going to be getting paid for versus physical labor. So the transfer or the movement from a physical society to more of an informational or cerebral society, that's going to be a transition. And for those, again,
you have information.
I'm sorry.
If you have useful information, if you don't have useful information, you ain't no shit.
No, it doesn't be. It's not about useful information. It's what we consume. Right now you can go on and use the Brave browser. Brave browser pays you for watching it, for using it. So our transition is going to be in an area where we're going to be valuable by what we use and what we consume, and that's going to set apart and that'll play into basic income, and that'll play into a bunch of other things.
But
So
it's gonna be two things. Either you're gonna have a universal basic income where people are going to get money, just like the check that they gave y'all during COVID to test that people would go in their house, not work, to get a check from the government. Or again, you will make money online. That's where all businesses are going. So you can make money people are still going to have money to buy services and products and things of that nature. But for the most part, all of those things will be ordered and delivered online. Even services will be gotten online, just like it was during, COVID. And then there is the aspect of selling yourself, which is happening right now. There is a company that is offering
OnlyFans.
They're offering $250,000 for the rights to your face and your voice, but they get to use it forever and you can't take it back because they want to put your likeness on robots. They want to make humanoid robots, and they want them to, instead of trying to just come up with any kind of face, they're asking people to sell their voice and their face and their likeness so that they can be, just more realistic like real people. So people are selling their likeness to these robots, but I don't know if I want a robot.
Isn't that celebrities more doing that?
No, the company that's actually doing it, I don't think it's here in America, it's in the UK, but they are offering anybody, no matter where you are, but they're asking to buy your likeness though. But you have to understand that they're going to use your face and your voice, and that they own it forever. And they're going to be using it because they're going to make multiple robots with your face and your voice and push it out there. So
right.
In other words, they only pay one time. They take a likeness. That's it.
Yeah. And another thing's going to come, like, how people, you got your name or something copywritten or trademarked. People are going to have to be concerned with also now trademarking your face and your likeness, because it can be used in so much digital stuff now that you got to be careful about that, right? Even when it comes to actors now, a lot of actors, they will tell you, if you go look it up, it's a fact. They're actually, the actors, they're asking to buy their likeness and their image. And what that means is that when they produce movies, they'll be producing them with AI. So they will just stick your ass in the movie and you don't even have to show up to the set, but they're just paying you to use your image and your face and your voice. So actors won't even be on the scene of making movies pretty soon. They're just going to pay them to use their image.
And that was one of the sticking points when they went on strike. They did not want that.
Absolutely, yes.
There was so the age we're in right now.
Can I finish? Can I finish my thought? Can I finish my thought? Thank you.
Go ahead.
So when they stuck to their guns, that was the red sand, the red line in the sand that they would not cross. And as soon as they made some assurances that they weren't going to use their AI at this point, then they was like, okay, we'll sign on the dotted line. But up to and including that point, they were going to let Hollywood burn.
Well, they didn't completely. They did not completely say no to that. Let me say this, and I'll let Proud to Be a Simp and Your Art was here, but they just came up, so I want them to get their thing in. But they did come to some agreements with certain artists and stuff, but that has not been taken off the table. Kind of like when the port workers went on strike, saying they didn't want them to automate the ports. Like, they gave them a certain number of years that they wouldn't completely take it over, but nobody's agreeing to not do that. So in the industry of actors and stuff, they did come to some agreement, but the agreement was never, we're not going to take part in using your likeness. That really wasn't the agreement. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the agreement was, some might have agreed to it, some might have not. They might have pushed things further down, but there's no avoiding that aspect of what's coming. Automation and AI will be taking over everything, and so they can
they're prolonging the inevitable.
Yes, absolutely.
But see, if you're an old actor, and you about to die, maybe they might be able to use it with the family. So let's give you this nice little check, and then they say, all right, go ahead. They're gonna take from previous films and also, and it's like copy it, and it's because data. It's pretty much data. You just record what's out there, and you could just use that for the likeness.
Yeah, but I mean, if they agree to it and they sign a contract and they get paid so much money for a company to use their likeness for so long, and they can make they're probably going to have them come and go on a green screen, do all kind of movement, do all kind of shit, and that's going to be them on the set. And once they're behind that green screen and they're doing all these movements, the computer's going to capture all that. I'm sure they'll have a way of doing it. Then they're going about their business, get their money, and then when movies come out with their image, they're going to go to the premiere and see that shit for the first time like anybody else, because they actually wasn't on the set. So,
but it already happened. It already happened with Star Wars. The old guy.
Oh, you mean the guy died last year? What's I
No,
forgot his name.
the guy who they had in there, it was completely AI generated. He was not live at all. He was in an old movie.
Yeah. But
and
that's
then
what
they
I'm
just
saying.
put him,
Yeah,
they
they're
put him
already
in
using
there.
the technology, but that's going to, even when it comes to like editing, there won't be a bunch of sets. Everything that you see will be done with AI. There's a lot of way. I know we see a lot of AI shit that looks like, oh, that's artificial, but it has been advancing over time. And even the sets and where people are in movies, they won't be renting real sets. They'll just be completely digitally creating a movie, and it will all be digital. And they're gonna make them be wherever they want them to be. They're gonna have all of the things. It won't be.
They will have to automate the ports because China is already doing it. And as far as what's getting ready to happen with the bank, Misha's right. They've already automated the banking system. They're just waiting to push the law, which would be the stablecoin bill that Trump said he wanted by August.
Yep.
So what people don't understand is you're gonna have like two tiers. And what people don't understand also is they've been testing the system at its full price range. Like for instance, some people are buying XRP. Let's say it was like 50 cents. It's about $2 and some change right now, right?
Yep.
But they had to test it at its full blast to make sure it can handle the load that's getting ready to come. So they're already doing it. I found out years ago that they were tokenizing real estate in UAE in the year 2000. I believe it was called Mantra. So this stuff that we're talking about right now, they're already doing it. It's just that they allowed you to know about it. And they use Bitcoin as the guinea pig.
The crazy thing about it, I just went to I went in a Whole Food couple like last year. They already got their darn wrist scans already. If y'all really want to get that joint is crazy to me, but like even when it come down to like a lot of these movies, I heard somebody speak on it probably last time I was there. Look up that show Paradise. They already show you they building underground bunkers. And before Meet You Can't Die, about to tell you that she showed the video about the robot. They got a video a long time ago. They got a heat wave. Like you could feel the heat inside your body. Like they was moving crowds of people. So they already advanced past that perspective of what we already talking about. And I believe they getting it from straight to aliens at the end of the day. That's my perspective.
Yeah, because you got the Project Bluebeam that's about to pop out, and then everybody remembers the drones that were flying over New Jersey or whatever. But the thing that they got coming, they've already got the people indoctrinated because of the religion system. And what some people don't understand is that the heads of state or people that run countries, presidents, if you will, they're all in on it. And how do we know that? The fact that there's bricks and they're using bricks, which they were given permission to do so, proves right there they're all in on it. We're just cattle getting herded.
You talking about BRICS? What you mean by BRICS?
So BRICS is Brazil, Russia,
you talking about that
India,
BRICS?
China,
Yeah.
and South Africa.
Without the Bank of International Settlements and the IMF, none of this could happen. And everybody is in an order, and they respect the seat, which is why they can implement what they're implementing. The problem is that the citizens have no flipping clue because they're worrying about P. Diddy, Jay-Z, or whatever the hell's going on. They're in a what you call an insane quagmire. Will they come out of it? No, because it'll be too late. Most people are priced out with what's coming anyway. Most people can't buy 10,000 XRP or XLM, QNT. A lot of people don't even know. Some people don't know what's going on. There's some people that do, obviously, because Misha X does knows what's going on, and you guys on the panel definitely do know. But the way they're going to do things, I really believe the Georgia Guidestones will actually happen, especially with these robots that they got.
They blew that mug up. That's why they got rid of it, right?
And BRICS started. And when BRICS started, it started with 5 nations. Now it's up to like 30 nations. So that is definitely like the big middle finger to the U.S. and the old world order. So
yes and no. And what I mean by that is this. The company's called Ripple. Remember when Trump said we're going to be the number one, right? Well, you got this stable coin coming out of XRP called RLUSD, which is like a form of a dollar. So when he said, I'm not going to do any CBDCs, well, a stable coin is actually a CBDC. But the Ripple, which is the technology, which all the countries are running on that rail, United States controls it. So they're not really going to lose their position. The real game that they're going to play is the Fort Knox talk, when they said they're going to audit Fort Knox. Well, why would they announce that they're going to do that? Could it be no gold in Fort Knox? So they say, well, there's no gold in Fort Knox. The amount that we have is not the amount. So they'll crash the stock market, start over, tokenize it, and the game's over. Which is the goal is really tokenization. Once they do that, it's over. Because now you're talking about AI. I was talking to a friend, right? I said, you know what? You worried about these people printing the money. When they go fully digital, they go to AI. So they'll say, I found this big chunk of platinum floating out of space and it's worth $250,000,000,000. It doesn't exist, but they say it and you just put it in the system. There's nothing you can do about it. Party's over.
Right. And they print it out of thin air for sure. They definitely printing the money out of thin air for sure. That's been happening since 13, right? So I mean,
no, right. No,
Yo,
but
I think
when they say
you wanted to say something,
when they say they are doing it, but when we talk about digital currency and stuff, they're just catching up. I mean, I've been on the blockchains for 5 years. And again, how do we navigate all this stuff? And we got to look at what we do. We can right now, we can go and get us a home crypto miner that'll make 10, 15 bucks a day, just plugging it in. All right.
Yeah.
So as we navigate this, how are we going to move from now into the next phase? We need to think about how we can take control of the different things. So anybody in the crypto miner space knows how all this stuff works, and we've been engaged in this for since the inception of Bitcoin. So
hey, for those that don't know what the miners are, you got to tell them to go look at the Bitcoin white paper, because if you don't know the why,
Right.
the hows, the whats, and the whens are irrelevant. So
Well,
you got to know why hold on.
Okay.
So you got to know the why. If you know the why, then you can make some educated decisions on XRP, Stellar, whatever, Quant, Fetch, anything like that, right?
Yeah,
So,
you're right.
with that being said, everybody read the Bitcoin white paper so you'll know the why. So at least
But I'm sorry. You heard what you just said, right? Now look at it on a simple level, right? Let's say you got Coinbase and you order a coin or whatever and you want to move it to your wallet. Well, how many people know how to really use that? They don't even know to download an authenticator to move over their stuff. People have no idea what's coming. They don't even have a school on this stuff.
And that's what we need to do. What we need to do. And Michi, we're supposed to put something together. Remember, I sent you the. I got to follow up with you.
And Coinbase is an institutional. So if they hold your crypto,
that's it.
If anything happens, they'll make you whole, because that was the deal that they made with the government to come into existence, right? So with that being said, you can learn about crypto in there, earn it while you're learning, and remember, not your keys, not your crypto. Coinbase.
And then, I'm sorry. And then the smart thing that they did, they're very smart. So they said, yeah, I remember when Bitcoin was 25 cents. So,
I know.
Oh, it's no good. It's no good. They go, oh, it's no good. It's no this. It's no that. So what they do is they use the word crypto to turn the people off. You're not investing in crypto. You're investing in the technology. And it's so hard for people to get a grasp on it because they're used to the way things are in the old days. But they're so smart and they herded you how they wanted you to think, to the point where even what you're saying right now, a lot of people are not going to pay attention to it. They'll say, oh, well, yeah, whatever. UBI. See you later.
I think that now people will pay more attention, or at least they should, because if they understand that Trump has been speaking about it as far as investment when it has to do with the government, and the government starts speaking about it, I would say we know for sure that digital currency is getting ready to be used in a way that's not just individual people, but it's actually going to be used as a currency. And I think that the fact that gas stations have like crypto ATMs ought to have been a sign for people, right? Because I don't know about y'all, but a lot of gas stations I go to, there's an ATM that you can get some crypto cash, right? You can buy crypto, you can get your money out, all of that. So that should have been assigned too. But I think it's safe to say that people, if they got any sense, they should invest. Cryptocurrency is not as expensive. It is going to be on the rise. I mean, if you're talking about some Bitcoin, I mean, you can forget that. But there's other stuff that you can invest in right now that is still very low.
So there's something called DCA, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what that means is daily cost averaging, which means dollar cost averaging, right? So what happens is, as long as you get in the game after you do your research, it's not expensive. Everybody thinks you're trying to compete against the Bitcoin price. It's not against the Bitcoin price. It's getting into the game and seeing how things work out. Right.
Yeah. Because you could buy a percent just like any other stock. I'm just saying, like he said at one point, Bitcoin was like 25 cents, and we missed that train. You know what I'm saying? You could really be looking at your bank account happy as fuck had you bought like 1,000 of them at 25 cents, and now look at how much they cost. You'd have been rich.
Yeah, but the question with the Bitcoin.
Don't forget too that what they're also doing is the reason why they're having all these people go ahead and doing the rug pulls is because they're trying to have you not want to either invest and or not trust it, and have them be able to go behind and say, oh, you need regulation. Because the whole thing with crypto is it's not supposed to be regulated, you're not supposed to be able to be followed. And that's, of course, Bitcoin is the opposite.
So rug pulls happen because of two things: people not doing their research and greed.
No. I agree with you. What I'm saying to you is it's another psychological ploy that they're using to hinder people to either invest in crypto now so that they can have a basis for a finance, or push the agenda of having them to regulate it more. That's all I'm saying.
And when you have a Warren Buffett turn around and says that Bitcoin was rat poison squared, but his bank, Mellon Bank, that has trillions of dollars in assets, was heavily involved with it, he had a plausible deniability. So
you need to check. Go ahead.
MicroStrategy, they're buying all this Bitcoin. If they see the vision, I'm done.
Well, no, you
should Google new bank.
You need to stop listening to anybody that's building this telling what you should not invest, and don't see and really see what they're really doing. What they said not do, you should do.
The new bank,
especially man that's a billionaire like Warren Buffett. That last person I want to take advice from him, and he tell me what I should put my money in, and then and he tell me not to do this, and then he go around through it. Nah, I don't do that.
Yeah, why would they really give you the game? Like,
exactly.
You need to Google.
I want to say this. I think that people should look at crypto and investing just like you look at the stock market. None of y'all should go in willy-nilly, blindly, or listening to what somebody say or pump some shit online or what this real rich man person say. A lot of times when wealthy people jump out there and say something, they're actually saying like that for a reason, for you to actually go and invest your money and get a whole lot, then for them to pull out. Wealthy people aren't out there publicly giving you their secrets. They're not doing that shit. So at the end of the day,
it's like I'm saying, they didn't give you the game.
Look at crypto just like you look at the stock market right now. The stock market is down and you have opportunity to invest in that as well. But that doesn't mean just go throwing your money at it. Do your research on all of that stuff. And then when it comes to crypto, once again, and in doing your research, I would say don't ever invest nothing that is going to break your bank. But we waste money on bullshit all day. So even if you had $25 a week and you went in and bought some pieces of crypto, that shit adds up. You know what I'm saying? So,
if you get a chance, I'm sorry, if you get a chance to research, the people that's listening, look up ISO compliant coins, because they're going to tokenize the planet. Once you understand what the ISO compliant coins are, I would humbly say that's where you should look into your investment. Because as far as Warren Buffett, they got a bank called NU Bank. That bank is a different bank that is holding from his investments with the Ripple company. So when they tell you they're not doing something, that's a fabrication at its wildest. But look at the ISO compliant coins. That's what they're going to run the rails on. And they're not in competition with each other. They all help each other out. But as far as the rug pulls, that would probably be your meme coins. But what we're looking at is price manipulation when it comes to the crypto market. The fact that some of the stuff is on NASDAQ should be the green light for you to understand what's already here.
And Meech, this isn't financial advice, but there is a tokenized AI coin. It's called Fetch AI.
Yeah.
And it's quite interesting.
Okay. I would say this too, and in any investment too, y'all don't be trying to think you're gonna put it in there and get rich overnight. That's with any investment. Hold that shit and wait for everybody. But when he said at one point Bitcoin was 25 cents, I promise you, the people who bought it at 25 cents, they waited a long time before it got to where it is now. But the fact that they waited, it paid off really well and changed a lot of people's lives, I'm sure. So in any investment, don't be, I mean, unless you want to be a day trader and that's your job, that's one thing. But don't be putting your money in here and then you be like, dang, I want some DoorDash. And then you decide to pull something out just because you ain't got no money to get your nails done. Don't do that shit. Your investment means you got to leave it in there, okay? Let it get to where it got to go. You got to let it marinate for a little while.
And timing is everything, because as far as what you just said, let's use Stellar or XLM. I mean, what Stellar is XLM or Ripple XRP. Some people's been waiting about 7 years already. So for those that are blessed to have money to drop down and get in, timing is everything. So what they're gonna do is they're pretty much gonna go back to the gold back standard. I predict that gold will probably be easy 10,000 an ounce. I don't think that's far fetched. That's around the corner. But that's what they bought Trump back for to do anyway.
Yeah,
But they're
and
definitely
the other
using them
piece
for
too.
sure.
Yeah, and the other
To carry
piece
out
too
this
is
agenda for sure. They're definitely using them, like you said. That's a fact. That's a fact.
yeah, and the other piece of it, you know, we got more. We can do more than just buy into crypto. We can be part of the network. We can actually, if we want to own things and have assets, again, we can. You can do nodes. Again, that's another form
Yeah.
of creating crypto. You can do
Yeah.
mining. You can, again, a lot of this isn't that difficult. Okay, you buy a machine, you write a line of code and you plug it in, and you can be part of the network and participate and generate the rewards. So rather than
Yeah.
us be consumers, again, because if we are part of the network, then that network can grow as a result of us being part of the
And
network.
for those that is invested in crypto, or those that's thinking about getting the crypto, half of it is getting it. The other half is securing it. So
Storing that sucker. Yeah.
get you a cold wallet, and when you get the cold wallet, do not get it from Amazon, Facebook
Nope.
Marketplace. Get it straight from the source. If you
He's
get it,
right.
it's going to take a few weeks or whatever. It's worth that because it's going to have seed phrases that only you have. If you get it from somewhere else, third party, Amazon, Facebook Marketplace, or person, it'll have fake seed phrases in there. And as soon as you load up, they have the seed phrase too. They'll unload you, right?
And also be very humble, because yeah, I got the ledger, right?
So
But I
hold on.
also got Tangent.
I wasn't finished.
Oh
Okay.
no, do you think, man?
So the ledger and the tangent is what he was going to say. I had the ledger, but about a month ago, 2 months ago, one of the founders got his fingers cut off on some extortion stuff. So people got away from ledgers. The tangent is excellent. Back to you, man.
Yeah, but the
Why
thing
you
is,
say back to you, man, like this the news and shit? Go back to you, bro. Go ahead.
yeah. But the thing is, Tangent has this ring, and I'm saying this for a reason. If you notice, rappers are not really talking about this stuff. When they get the permission to really promote it, to make it mass, if you will, they're going to do it. But have your egos in check, because what's going to happen is when the masses understand that this is a new form of payment, your door's going to get kicked in. So you better know how to be quiet about what you're doing.
Yep.
It's going to get very serious out here.
And the tangent has a 3 card. It's like
Yeah.
$90, whatever. You don't need all the fancies. You take one, you carry one with you, you put one in a safe spot, and you dig one up in the ground. And like my man says, you move in silence, because a pipe can bust your knees and get the seed phrases. So you want to keep quiet on that.
But
Y'all be watching TV too much. He said a pipe will bust your knee. He said they gonna kick in your back door and be like, "What is your code, motherfucker?"
No,
they're already doing that.
No, they're already doing that. It is real. A lot of guys. Now the other thing though too, if you lose those 3 keys, your money's gone.
No, if you
No,
lose
I
the
see
seed
this
phrases,
man online,
if
and
you lose the
he
seed phrases,
deleted he deleted his key or his wife. He deleted something and he was crying because all the money was gone. His wife was laughing and he like, bitch, this our life. It's gone.
That's right.
Yeah.
She sound like a keeper.
As long as you got the seed phrases, you're good, because then you could just reload on another Tangent code wallet. The seed phrases is the key. That's what you need to procure.
Also, the Tangent, what you can do is you can also upload the code without the seed phrases because it's on the chip, and the company doesn't know it and you don't know it. But the problem is, if you lose the card, well, you're going to be a bum.
Okay, y'all. Do y'all mind if it's getting late and I want to switch it to one more conversation if you guys are okay. This will be the last one for tonight. Maybe we go about 30 minutes or so. We'll see how much y'all have to say about this. And then we'll call it a night. We have tornado warning and thunderstorm. When it kicked me off earlier, my power went out. I'm glad it came back on so I could get back on the live. So if I get kicked off again, it's because the power probably went out. But one topic we were going to get into, but then I asked people if they had something to say about the current topic, and then we just went a whole nother way and we never came back to it. So I want to play a clip from Robert Kennedy Jr. about the poison that's being put in the food and what his position in the government is to kind of eliminate that, right? So I want to play that clip. Is that okay with y'all? And we'll get into that conversation.
Yeah.
I got some things to say after. I got some things to say to them after you play it.
Okay.
Play that. I got some things.
About that or about the topic we talking about now?
About RFK.
Okay, good. Let me throw this out here. Let me go get the video. I always find it interesting because me and the way that I look at the government, it's like, I know y'all admitting that they in here poisoning us, but I still think they backdooring us some way because the way food is created and all this digital printing, like I just feel like we also going into a new era of what food is gonna be. And I think somehow this is still a way to like, tear that shit down. So I don't know. You tell me, that's me and my conspiracy theory mind, but I mean, we talk about all the poison in the food, but they got 3D printed meat and shit, and then they are like shutting down all the farms and having farmers destroy their crops, and it's just so much shit. It's like, where are we really going with all of this? You're gonna take us from poison to eating fake food? I don't know. I don't know, but anyway, let me see.
You notice a lot of this stuff is banned in other countries. A lot of this food.
Yes, absolutely. That's kind of the disrespectful part of it. Shit.
Well, they said you're gonna eat bugs anyway.
I heard about that too. They got the new bug shit going on. Let's see. We'll just take it from the top. It's 4 minutes. We'll see what they got to say. We'll watch the whole thing. So
cockroach pizza. Oh God.
That's gross. But if they take all our food away and we hungry, we gonna eat that shit. I bet you, look, you ain't never been in a survivor situation because if your ass hungry, you gonna eat that goddamn cockroach or whatever they eat. Especially if they fried and put some seasoning salt on it, you'll never know.
Right.
Nasty. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna play this and then we'll get into this conversation. I don't know. Did y'all see the hearing when they was swearing him in? They let him have it. They was going in on him, and then they got black people all riled up because he said that they was like, "You said black people should take certain vaccinations, or they should be on a different schedule." They tried to turn it around like it was racist, but he's telling the truth. Shit.
He's absolutely right. Melanin.
Damn shot. I don't know if your melanin needed or not. I just want y'all to stop taking them. That's what I want. Okay, let's see.
Of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had a lot to say after meeting with leaders yesterday of food companies. Kennedy posted great discussions today with the CEOs on advancing food and safety, radical transparency to protect the health of all Americans, especially our children. Interesting, because some of the companies he met with, he'd already publicly called out previously. The Consumer Brands Association president wrote this in a statement after that meeting. It was a constructive conversation, and we look forward to continued engagement to support public health, build consumer trust, and promote consumer choice, end quote. RFK Jr. also talked with Sean Hannity over the weekend.
We are poisoning ourselves. and it's coming from principally these ultra processed foods. There are studies coming out of Stanford and Harvard that show a lot of mental illness, including anxiety and depression, are related to food. And that changing your diet, food is medicine. By changing your diet, you can lose some of those diagnoses. People should be able to make their own choices. If you want to eat a donut or seed oils, you should be able to. You should be able to exercise informed choice. We want to do everything that we can to incentivize these companies to be transparent, to switch over from ultra-processed food, and to be part of this movement to make America healthier.
Dr. Mark Siegel, Fox News senior.
Yeah, that's all we're going to listen to. We won't want to hear what them other people got to say. We just wanted to hear what he had to say. So I want to start off by saying, in that vein, I thought what he said was interesting that I want to touch on, you guys, is him talking about how the effects of certain foods actually deal with like mental disorders and things of that nature and people's mood and stuff like that. It is very true that when we talk about mental disorders, chemical imbalances take place in your body a lot of times for them. Like, it's one thing to be depressed about something in life, to have a moment. We've all gone through depression, but to be chemically depressed, right? Clinically, it has to do with the chemical imbalance. It's some shit you can't help. It don't even matter if something going wrong in your life or not, right? And so at the end of the day, that is a very true thing. So when we talk about mental disorders, we talk about even autism, things in the brain. They claim people got ADHD, all of this different stuff. Like, how diabolical is that this shit is happening because of food? I definitely agree with him. Studies have shown this or whatever. And so that's just another facet to me of the government and how evil they are. It's like they use us as experiments, because as someone said right before I played the video, like I want you to keep in mind that these same products, right, at one point were created without these things in them. I will remind y'all, when I was a kid and I ate cereal, we did not have paint thinner in our cereal, okay? I want y'all to know that if you eat margarine, trying to stay away from butter, just eat butter, please. Margarine is one chemical away from being plastic, okay? This is a fact. They actually created margarine to fatten up pigs. Even the pigs would eat it, and pigs eat everything. What kind of shit is that? So they added some flavor to it and then gave it to us so that they could sell it to us. So it's just so much stuff that they do. They give other countries the same food that we have, but because the chemicals are so harmful, they can't make it the same way. It's actually outlawed in other countries. They won't allow them to serve food there with those chemicals in it. So America literally makes two versions, and they will make one with the poison in it for us, and then they will make one that is a healthier version and send it to other countries. So why they don't do that shit for us? We have red dye 40, all these different color dyes when it comes to Fruit Loops or coloring our food. When it goes over to other countries, they use blueberry, watermelon, and all of these different things to color the food, and not artificial coloring. So the thing is, they could give us a healthier version. So why the fuck ain't they doing it? They are poisoning us on purpose. And I just need y'all to think about that for a moment, as how diabolical this government is. They give us our sickness. They give us our ailments, from the shit they spray in the air to the stuff that's in the water that you drink, to the deodorant you put on, the toothpaste, all of these different things, the tampons and pads that women use every month. It's poisoning all of this stuff, and it doesn't have to be. So I think it's really diabolical that we have this government, right, before we so worried about the New World Order. Like, why we ain't getting up and ready to fight over some shit like this? We are literally being used as lab rats and being attacked every single day. And then you wonder why you can't get your physical right. You wonder why people have all these sicknesses. You wonder why the lifespan is not as long as it used to be. Why the fuck is everybody dying at 40 and 50? That is too young to be dying. In my generation, motherfuckers was in their 80s before they died, okay? And it wasn't that they always ate the most healthiest diet. So I just think that we need to really take these things into consideration. This is not a conspiracy theory. Natural flavoring, they're feeding you fucking human beings. When they have fetuses that have been aborted, they're taking human cells and things like that. That's what natural flavoring is. So when you see that on the back of food, your ass is a cannibal. You're eating human cells and shit. Like, why are they giving us this? This is what I mean by motherfuckers who got too much money and time on their hands. They just do shit to be doing it because they want it. oh, let's feed the humans. Let's feed these motherfuckers paint thinner. Let's see how long they'll survive with this shit in their body. Like, that shit is diabolical. Y'all should all be mad as fuck. It makes me angry to go to the grocery store. Because I even in buying good food, like, what the fuck are you supposed to buy to eat? Because all of it is bullshit. Even the organic fruits and vegetables ain't got no damn seeds in it. I had a watermelon blow up on me. I bought the watermelon. I brought it in the house. It was perfectly fine. I sat it on the counter. The next morning, that shit was deflated like a basketball. I said, what the fuck? It was
God damn.
I pushed the watermelon, and do you know it had a slit in the side? And what poured out of the watermelon was water. It was water. And then
it had seeds?
No, and I went to go peel.
Oh yeah, you're not supposed to buy that.
And the skin felt like leather, the green skin on it, and it had these strings and stuff inside of it. That was not a real watermelon. Like, what, even if you go to the store and you want to buy fruits and vegetables, you're not buying real fruits and vegetables.
Sir, you got to be mind because I get background.
It's hard to eat healthy if you want to. So I'm gonna land my plane there and let y'all give y'all opinion. But how do y'all feel about how we're used like this as lab rats? This is some shit that should make you mad. If don't nothing else.
Soylent Green is real.
Look at Tuskegee. Look at the Manhattan Project. This type of stuff is not new. You see what I'm saying? This type of stuff been going on for a minute. And they had the lady Eunice Rivers actually use us in them experiments. You see what I'm saying? Actually had somebody that looked like us use us in experiments. So very interesting. But I mean, you're right. We are lab rats. We're on the chopping block politically, economically. You see what I'm saying? Like you just said, they make two different versions for a reason. You see what I'm saying? They want to feed us the BS. You feel what I'm saying? And we're expendable. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not surprised. Like I said, the Manhattan Project, Tuskegee, they've been literally using us as guinea pigs for the longest time. So, and look at Cancer Alley. They got a thing. They had a thing recently just came out with Cancer Alley. They were saying that Biden had the lawsuit, and they were saying that Trump took the lawsuit away from the people that were had the lawsuit against the people, the companies, the corporations, and that were the fumes and the toxic fumes and stuff like that in the factories over there in Louisiana. So that's another thing. Did y'all hear about that? The thing with Cancer Alley and the lawsuit?
No, I did not hear about that.
Do you have I'm sorry, X, do you have a farmer's market? And I got a question for the panel.
Yes.
RFK would be.
We have a farmer's market. We have plenty of black farmers out here, yeah.
We got. I mean, I'm in California. You know what I'm saying? So I'm in Southern California. You see what I'm saying? I'm in Orange County, so it's like low key bougie out here. So we got them. Oh yeah.
Well, the question I have is for the panel is RFK, whatever his name is, Kennedy's son or whatever.
I'm going on
whatever the hell he is. He's around now. He will be affecting the pharmaceutical department with what he's doing. So why are they allowing this to happen?
That, you know what, that's my question, because this is the thing. I do not believe that this and this is just because I know the government that we're dealing with. I do not believe this is completely genuine, and I don't have as solid of a theory for this. I just am twisting my wheels thinking about it. But it's like, when we think about the medical field, they are making advances. And once again, if the pharmaceutical company's not going to make money, then are we going to make money when it comes to, technology? So they have like these nanoparticles that are very small. You can swallow a pill now and it'll go into your body and it can analyze any problems that you have within your system to help fix things. I actually think they're going to try and turn it around and sell to us a healthier body, a healthier society, but in the way that technology is going to make us healthy again, right? And I think somehow that's how they're going to sell it to us, because for Robert Kennedy to cause all of these food places to take the poisons and the stuff out of the food, what that means is that we're going to then not have the sicknesses that we have, which means we're not going to have all the ailments we get money from. That we have to give the money to the pharmaceutical companies for the medication that they give us, right? But then also, is this ushering in a new era of the type of food they give us? Remember, technology, when we talk about AI and stuff like that, think about all of the 3D printed food. So are we going to all food being manufactured and no farms and things of that nature? And then they're going to say we're injecting it with all kind of vegetables. They're already talking about putting vaccinations inside of food. So when you eat it, it'll be a label on it that says there's a They've been arguing like you got to label the food with vaccination in it. So like they're going to this route of making food healthy, but I feel like it's still going to be in a very artificial way. I don't know.
Just like Trump said, just like that chicken, just like the chicken that just Trump, they said that he was cool on the vaccination, but at the same time they approved it into the chicken. And see, this is another thing. Okay, let me break down this dude RFK real quick. This dude, okay, for one, he invests in. You ever heard of CRISPR technology? That's gene editing technology. Have you ever heard of that?
She covered it yesterday.
So he invested in that, right? And for two, he flip-flopped on the Gizab. I don't want to say too much for your channel, right? He flip-flopped. First he said he wasn't for it. Now he's saying he's for it. You see what I'm saying? So and that's another thing.
So he say he was for it?
Okay, at first he said he wasn't.
Right.
So he said he okay. Wait, first I'm confused. Okay, first he said he was for it, and now he's flip-flopping saying he wasn't. No. Now he's saying he's not for. He's for it now. Excuse me. So he flip-flopped, and then you got him eating McDonald's with Trump and them eating McDonald's a little bit before Trump won at McDonald's. Come on, why would you be eating at McDonald's?
Because he addicted. He addicted to the McDonald's like everybody else. He can't help it. He's like crack. He trying to stop.
But you just gotta like you were saying, Michi. I'm just piggybacking with both of y'all with you and the brother was saying down there. Basically, I don't trust him. You see what I'm saying? His credibility is looking kind of funny right now.
I just feel like everything the government does is to usher us into another plan. And I know that they never just tell you what something is. And so again, I see what Trump is doing by tearing down the old system so they can bring in the new ones. But I just look at all the newer technology. Like I said, they're talking about making food. We're putting protein by bugs in it. They're just, I don't know. There wasn't too long ago, the government paid the farmers to destroy their crops. Like they said, we're going to give you money, but we need you to destroy them shits. Like, why? They are like, everything is like farm raised. And when you talk about AI and you talk about facilities, like if you could clone a baby, then you could clone any kind. You could clone cows, clone chickens, like some way. I promise y'all, I ain't figured it out yet, but I'm gonna figure it out. But this is leading us into something that's not as good for us as it seems. I do not believe that the government is allowing this man to come up in here, talk about all of these poisons that they put in our food, and then allow him to change it so we have healthier food. Nah, I don't believe that shit for a moment.
Well, okay. It started off with the GMO, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember what GMO and they had all the organic farmers that they had, and then when the GMO seed had went and flopped into their crop, what happened? And they told them they had to destroy the whole crop, right? So think about that. How long ago did that start? So that was like, again, one of those slow creep of what they're doing. And I just want to say a side note too about what they're doing. Like I know somebody whose wife is having problems with her stomach. They got a chip in her neck right now, a chip in her throat that she got to press a button that if she eats something and it causes a thing. So she's got it's got a remote outside that she's got to press buttons for the reaction that she's having. So if it's like, if she's getting gastric reflux or if it's, burning or anything else like that, she presses a different button when she does it, and it's a chip in her throat. And this is like just a week ago.
Well, I suggest that people learn how to go back to fasting. And Monsanto, which is really a government within itself, was taking especially the black farmers. They had this little ring going on with John Deere and the bankers, where they force you to get new equipment even if you don't need it. You can't flip and afford it. So you get this loan with these absorbent prices. And then when Monsanto's seed, if you will, germinates into your farmland, they can legally take your land. So a lot of people getting frigged up. They really want to control your eating ability. And unfortunately, we've gotten away from agriculture. We rather go to the supermarket, and it goes back when Michi was talking about, well, somebody on the panel was talking about having power. If you don't control your water and your food supply, you're impotent. You have no power whatsoever. You can't feed yourself. So I don't know what we're gonna do per se. I would say fast and really get into your spirit. I mean, really get into it. I think that's the only break, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that we have to one thing that I've been saying a lot, and I know that it's difficult with the, life that everybody lives. Maybe when AI take over the jobs and they give everybody a universal income, maybe we can focus a little more on, growing food. But let me throw that out there that like if you just go to the regular store like Walmart or go to the gardening section, those seeds that you buy are not heirloom seeds. So know this too when you go into gardening. I think that's crazy too because they genetically modified the seeds. So the fruit that and vegetables that come from those seeds do not produce with seeds in them. So you cannot then take those seeds and continue your harvest. You got to keep going and buying seeds. So if you want seeds that produce fruits and vegetables with more seeds, they're called heirloom seeds, and that's what you guys want to get. We actually have some on MX Network. We have a big ass. I got some downstairs. We got a big ass bucket. It has all kind of stuff in it. Like 46,000 different seeds in there, and 4,600 seeds. I'm sorry, and yeah, you can grow all kind of shit, and it's going to give you more seeds. So once you do a crop, you don't got to keep going back to the store. You can produce from that one time and keep going. But we're going to have to learn how to grow some more of our food. I know that sounds ridiculous, like the brother that was up here earlier, and he was talking about his land and his farm and his family and what he came to put together. Like I know that sounds ridiculous to a lot of people because that's just not their life. Like you live in a city, go to work, you know what I'm saying? And we don't live in those times. But unfortunately, I think that's part of what the government has taken away from society. It has gotten us away from being self-sufficient because even though we didn't have farms, my mom, everywhere when I was growing up as a kid, when we moved into houses, there was plenty of homes that we had that had fruit trees in the backyard. And I just remember eating pears and eating apples off of a tree a lot. Like I remember growing up in Detroit and we have apple trees in our yard. This is Detroit. Now drive your ass around Detroit and see if you can find a motherfucking apple tree. You cannot. And so
And you can't grow it. You can't grow an apple from a seed anymore. You can't. You can't grow. They have to be grafted. That's the only way you can grow apples now.
What you said to grow apples, you have to graft it.
The only way you can grow apples right now, they have to graft the apple tree to another tree, another fruit tree, in order for it to grow. You can't. So if you got an apple, if you took an apple right now and took the seeds, you're only going to grow a crab apple. It's not going to grow a regular apple. It's not going to grow the apple that a Fuji or whatever. But they have to graft the trees now. All those apple trees that you see in the apple orchards are grafted.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but that's the only place you see them. So my question is again, what happened to all the fruit trees? Like I said, I grew up in the ghetto of Detroit, and we was on a ghetto ass street, but we had two big ass apple trees in the yard. I remember because when I was in trouble, my father would punish me, and he would tell me I had to go outside and pick up all the apples in the yard, and there was tons of them everywhere because they would fall out the tree and be rotten, and they was mushy on the ground because we didn't pick them and eat them all as fast as they grew. So peaches on the tree, stuff like that. So I just remember living in different places and having fruit trees. And my mama always had something in the backyard, even if it was a small little garden where she would be growing something, right? Just something. It didn't have to be a full blown garden, but she had some things she would go out there and go get. So we just have to get back to that being the norm. And I do think that is a true solution if y'all care about your bodies and your health. I don't think that we can trust anything that's in the grocery store. And I don't think that we can trust the new thing that they bringing to us. Like I had a steak the other day and I was really mad because I bought it from Walmart. And when I got to eating it, I promise you it was 3D printed. I know it was 3D printed. I've been alive long enough to know that steak don't look like this in strips. When I went to cut it, you get to cooking it and it just looked layered like it was printed. This ain't no goddamn steak. I know what a steak looked like. I didn't even want to finish eating shit. So it's like they already have some of this stuff in the store and they're not even telling you on the package. It don't fucking say 3D printed steak. It don't say 3D printed chicken breast. But I've been around long enough to know that this is not normal chicken breast. The way this shit is falling apart, this steak is not regular steak. And so I think that's what pisses me off a lot is that even when you go into the store, they're still labeling this stuff like it's regular food. They're not even making you aware to have a choice if you want to buy this shit or not. And so I just want y'all to think about that. I think one of the things that he said that I don't want us to overlook, what do y'all think about the statement he made? Because it's very true about the foods that we eat that has all of these chemicals in it, it actually causes a lot of mental disorders. Do you know how many people have stopped eating the type of foods and gone on like vegetarian diets or vegan diets and moved a lot of meat and different things and sugars and stuff out their diet, and it has literally healed them from the shit that they have? Like, I think that's crazy for people to have depression based on the food that they eat, but it's true because it fucks up your chemical imbalance. And if you understand mental disorders in psychology, those are, we learned about that in psychology when I was in college. So that's not that's not a medical thing. When you have a mental disorder, you go see a psychiatrist, right? You don't go see your doctor at the hospital. So it's a doctor of the mind. But the mental disorders, a lot of them are based off chemical imbalances in your body. That's what they are based off of. People think somebody just lost their mind. Well, the truth of the matter is that you have these chemical imbalances. And even when you have clinical depression, it's because your body is imbalanced. There's the chemical that is released into your body that allows you to feel joy or feel certain things. And because that shit is off tilter, this is why you're always fucking depressed, even when you don't have a reason to be. So when people are clinically depressed, it really ain't shit that they can do about it. It's not their fault that they feel that way. And you can't cheer them up. You can't try and talk them into being happy. You can't take them on vacation and they're gonna feel better. Like, that's not how it works. It's the chemical imbalance within their brain. And so when we eat these foods, I'm sure it causes chemical imbalances. So now you have people walking around with all these mental disorders. They're giving them medication and shit when you could heal it if you just stop eating this garbage. You know.
Not only that, not only stop eating the garbage, but how about some natural supplements, some stuff, some herbal stuff that doctors don't really promote because the pharmaceuticals got them in the trick bag with the money.
Yeah.
So it's all interconnected.
You know, it's another thing too. It's them sugar and salt. That's another thing that's getting people too, man.
Sugar. You mean high fructose?
That white sugar and that white salt is.
That little white bitch on the salt box with the yellow on and that umbrella, she done killed more niggas than fentanyl dealers have. I do not have no seasoning salt in my house. I don't keep it in my cabinet. And if I find something in there, because I got a kid visiting there and get cussed out, why you got this shit in my cabinet? I don't do seasoning salt. I don't even do the regular salt. But you're right. And sugar, they say sugar is addicting. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, crack is addicting. Like, it really, people get addicted to sugar bad. And it's not a matter of just, people say they got a sweet tooth. No, your ass addicted to sugar.
Yeah, sugar in the blood, diabetes. Sugar in the mind is what is dementia, right?
It's white. What do you expect? It's white, so it's gonna be just like crack. It's white. You ever see a movie? Those movies when they snort that, they're snorting that confetti sugar. They go like this.
That shit go to your brain, they be fucked up. But look, you know what pissed me off too? You ever gone to the store and you call yourself buying the natural sugar, the turbinado? That ain't shit but white sugar, and they put some molasses over it to make it look brown. That ain't even natural sugar. That's some bullshit. Like, I'm saying, even when you try to eat right, it ain't even right. That brown sugar is not brown sugar. That sugar cane, that's not real sugar cane. It's not. It's white sugar with molasses.
Hey, Meech, do you ever remember growing up where the pops and sodas had what they call now high fructose syrup?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Syrup. Yeah, that's addictive in and of itself too.
Give you the sugar.
Well, high fructose syrup is in everything.
Exactly.
Well, you know why though? Do you know why how it happened? You know how it happened? It happened because when the cigarette companies got in trouble when they found out that it causes cancer, and actually their lies of them saying that the doctors are saying it's okay, and then they actually came out with the truth. They bought up a bunch of those companies. They bought up a bunch of the food companies, and then they researched to see how they can get people more addictive and make the food more addictive. Hence why the whole thing with the natural flavorings came into play, because they found out that those cells and stuff like that, and making those the taste buds and how it affects your brain. That's how that happened. That's how that high fructose corn syrup and all this other stuff, because it was more addictive, and that you would go buy it because they were losing sales in the cigarette companies. So the cigarette companies went and bought all these food companies and then did that research to get you to go buy that stuff.
I just want y'all to think about how diabolical that is. Like, we need food to survive. You have to eat. And then they taint all of this. Like, oh, who thinks put some paint thinner in the cereal? Like, motherfucker, why? The cereal's fine without it. Like, what is the purpose to even put this shit in here?
Capitalism.
No. It's very good. It's things the same light are three things. We all know the three things: the shelter, the food, and the clothing. Food today is a weapon in the West. They use things to keep addicted because you're gonna be addicted, you're not gonna function right, and you're gonna get sick. So they profit off that. And once you get sick, they also profit by the artificial medicine. So it's always a revolving cash flow, never ending.
Yeah, but I have a problem being a grown ass adult and a human being that lives in this society that needs to go to the store and purchase food to eat, to live. And this is what you're doing to my food. You're secretly poisoning me every time I turn around. I got to watch the deodorant that I buy to make sure it doesn't have aluminum and this the fuck in it. I got to look at the toothpaste that I buy. I got to make sure that the hair care products don't have cancer causing chemicals in it, which they have found in studies for all the black hair care products. Oh, it's not in the white hair care products. So do you think that's by happenstance? Like,
even shea butter, even the shea company.
Let me put cancer in these hair products. Like, what the fuck? Like,
well, you know what?
It makes me angry as fuck to just think that it's okay for you to just poison people like this based off of things that are necessity that they need to live. Like, if this shit don't make you better storm the Capitol, I feel like something's fucking wrong with us.
Well,
you just hit it on the nail right there.
Two things. Two things.
No, go ahead.
One thing is about the hair, and I sent this out, and Michi, I know I told you I send you stuff, but you're in a list and everything else like that. But the two things with the hair, they're talking more and more about synthetic hair, right? The synthetic hair and how bad that is for Black women, not just the relaxers and stuff like that, because the relaxers they found, I think it was like at least 15, 20 years ago, that when they were doing autopsies on women and they were cutting their head, the cranium off, it was a green goop that was lining inside of it. And that's when they found out that the relaxers were doing that to the brain. It was like a green goop that was sitting on top of the skull, and it was on top of the brain. But then the plastic that they use to make the synthetic hair is causing other issues as well. And then if you want to go to the real hair, the human hair, which is usually from India, that's from the sewer. So you have no win. There's no win here because they have factories that they have these people going into, and they're taking the hair out the sewer, and then they're combing them and cleaning it and stuff like that, and then they're selling them in packs. So that's what's happening with all.
Well, I want to say really quickly, and then I'm gonna let Proud to be a simp say something. I just mute your mic, brother. It got this reverb in the background when it's unmuted. But I know she's talking about like the braided hair because I've seen that recently. And somebody said, my boy, the Prince of Bear Fadiz, that stop wearing those hair hats, ladies. Well, when I'm talking about Black hair care products, first of all, I'm not talking about those. And okay, as far as the braided hair, like we get braids all the time. We've been getting braids ever since we was younger. That's part of what we do. And so that's not even a hair hat when you get braids in your head. But I'm not talking about those things so that we can be clear. I'm talking about not even a perm. I'm talking about as Black hair care products, because we have different textures of hair. There's certain shampoos, there's certain conditioners or creams that we put on our curls. So even for the sisters who want to wear their natural hair, there are products for our natural hair, and those products are causing cancer. So I want to be clear. I'm not just talking about like a weave or some braiding hair or a perm even. I'm talking about products that are supposed to help us take care of our own hair. Shampoo, conditioner, grease for your scalp, cream that you put on your natural curls to do a twist out or something like that. So these are not just the products that have to do with weave. I just want y'all to understand that. Of course, non-black women are not going to use the same hair care products of us. They go get Suave and wash their hair with Suave. They're not going to use our stuff because our products have way more moisture inside of it. We have oil sheen, all of these different things that we put on our hair. So these are products that are marketed to the black community specifically. And they have found that like 80% of all black hair care products, not the weaves, not the braids, the products, they all have cancer causing agents inside of all of them. 80% of them. I want people to keep that in perspective of what we're talking about. So even your little daughter, your granddaughter, when she getting her scalp greased and she getting her ponytails with her knockaballs and her barrettes, they're poisoning her scalp too. Let's be clear, it's not the weave.
Well, there's something that you said that made me start thinking how they have pretty much put your ego on steroids. You're talking about being depressed. Wait till they kick in this thing called carbon credits, where you're not allowed to fly if you can't afford carbon credits. And this is when you're going to start hearing a lot about the metaverse and that goggle crap that you put on your head. A lot of people are going to be vacationing by their computer because they can't afford to fly. That's going to be very depressing because we're a microwave, want it now society. This is going to be a very interesting 4 more years. It's going to be very interesting.
Well, that's what I said when you talk about the carbon credits and whether you can fly or not. That's what I keep trying to tell people, that the digital wallet, I think the most diabolical part of the digital wallet and having digital currency, when you have a universal income and they give you that digital wallet, that means they can control it. So what I do feel, it's already happening in other countries. And when we're talking about a new world order, remember, this is not something that's just for America. It's happening in other places. So this is already happening. But what happens with that digital wallet, like I said, they can put stipulations on it. So if you are, for example, let's say you want to go fly somewhere, but they claim we got some type of virus going on and you went to the doctor and it said you were sick. They can put some type of thing on your crypto wallet that says you can't purchase anything to travel anywhere. So you can't get any plane tickets until you get a pass, you get cleared by the doctor or something like that. And if you try to go to the airport, it will decline your purchase for you to be able to do that, right? Or let's say they have something going on with food, or they try and tell you that you can only get so much food and allow so much, right? You're going to go to the store and they may limit, and your card may not allow you to purchase more than that. If you are a certain kind of a criminal and they say you can't live in this certain part of town, or you can't live over here, your wallet might not even work anywhere on that side of town because you're not supposed to be there. So all I'm saying is that just opens up a lot more. It's different. Even when I have an EBT card or a debit card, right? Because people might say, oh, but they could do that too. Understand, if they give you a digital wallet and digital currency, the government is giving you that. So that's like a Social Security, EBT card. It's their money. They've given it to you, right? So when they give you that money, for you to be able to use it, they also have control of it. And being that it's digital, it's not the same as if they just put your food stamps on there for today, or, oh, you got your money on your EBT card. That's not the same. Digital means that they can look into your currency. They have a digital wallet, which means they can look at it anytime and put a stop on this or a stop on that, right? Or they can say certain things can be used or cannot be used, okay? We already have that to a certain extent when it comes to your debit card. Have you ever gone to the store and tried to purchase something and the bank be like, wait a minute, we didn't know if this purchase was you, and then you looking stupid, but you got the money in there, you got to call the bank and tell them niggas that ain't fraud and then try to purchase again. So you have a smaller version of that. But what he's talking about, and then even what I'm referring to, like, this is already happening in other countries. And so it's not like it's not like, oh my God, this is so far-fetched, because other countries already have this technology. And if you are not supposed to be purchasing something, or you haven't, comply with certain rules or guidelines, you can have your wallet, your digital wallet not work. And then you're not able to purchase food or anything that money is necessary for, okay, until you do what you're supposed to do. So that'll be interesting to see where that goes. Let me see. We got Rastaman coming up here. And Bro Burn, you wanted to say something?
Hey, I just want to know, I just want to say peace and blessing to Michi X. Michi, I love you, Michi. I've been looking at you for a long time. I got love for you, Michi. Respect to you and your family. Beautiful queen. Preach that word, beautiful queen. Preach that word. That's all I got to say. Preach that word.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. I like your hair. Look, why you ain't come on camera in the first place? That brother got them locks. Billy Go Gruff is in the house, bro. You gonna come up here tonight and talk to us? We were fighting last time. You know how you be fighting with your folks. We was fighting. We gonna make up now because he back. Hey Billy Go Gruff. I'm sorry. How you been?
Peace and blessings.
Peace and blessings to you too, brother. Bro Byron, you been up here. You wanted to say something? You gonna take off the mic and start some shit.
Michi, I dropped those articles in the chat as well too.
Okay. Bro Byron, you done came up here. You ain't even said nothing. You done fell asleep on us. You done fell asleep. I'm about to kick him off the panel. Let me drop this one last time because we going on 5 hours and 25 minutes. We about to get out of here and call it a night. Let me see. I tried to do some of the articles. Some of them. Hey, can you hear me? Oh, there you go. Okay. Hey, bro, Byron. What's up? Yeah, I had to find the mute button, but I did want to say the Department of Education is trash and it need to be overhauled and done with. Because I always knew it was trash, and I just recently figured out why it's trash. And I even worked with the boys club, and I just seen a lot of corruption. And it's like, policies that you got to go by, and I witnessed sexual assault, and possibly worse. I mean, it's just crazy that the stuff that they get away with. And I mean, and have we forgotten that that's connected to the lottery, the Georgia lottery, which is where I say. I mean, it's just crazy, man. That's another thing that need to get blown up. I can't wait till he go through that because it's straight trash, and they what they doing is they like I don't know, conditioning them for CPS, I guess, or whatever, but. They damn sure ain't conditioning them to be productive citizens of society and live Oh, wonderful hell lives. no. That's what they ain't doing. Yeah, prison pipeline for sure. Yeah. For sure. And I mean, these people are evil too. I think she put something on me. She put something on me because I had got sick. I mean, I ain't never called out of work. I had to call out of work and everything. It's just crazy. I ain't gonna even go in, and prolong the show or whatever. But I just wanted to say that they is trash and they need to be done with, like a lot of these alphabet or organizations and stuff. And that's what I thought Cash Patel was gonna do. Is due to the Chevron difference. I believe that's the name of it. Chevron difference. All these organizations, they're illegal and they're going to be done with. But yeah, I'll land it. But thank you for coming up. I know you was up here. You was patient for a minute. I'm glad you found the thing to unmute your mic. So thank you. It's always good to talk to you, brother. You as well. Thanks, Queen.
All right, no problem. Have a good night.
Okay, y'all. Let me see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a couple people up here. This how we gonna do this. Y'all get the last word, and then we gonna get out of here, y'all. So y'all tell me, and you can get a last word on anything we had in this conversation. Let me see in the order. We got, what do you want to say to sum up what we've talked about tonight, or any points you want to leave, or anything that you want to say? If you have anything you want to say.
Man, that's a lot, man. Oh yeah, that's too much, man. I mean, it's the second day we talk about the NWO. This is gonna be maybe some of a constant ongoing conversation, but not much. People already knew about this already. Those that don't know, that's their business. I mean, I knew about it for I think close to 20 years now, and I thought when I first heard about it, I thought it was here much earlier than that. I think right now what you're saying is when things are complete collapse, it's going to re-usher in a different way of things for more control. That's all it's about, controlling people completely. They don't have a real slave system yet, but what they try to do is condition the minds of enough people across the globe to accept this type of system or new systems coming so they could be permanent slaves. Think about it. In America's existence with black folks, we've been fighting for such long up to the point to the 60s. Now we got so lazy and we got so weak to the point now that if they usher in, either we know or not, it doesn't really make a difference because most black people are very compliant right now. Very compliant now. We don't even fight properly now the way they do to us now. So imagine they step forward and say they're going all the way through with it. Black people just gonna be comfortable and accept whatever is given.
Yeah.
And I don't say, but so when people talk about the solution nonsense, let's just knock it off. Unless you want to work with other black folks, grow some food, or hell, what they say, go off the grid if you can. I mean, that's something you could do if you can, but other than that, you're gonna be compliant to the system that's already structured.
Yeah, I think that solutions come down to groups of people coming together, individual things that you can do. In order to fight back as a collective, we need more than black people. We need all Americans, because it's not enough of us to even if we all did come together to fight back. So you're gonna need everybody to stand up with you as Americans that are sick of this shit, which is not gonna happen. Because we are divided in too many ways as Americans. And whether they are real divisions, people are really racist. These different things do go on. It doesn't matter whether it's real or whether it's a facade. The bottom line is we are too divided as American people for us to ever come together on the same accord, the same way black people ain't coming together, So I agree with you. I think people's best bet is to find their tribe, whatever they want to call it, family or group of people, and just be prepared. And if you don't want to live in this, go back to your God-given rights and senses, grow your food, get you some land. I mean, at some point, if you ain't got to work, you got a universal income. I think that maybe you should find some other people, your family or groups, and y'all put y'all money together and go find somewhere where you can live and do things the way you want. Have your water, have your electricity, whether it's through solar or whatever, grow your food. And guess what? Mind your business. You don't have to be alone, and you got all them people living and working together, so you're not by yourself. And I guess the name of the game is survive as long as you can, because if they decide to come and take anything you've built, come against you or make you comply, the truth is there's nothing you can do about it. So survive as long as you can and try and be happy and survive with the people that mean something to you, period.
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
Hello, welcome to the Zero Ends channel. Please like and subscribe. Please enjoy our live.